Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brain. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rap a world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundation law, black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed
head on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Whoa, whoa.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your do this thing just like home.
Oh, y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your do this thing just like home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy spat with disgusting is whack.
Oh.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
This our soil, on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just say home.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just say home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds. We forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We stay strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our planes are power, our roots are trees. We know world is rhythm and grace, shout, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card. Backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, black and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are, waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Hate y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean that. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on. Can't try it on, built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. I'm your host, Shane Crewman. We should be joined here shortly, hopefully, with our other host, Lady Che. She's having connection issues at the dollhouse. I'm at the Black House. And we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori crew. I don't need you and Shabaka fighting tonight. Don't need none of that nonsense tonight. So if you're going to be here, be respectful. Do not disrespect Shabaka, please. And on this season 6, episode 29, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we will be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1. And the first topic is our brother Karmelo Anthony's case down in Texas. Then we got these damn Asians. We are boycotting the Asians, full out blackout on the Asians. So we're going to be discussing that some more. Then we got And then we got our brother. Let me pull this up because I'm getting all kinds of notifications. Crazy work going on. All right. So what we got on the topic list. Okay, hopefully I don't think he will disrespect you, but usually you come in here and you start going off on him and then it turns into a whole shit show, and I just don't want to deal with it tonight, crew. I really don't. So we got Karmelo Anthony murder trial witness, false claims exposed, and Tint rumors debunked. Defense attorney Shaun Kent, that punk ass attorney that was representing Ricc Chow, is under fire following the not guilty verdict of Ricc Chow. Then are blacks boycotting black businesses or racist businesses? Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on that. The Asian business boycott has them going on anti-black rant. Asian community speaks out about FBA boycott. The case for an anti-black, anti-FBA hate crime bill. Our good brother, Great Black Shark, gonna give us an update on that. Then we got tsunami detected after devastating 7.8 earthquake in the Philippines and South Korea. Markets crash. I think that's ABK for you. And then we got January 6th, Capitol Invader lands job at the Pentagon. And last but certain, at least we got Adam 22, or as I call him, Agent 22 from No Jumper, responds to his wife divorcing him after he allowed her to smash black men. Once you go black, you don't go back. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We give the news from a frontline and black first perspective. We are a part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one, which we started back in 2020, 2021. Salute, Mac. And we got Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And join us this Tuesday for a brand new episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, where we'll be going over the Atlanta child murders. So we need everybody that's in the ATL or lived in the ATL to tap in and let us know what they know about that. And this based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. The link to all of our channels are in the description. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2. Make sure y'all sub to the backup channel, Frontline Black News 2, just in case you try to take Frontline Black News down again. Then we got my personal page, just a Paris, aka Chan Krumah, and that's where we stream all the city council meetings for Denver and Aurora and the Denver local events. Like we got Juneteenth coming up. We're going to be live streaming live from Juneteenth here in the Harlem of the West, 5 Points, Denver, Colorado. And also the food bank that I do every Sunday. I've been doing for the past 10 years, the Sunday morning food bank. So make sure y'all check out that page. And then we got Lady Chase backup page, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub to that so she can start going live on YouTube, on that YouTube channel rather again. Then we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda, the RBA. Make sure y'all check that out. To our previous episodes on the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Subscribe to that so Shabaka can start going live again on YouTube. Then we got, oh, it sounds like niggas is fighting outside. Then we got Jay Militant's channel, or cousin, or Lokester out the Bay Area, who was live earlier. Make sure y'all check him out. What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. I think we almost got the same amount of subscribers now. That's what's up. Then we got Kool Keezy, a brother out the Mile High income and illegal migrant flooded city from Bellside, Montbello. Make sure y'all check him out, Kool Keezy 5100. He came up with the FBA culture reports, so make sure y'all check him out. He's a dope MC, rap artist out of Denver, Colorado, so make sure y'all check him out. Then we got another dope MC rap artist. But this time, it's my brother from another mother, Breeze Omega, who was live earlier as well. Make sure to check him out. Breeze Omega. He's in VA, Virginia, by way of Hempstead, Long Island. So make sure to check him out. Then we got our brother who's still live. Our brother, the Church of Black Power. Make sure y'all check him out. Our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. And he had Sister Brooke on his show broadcast earlier. Shout out to Sister Brooke. Shout out to Brother Divine. Make sure y'all submit those emails and those letters. Check out Church of Black Power. He just surpassed 3,000 subscribers. He's fast approaching 4,000. Let's help get him to the 4,000. Then we got our brother Torian Ram Reloaded, who's been around for a decade plus now. And he put Lisa Cabrera on. Make sure to check him out as well. Then we got our brother, I forgot, Black Alpha Network. Make sure to check out Black Alpha Network as well. Our brother drops Heavy Game, Heavy Knowledge. Check him out. And then we got last but not least, Black Truth United. We got Shabaka in the building. Greetings, Shabaka. I'm going over the intro right now. Make sure I check out Black Truth United. He's been on hiatus, but he did come up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And then we got the Rolodex itself. The link to that is in the description. The link to submit the business to the Rolodex is in the description. Shabaka, you got background noise. And then we got Get Your FBA Freedmen Reparations Party merch at frpmerch.com. Then we got Council of the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. It's about all kinds of background noise. Council of the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational American Caucus. I'm gonna put you on mute. Just unmute when you're ready to talk.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you have background noise. Lady Chase in the building. Greetings,
idiot box. Okay.
We got the internet together. Lady Che, you are muted. Thank you for joining us. Then we got the Anti-Reparations Fund. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got, were you the target of the politically motivated actions of the Biden DOJ? Yes. Was the DOJ weaponized against you? Yes. If all that is true for you, the link to that is in the description. But ironically enough, shortly after we found a loophole in this, the Supreme Court shot it down. Then we got Take Action, Sister Brooks' call to action. Make sure y'all submit those letters and those emails. The links to her call to action is in the description. Then we got the reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act. Change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that. We got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. And then we got our brother Joshua Hart, who's a military veteran, who put hands and feet all over that Nabisco Chut the Bussy, Dalton Earth Ethely, aka Chut the Builder. And the link to our brother Joshua's GoFundMe is in the description. Then we got Stop Netflix.
Okay, anybody hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear
This
you.
looks like somebody spitting out.
You were muted. We couldn't hear you at first, but now we can hear you. Greetings. I'm going over the intro. I'm almost done. Stop the Netflix from releasing the Emerson docuseries about Michael Jackson. Sign the petition at change.org petition. The link is in the description. Then we got myself, who's on the ballot for office here in the state of Colorado. Support me, Jesse Parrish, for House of Representatives in the state of Colorado. As our brother Twin has put in the chat already. Shout out to Twin. Vote Che, vote me for Lady Che, you kicked yourself out. Okay, bring you back on. The link to the website is in the description. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95. ProduceJustice.com, and you can get this book, which is the United Compensatory Code Concept, a textbook workbook for thought, speech, and or action for victims of racism and white supremacy at ProduceJustice.com. In other words, Black family replaced this global wicked system of injustice with a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody's mistreated and those who need most constructive help get it in a constructive manner. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 2 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others, and for also featuring her in not only Hidden Colors 3, but also featuring her in the new Hidden Colors that's coming out, Hidden Colors 6, which I played the trailer for, which will be out just in time for Black August. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabaka, greetings from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City.
All right, greetings from San City. How's everybody doing this evening?
I'm doing fine. I just have tether fatigue at this point. I'm so sick of these goddamn tethers.
Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, it's really bad. And then there was some of the Bisco ass bro talking about she's got black fatigue and all this old stupid ass shit I cussed out on Facebook.
They still talking that nonsense. First of all, black fatigue was our term, which was describing, it was a sister that wrote a whole book on it, and she was describing racism and white supremacy and the effects of racism and white supremacy. So the Kardashians of them to try to flip that and say that they're tired of us. We're beyond tired of you, Nabisco, and we tired of you.
We've been tired of these bastards, man, for the last 2,000 fucking years, man.
And we're tired of you white Jasons too, especially Asians, you East Indians, you goddamn Latinos. We have sick of beyond tired of y'all too. So the feeling is mutual.
Exactly. Well, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? And they may go fuck themselves. And yeah, I said it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Right. The latest story is the situation down in Texas with Karmelo Anthony. You had something you want to say about the case yesterday that you didn't get to?
Yes, sir. The case is tainted. Okay. And what it is, that's why they got the all-white jury right there. So they're getting ready to railroad this young man. You know what I'm saying? And then the cool part about it is that you know they trying to sit up here and trying to justify him not defending himself. You see, it's a crime to teach a man not to defend himself. Malcolm X told you that, man, in the 1960s. And then on top of it, what they don't want to recognize is how this dude Metcalf was always bullying this young man. You know what I'm saying? Because Metcalf was about 6'1", tipping the scale well over 200 pounds, right? And then on top of it as well too, him and his brother, man, they was just always messing with him, so he got sick of this shit. You see what I'm saying? And he did something about it.
Whatever you did, Shabaka, you sounded like 100% clearer.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Hi, Khalifa.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, because I'm on this headset with the microphone on it. Okay, and I just put the microphone down by my mouth. So therefore, man, what it is that they sitting up here telling us that it's okay to kill us. We're supposed to sit up there, don't make waves and all that. You see, you know, they just want us to stand there and allow ourselves to be killed, man. And not only is it unnatural, it's unmanly. You see what I mean? That's why God gave all living creatures a means of self-defense, even with Khalifa. That's why she's got them claws for self-defense. That's why God gave man a fist You see what I'm saying? To protect himself. That's why God gave the gazelle his speed to avoid conflict. You say, his speed is his defense. You see what I mean? And they just want us to sit up here and go with this stupid ass shit, man. Yeah, and it's downright disgusting. It is downright disgusting. You see what I mean? And then on top of it is, and then these goddamn tethers, you see what I'm saying, on a continent, you'll say they got a lot to answer for too, for some goddamn trinkets and some fucking alcohol.
And some bees. Don't forget the trinkets and bees.
Yeah, trinkets, beads, and a short dog. You know what I'm saying? And then the cold part about it is they stupid asses got captured too. See, because I was arguing with an Nabisco about that less than an hour ago online. You see?
Lord.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Big Anthony.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So Big Anthony, spokesman, gonna give us an update on the Karmelo Anthony murder trial. Witness, false claim exposed, and Tint controversy exposed as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. First degree capital punishment.
We're gonna stand by ours regardless. This is about race. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give.
But looming over the defense is a question that has haunted this trial from the very beginning. Why did Karmelo Anthony have a knife at a high school track meet again today? Cody, let's talk about how the state finished their case. And they call a witness today who's kind of the link between Karmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf. He was teammates with Austin Metcalf, knew Karmelo Anthony to some extent. His name is Eddie. Why was his testimony important?
So we've heard this Eddie character's name, Chris, throughout the entire duration of all the student witnesses that have taken the stand. He is the common denominator. We heard a lot of people saying Karmelo knew Eddie. He came over and dapped Eddie up, gave him a handshake. Eddie was a childhood friend of Karmelo's now ex-girlfriend. So that's the connection there. Now, based on all the testimony that the students brought up during the prosecution's case, they were all saying that Eddie and Karmelo looked like they knew each other. It was the obvious link. That's what the defense kind of talked about in their opening statement. Eddie gets on the stand today. They're going through his testimony. He's about 5 or 10 minutes in. And then Eddie kind of all but says he knew who Karmelo was. They were cool, but he verbally said, I wouldn't say we were friends. It was just kind of someone that he knew. Okay, cool. Now we move on to the cross-examination by the defense. And this is, I feel, was a little bit of a win for the defense. They showed a whole bunch of pictures of Eddie and Karmelo at these different group settings, at Eddie's house, no less. There was 50th birthday parties for Karmelo's ex-girlfriend's mother. Remember, Eddie and the girlfriend, this girl named Valeria, they were the ones that knew each other, and Karmelo was, I guess, the third party, you would say. So when they had these family functions, Karmelo obviously was there. Okay, they showed some group photos, kind of establishing. And then, here's another defense win to me today. They showed photos of Karmelo and Eddie together, just being teenagers goofing off. One is playing a guitar. They're making silly faces at the camera. So Eddie gets up there under direct examination saying, yeah, I know him, but, I wouldn't say he's a friend. But then the defense pushes back and is like, hey, if you're not friends, why do you have all these pictures together?
State rested its case. One notable absence, Hunter Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's twin brother. He has not been allowed inside the courtroom during testimony because he remains a potential witness. Prosecutors could still call him later in rebuttal. One of the final prosecution witnesses, a mutual friend of both Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony. He testified that after Anthony was asked to leave the memorial team tent, the confrontation escalated. He told jurors Anthony said, "Touch me and find out." He later testified, "I saw Austin fall back and yell, 'I've been stabbed.'" He also told the jury Anthony was not a close friend of his, but on cross-examination, defense attorneys challenged his account, showing jurors photos of him and Anthony together and questioning why he didn't step in to defuse the situation. When asked who was at fault for the stabbing, he responded, "I don't know."
When something like this happens, you're going to have witnesses of all kinds, older adults and young kids that they're still startled, and things of that sort. So that's going to sometimes play into what they see or what they hear.
With the state's case complete, the defense quickly began presenting its own witnesses. A Centennial track coach testified track meets are often relaxed. Athletes frequently move between team areas, and he was unaware of any rule prohibiting students from sitting under another team's tent. He also testified Centennial requires a coach to be present at its team tent because teenagers can sometimes get into conflicts. The testimony appeared aimed at supporting the defense's self-defense claim and raising questions about the circumstances leading up to the confrontation.
What you do is you look at it from a reasonable person standing in the shoes of that individual. So knowing everything, a reasonable person in Mr. Anthony's shoes and all that's going on around them, is that something that's justified based on the reasonable person's perception of what's going on?
The defense is expected to continue calling witnesses on Monday, and the state could still call Hunter Metcalf as a rebuttal witness later on in this trial. And we don't know yet if Karmelo Anthony will take the stand.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in. And first and foremost, I do want to once again send prayers up to everybody involved with this situation right here. It's most definitely, I can only imagine, something that's straining and draining for you to have to go through with this right here, whether it's losing somebody, and then also a situation where you don't know the future of one of your loved ones and the burden that it takes down on your family, having to wake up and go through this. Most definitely prayers up. And I had a links in the description where you can watch the clips in the beginning in full from Law and Crime Network, also Fox, and then also WFAA, where they were outside of the courtroom and in the courthouse yesterday. Those two engaged stuff and updates right here. And it's a lot more facts that have came out as the prosecutors have rested their case. Now they can come back with the rebuttal. It's the defense turns now, and this is going to continue tomorrow. It is going to be going into the weekends as well. We have to see how all the facts come out. And as you heard right there, we are not inside the courtroom. We don't get to see it. We have to rely on their reports unless you go read all the transcripts. But they have questioned and put the credibility of a lot of the witnesses on display right there in front of the jury, where one of them said he didn't know Karmelo like that, wouldn't consider him a friend. They came back with photos where here he is at the house with you, here he is in this photo with you. And this is them just going into saying, hey, he had reason to be under that tent. Now, on the other side, one of the things that they said that kept coming in court, why does he have this knife at this track meet? And that's most definitely being put in front of the jury as one of the things. Yeah, in their mind, I can't tell you what the jury thinking. I don't know how they feel about it. But when you hear, it's one of the situations like, we did have a knife at a track meet. He brought the knife up there. Why was it there? If he didn't bring this knife there, he could possibly still be alive. But then you have to weigh in the other side of it. Well, if you don't go and say something to him and put your hands on him, you don't even know that he has the knife there. And that's what y'all have to understand and know. I'm just reporting the facts. I don't call the shots. It's going to rely on the jury whether he's guilty or not. But in the state of Texas, what is considered as first-degree murder, it has to check off all of those dots. He had a reason to be up under the tent. He's not breaking the law by going under the tent. And it wasn't an illegal knife. It's just questionable for them to say, as the prosecutors have pushed their line, well, he had this knife there. Also, one of the coaches, when they said the culture and the rules and effects of players going under other teams' tents, he said, I wasn't aware of that. Now, we do try to have somebody there to supervise people under these team tents to make sure fights don't break out and conflicts don't happen. But it's not a foreign thing for him to be under the tent, especially for the simple fact that he knew somebody there. And on top of the fact it was raining. So when you tell somebody who's under the tent with somebody that they know, who they're familiar with, to the point they take pictures with them, they cool with them. We have a third person that we mutual with. It's raining outside. You come tell me, get out the tent. And then we get into a back and forth. And then he says, hey, don't touch me. That means it must have gotten to that point where, hey, it seemed like it's going to get physical. You touch him, he stabs you, he runs off. Now, it's going to be based off of what the jury say. That's just the facts of it. But in the state of Texas, a stabbing happened out here before, and I keep putting people onto this case. And y'all can look it up yourselves. Case in Allison last year, I covered this one, and it was happening around the time that this incident happened, where they found him not guilty on the murder charge. Now, he did get a negligent homicide, which is a very less, a way lesser degree of a charge, which goes 6 months to 2 years in state jail. And they ended up coming back later with an enhancement. Those two guys were beefing. It was altercations. It didn't get physical before them at first, but they understood they had a problem. They ended up getting into it inside the school bathroom. They were fighting. Breaks out. He pulls out the knife, stabs the guy multiple times, the kid, and most definitely, God bless his soul, multiple times, and he dies from those stab wounds. So it was a situation that was different, but he didn't get found guilty of murder. And that's why I'm just pushing the facts, because I don't make the laws. I think people are looking at like, well, why do you have the knife at school? And I'm not telling nobody how to feel about it. I'm just telling you how the law works when you get inside of the courtroom. It's about credibility. It's about what you can put to the jury. And it's not about what you know. It's about what you can prove. So what the defense is doing, they're trying to create what the murder conviction is based off of, reasonable doubt. If you raise any bit of a reasonable doubt, the jury's not supposed to find this person guilty. And then also, keeping it 100 with y'all, after this trial is over, they're going to go for the look of, hey, there wasn't a black person in this jury at all. He didn't have a jury of his peers. And you could come on out here and y'all can act like it's not racial tension. Now, I put that clip in the beginning from Fox, but they said Saturday was much better. It wasn't as turned up as the other day it was, and I was playing out. They said it wasn't as like going up. People probably was moving around Saturday. We'll see how it play on Monday. But I'm gonna give y'all the facts off of what happens with the law, self-defense in the country and self-defense in Texas. It varies from state to state. But you're supposed to match equal force, but in certain circumstances, you can't tell somebody what the equal force. It's just the laws are the laws, y'all, and it's unfortunate. Because I wouldn't want to see somebody get killed or die or somebody get charged for it. And we have this point when they could just really be moving on with their lives right now. I'd rather that happen as opposed to this. I just say this for future references. Keep your hands to yourself, because nobody who is a human, you don't have authority over another human or what they should and shouldn't be doing or what they should and shouldn't be if it's not invading your personal property or privacy. Just keeping it all the way 100. But we have to see no laws were broken in the act of him being under that tent. No law is broken by him having that knife there either. So we'll keep y'all updated with it. It's a lot more gonna come from it. Stay on your pivot. 1000 for shit show.
All right, first place. Hey, Cow Dog, what's going on with you? First goddamn place. This dude Metcalf was always intimidating this young man. Metcalf is weighing 215, and Karmelo, I believe the young brother was only weighing about 150 pounds. They talked this shit about that he was in the opposing team's tent. First place, if they was at a school or a campus, then I could see that route, but they were in a public fucking park, so that's free reign. So fuck the goddamn state of Texas, fuck Metcalf, and may he rest in peace, and free Karmelo Anthony.
I agree.
It's self-defense.
Exactly. And then what they're not telling you is they ganged up on him. There's about 5 of them Nabiscos that ganged up on
him.
Okay.
Okay. So if I was on that goddamn jury, man, hey man, I would sit there and listen to all that bullshit, man. It would be a not guilty verdict. You see what I'm saying? And then like what do they call that, Brother Che? A hung jury. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, it will be every fucking time they take the count, of the jury. Hey, it's not guilty. It's not guilty. It's not guilty.
That's why
you see what I'm saying?
They kicked all the black jurors.
Hopefully, yeah.
That's what they kicked black jurors. The black jurors was gonna be like, look, this is some bullshit.
Yeah,
that's
totally. And then too, Brother Che, with it being an all-white jury, you see what I'm saying? That already goes to show the bias of it. Now, I have to say, now you know more about law than I do. I'm thinking that this case is going to wind up in the U.S. Supreme Court, and I'm just hoping that Mr. Anthony could stay out on until there.
Yeah.
Because this case is far from over, in my opinion.
Hopefully, it's a verdict of acquittal. But we'll keep y'all posted on what happened to Karmelo Anthony case. This is a very pressing topic, and we're gonna stay on it here at Frontline Black News.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah, that's
and then just like what Cow Dog is saying, that's the majority white area down in the great state of Texas. Gun boy. So he's already being railroaded. You see what I'm saying? It said a jury of your peers, right? So therefore, with Karmelo being a black man, it should be an all-black jury.
Right.
A jury of your peers, right?
And they made sure that they kicked the black jurors off the jury pool with their preliminary challenge, which the prosecutor do, weed out who they feel is not fit to serve on the jury.
Right. So, and that goddamn prosecutor deserves to be disbarred.
They asked them something really stupid, and they were like, "Oh, we're gonna exclude you." I can't remember exactly what they had asked the jurors, but they had asked something that only a black person would know about. And
yeah, exactly. And then of course, wasn't okay, brother Chad. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just asking this question for the sake of our audience. Okay, Texas was the first state to start the slave patrollers. Am I right?
No, it was South Carolina.
Oh, okay. All righty. Yeah, because I believe them damn Texas Rangers do, you know, in their original inception that they were slave patrollers. Okay.
Yeah, it was South Carolina that had the slave patrols. Yeah,
right.
My ancestors are home.
And then, yeah, and they want us to sit here as black folks to sit up here and be stupid about this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So we'll keep y'all updated on what happens with the Karmelo Anthony case. I'm thinking there's going to be a verdict released sometime this week. So as soon as we hear about it, we'll let y'all know. So switching gears, we're not really switching gears, but another case that just happened, situation with our brother Cyrus, Carmack Belton, who was killed by that Asian supremacist Ricc Chow. The attorney representing our brother Cyrus is under fire now. So Tariq gonna give us an update on that. Oh, you need me to give you the link to share out, Shabaki?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on. Let me get to this next video. Lisa's gonna give us an update on that. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera. Defense attorney Shaun Kent under fire following a not guilty verdict for Ricc Chow.
Shalom, family. Good to see you. I hope you're all doing well. Well, you would have to be living under a rock if you have not heard about the Cyrus Carmack Belton case and Ricc Chow. Well, here's the thing. Ricc Chow hired a black lawyer. Now, this is a move that is very common, especially a case pertaining to race. I've even seen the Klan do this, y'all. I used to watch cases back in the day when I was a teenager. Even the Klan, when they got caught up in something racist, when they went to court, they would hire a black attorney. Now, I used to often wonder, you know what these people stand for. Why on earth would any of our people represent them in court? That used to really get me. I just couldn't understand why people would do that. Why would you represent the Klan and you know what they're all about? But I guess if you need the money, you know, because all lawyers are not rich, y'all. Let's be for real. All lawyers are not rich. Some of them really are not making a lot of money. It really depends on what kind of law, you know, they are practicing. So he decided to take on this case, and he's been catching His name is Shaun Kent. He's been catching all kinds of hell online since Ricc Chow did not have to serve any time for unaliving Cyrus. So, you know, their big thing was, and I'm going to let you listen to some of his him arguing the case in court. And one thing they made a big deal out of was Cyrus had a gun. But y'all, they didn't know that gun was there until after he was unalive. You know? And I still to this day believe it was not Ricc Chow, but his son. You know, Cyrus was only 14 years old. Ricc Chow is a man, I think he's 53. He's a man in his 50s. And, you know, and his son, he was young. I can see his son running after him, but he's a 53-year-old man running after a 14-year-old. I don't think so, you know? And so I just don't see how they can make a big deal out of the fact that he had a weapon, because he did not try to use it on them. And they didn't even know it was there until after the fact. But that was heavily used in court to justify unaliving him. Oh, well, what was he doing with a weapon? Well, what was they doing chasing him down over some bottle of water? That really should be your question. Not why did he have a weapon? Why was he chased down over a damn bottle of water? It was a bottle of water. It was not anything worth taking a life over. And Ricc Chow got this tendency of getting into altercations with his quote unquote Black customers. There must have been about 3 incidents where he pulled weapons on Black customers. So that says a lot about him. I don't care how many bottles of water he took. I don't care if it was 1, 2, 3, 10, 12. I don't care. It's still not worth chasing a person down and unaliving them. It's not justification. Water is not worth dying over, a bottle of water. You know, I notice everything is a game changer when they're dealing with us. No, you killed, well, let me take that back. You unalived that child because of his race. And I'm going to stand firm on that. You unalived him over his race, because there is no damn way one bottle of water should have been that important to you. So, y'all, this has been, you know, a sad story. I listened to his mother talk, and wow, I could just feel her pain when she was talking about her son. And that's gotta hurt. It's bad enough that you lost your child, but to know they made such a huge deal out of some bottle of water being taken out of the store. Come on. Come on. This is why I don't believe our community should be saturated with all these foreigners with businesses. Because number one, it has been proven that many of them set up shop. They do not give back to the community at all. They don't hire people from the community. Just like when you go in these Asian stores, everybody working there is Asian. And you know what? You notice none of these white people complain about that. But if it's a Black shop and everybody in the shop, they gonna go sue. They gonna go sue. But I notice when it's these stores and they're all Asian, all Arab, all East Indians, you never hear these white people jump up screaming they're gonna sue. It's only when it's us So, you know, I just listening to his mother, it has been a hurtful week for her, you know, and just, I just watch how they burst into tears, his family. That was so horrible. It was horrible. But see, you may have your courts rigged up against us because we know it's all rigged. Because if this is not happening to everybody across the board, it's rigged. And we've been dealing with this rigged court system our entire lives. And it's never going to change, y'all. All they did was open the door for anybody to take any type of unaliving us. It doesn't, as long as it's anybody but us. And, you know, you will hear, especially foreigners, how come y'all don't get angry when some other Black person kill you? Yes, we do get upset about that. But here's the thing. The people that usually use the unaliving, they are jailed. They are jailed. They don't have no problem jailing, you know, another melanated person right away and keeping them in jail. They don't have no problem with that. The problem comes from vigilantes. That's when we start dealing with problems, when people want to act as vigilantes. And the courts have let us all know anybody can do whatever they want. And these courts are prepared to let you go as long as you're not melanated and you're different from us. They're prepared to let you go. Y'all got hell to pay for the way you ran this unjust court system in this land. You can't even get in front of the Most High and try to justify it. You can't. But one day you're going to have to stand there and try to justify why two people can commit the same crime. One gets off for the crime and the other got to go to jail. You're going to have to explain that. And all of you folks that cheered it on, whatever punishment they get, you will get, because you sat there and cheered the whole thing on. So it you know, it's been very revealing in these final days about many things. It has brought many things to light. And we see how these folks, they feel nothing. That's why you're not human. And yes, I said it. You don't feel nothing because you're not human. And I'm done with people having this expectation that we are supposed to feel the pain of anything that happens to you while you don't reciprocate it back. Oh no, we ain't playing that no more. We ain't playing that anymore. So whenever you go cold on us, we'll go cold on your ass right back. So let's get into it, y'all. And all I got to say to Shaun Kent, all money ain't good money, buddy. You defended a man that unalived a child. And because you are a defense attorney, you have the option to accept or turn down any case. But you took a case of an Asian man that unalived a child, and you represented this person and got them off. And you want to know why people are online calling you a COON. But yes, he's been catching all kinds of hell. And yeah, I did look up his wife. His wife looked like she is from one of those kind of poor Middle East countries. like Kyrgyzstan or Uzbekistan. She looks like she's from one of those places. But no, he did not marry a sister. But when you listen to him speak, y'all, you're not going to be shocked. You're not. You know what he sounds like to me? When I first heard him speak, he sounds like Rob Smith. He sounds just like Rob Smith to me. And as soon as I heard his voice, man, that red flag went right up. South Carolina. He's from South Carolina. That's where he's from. No, unfortunately, I think he is FBA. But I'm going to let you listen to him. And, you can judge it for yourself. But I'm just saying, from my point of view, I don't think he is. I think he's just COON. He is FBA, but a COON. All right. All right. Look, y'all, I mean, let's be real. I was looking at some videos this morning, and a lot of our people are, gung-ho about the boycott against Asian businesses. And we got a bunch of our people online talking about why we punishing all Asians over what one guy did. Oh, understand it. And this is some of our people doing that. It's some of our people doing that, y'all. Well, I don't understand why all Asians gotta be punished. Aren't we punished for what one person in our community do? They've been doing that to us our whole lives. But when we do the shit back to them, all of a sudden it's a problem now.
Right.
But they have done that to us a whole lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
But if we persecute them over what one person does, oh, it's so wrong. But there's a lot of our people, men and women, on these videos doing that. And I'm like, I just don't get it. If it was the other way around, they would never be on videos talking about, well, just because one Black guy did something, you can't blame us all. No, they would be blaming us all. And it doesn't matter what group it is. They all join in and do that. But the moment it's done to them, oh, it's horrible. It's wrong, and we shouldn't be doing it. You can miss me with all of that. You can miss me with the whole thing. All right, y'all. Let me share my screen. Okay, before we get started, just a reminder, this is the final day of my 40% off if you buy the shampoo, hair growth pomade, and rice and aloe leave-in conditioner, 40% off. The sale will be over at 11:59 p.m. So get your orders in if you are interested in replenishing your hair products or you just want to try it for the first time. All right. What am I? Hold on 1 second. Nope, that's not it. This is it. Okay, y'all, give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Give me a 1 if you can see my screen. I mean, I understand that everybody is entitled to a defense if they get caught up in the legal system, but why can't you use some discernment? Why would you want to defend a man that took out a child? You know, and then you went and you justified it and got the person off. And there is nothing innocent about Ricc Chow. There's nothing innocent about this man. And from what I understand, his business is still there, but he got it I think he subleased it to family. So he's still getting paid, y'all. He's still getting paid. He's just not in there. But he got other relatives, from what I understand, in there working the business.
Right.
So he's getting paid. He owns it. He's just letting his family, family members that people probably don't know or recognize, but that's still his family. So the bottom line is y'all shouldn't be going in that store at all. Let that store go out of business. Let it go under. All right. Thank you for the ones. I get the ones. Yeah, I see it. I see the ones. Thank you.
So I just got done defending a pretty high-profile case that I think most of the world knows about. And a lot of folks have been asking a lot of questions, and usually I don't talk about the cases, but in this situation, given the negative attention and the vitriol and the racist threats and the death messages that myself and my family, I thought I'd address some of
Yeah,
them.
here we go.
One of the
Yassa
biggest ones
Boston
people have asked
101.
me, why would you take on this representation? Now, first, I've been practicing law for over 25 years.
Then you should know better,
recently,
motherfucker.
And actually throughout that entire time, I've represented 3 African-American males who are accused of raping a little white girl. I have represented an individual who was accused of killing a person, folding his body and sticking him in an abandoned building in Florence, South Carolina. I have represented a young lady who was accused of killing and drowning her newborn baby. I have represented countless individuals who have been accused of criminal sexual conduct, countless individuals who have been accused of...
I apologize. The volume doesn't go any louder. That's as loud as it goes.
Okay, please hit me with the YouTube link to share, please.
Killing his rival.
Yeah, I will, Shabaki. I will have to text ladies.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to start this over because I want to make it a little louder. I'm going to see if I can. All right, hold on one second.
So I just got done defending a pretty high-profile case that I think most of the world knows about. And a lot of folks have been asking a lot of questions, and usually I don't talk about the cases, but in this situation, given the negative attention and the vitriol and the racist threats and the death messages that myself and my family, I thought I'd address some things. And one of the biggest ones people have
Brought
asked,
it on yourself,
why
you
would you
stupid
take
ass nigga.
Now,
Shouldn't
first,
you be taking that
I've been
goddamn
practicing
case?
law for over 25 years. Here recently and shortly, and actually throughout that entire time, I've represented 3 African-American males who are accused of raping a little white girl. I have represented an individual who was accused of killing a person, folding his body and sticking him in an abandoned building in Florence, South Carolina. I have represented a young lady who was accused of killing and drowning her newborn baby. I have represented countless individuals who have been accused of criminal sexual conduct, countless individuals who have been accused of child pornography. So I represent an individual in Florence who was accused of murder, killing his rival along with her, along with his wife, who was also in the car. So there have been countless individuals who I've represented in the past. And so when someone says, why did you take this case? I don't judge. God judges. If you pick and choose who are you going to judge in your cases, it makes you ineffective of what you're doing.
But I thought as a lawyer, he is supposed to pick and choose the kind of cases that he should do. Now he's talking about only God can judge, picking and choosing. No, buddy, you have the right to say, yes, I will represent this person, or no, I will not represent this person. Lawyers do it all the time. Now, to be honest with you, y'all, I've seen this dude before, and I kept trying to say, where did I see him? I know where I seen him. During the time when Diddy was on trial, he actually did some legal commentary on the trial. He was not one of the lawyers, but he was on a couple of, I guess, like news shows, just giving his opinion on the trial. That's where I seen him, but I knew I seen him before. His face looked familiar to me. So let's go on with his babbling behind.
And so people say, why this case? Well, why not any of those ones with the outrage that has come forth?
Man, when is the house nigga syndrome gonna end?
Represent individuals.
When
And so
the
when
fuck
people
is it
make
gonna
comments
end?
to me, and I've heard a lot of them, like, you didn't have to take this one. Well, I don't have to pay my mortgage either, but if you don't, they end up.
When it stops being incentivized, Shabaki, when they stop getting rewarded for meritorious manumission, then it will
Yeah,
end.
sure, you're right.
Taking that from
Yeah.
When the individual came to me and requested representation, that's the
I miss
oh,
Johnny Cochran, man, because Cochran wouldn't have took that shit.
I'm pretty fucking good at what
And
I do.
all
I find insults that for someone who
Oh,
is
yeah.
the only reason somebody would ask for representation is because
I remember,
if you check and see the things that I do.
yeah, I do.
You know, he is naive. That is the only reason why they came to him for representation, because it was a lot of things spoken about. Another Asian took out a Black child. That was all out there after this incident. So yeah, Ricc Chow want to make it look like, no, I'm not racist. I even hired a Black attorney. You mean to tell me you didn't have the ability to see through that?
Right.
You didn't see through what he was doing. Y'all, I remember when I was a teenager, Klan, I forgot what state this was. They took out this Black woman's son. She sued them.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what they came in court with? A Black lawyer.
Yeah.
A Black lawyer. And she had to fight them. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, you mean to tell me this man know what these men represent? And you walk into the court with a Black, yeah, they do this all the time. Oh, we're not racist. See, we even hired a Black lawyer. And this fool can't see through that. He could not see through the strategy that Ricc Chow was using. He was used. And he can't see it. He has an inability to see that he was used. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I am very damn good at what I do, and I'm a very good lawyer. And I will not apologize for being somebody when someone needs a contact and want a good lawyer. And the assumption
I remember.
I hate when someone says they want the best lawyer. By saying that, you're saying the best lawyer can't be accurate.
I remember that movie, Kuro.
That's disappointing on our parts. As far as the legal defense, when a person comes to us and says the following sentence, look, a gun was pointed at my son. I thought he was going to die, so I fired and shot. That was the legal defense. There was nothing creative. There was nothing tricky. There was nothing fancy. That was the legal defense. Nothing was hidden.
Yeah.
People say there was all this great stuff.
Same.
That was the legal defense.
Karmelo. You don't.
What he's saying is a load of bull. When they found that weapon, it was still in the backpack of Cyrus Belton. It was never aimed at anybody. So the fact that he's still on this, it just proves that Ricc Chow and his son, they lied.
Mm-hmm.
And in all honesty, I think Ricc Chow really did not pull that trigger. I think his son did.
Yep.
But he, took the hit on that crime. But I really believe it was his son that did it.
That's what Val said.
So anyway, you're just coming. You went into court with the same lie that Ricc Chow told. Oh, he aimed a gun. They said that gun was never left his backpack. Unbelievable.
I know, Lisa. It's ridiculous.
this was presented to a jury of 12 individuals, 7 of which were minorities, who heard that legal defense and said,
Now, this Negro here, Brother Che, if I got the definition of tether correct,
I'm also hearing finally,
am I
probably most
correct?
importantly,
Yes,
that
you would be with
there is
you.
going to be people are saying we need to boycott Shaun Kennedy.
Okay.
I'm fucking parted. TJ Maxx, you're going to boycott me, and then someone says we're going to boycott him and we're going to take our problem to a white lawyer. Okay, yeah, that'll show me that we don't need him. Well, enjoy jail, enjoy prison, boycott me if you will, but I will constantly, always fight for what's right. People sending me messages, and there've been some there've been some creative messages. I guess the number one is that you have no eyebrows and stuff like that, which I know is true. So there've been some very creative messages, but there have also been some insulting ones, and there've been a lot of people who have requested phone calls, and I talked to them. If somebody sends me a message and it's nice and polite, and say, I just disagree with what you do, I pick up the phone and
Exactly. He's another.
I do think
Yeah, exactly, Chow dog. Exactly. Yeah, they tore down Tommy Sotomayor.
with the way, and
The hell,
the state of South Carolina did everything that they needed to do in this case.
it's your definition of yeah.
There's very good lawyers in that office who I respect tremendously, and I know they're getting a lot of hate also.
Yeah, I did a video on Crumbone and Sotomayor. The damn thing went viral, and I had to turn it down. I told you that, Brother Che.
Yeah.
And so I hate it, you know, and I hate it for the young man's family. I hate it for Cyrus's family. I hate it that a young man died. I 100% do. Prosecutors said there's a lot of things he is not going to be able to experience in life, and I fucking hate it. I can't control that. But I do. It saddens me. It saddens me that a young life.
Yeah, Cow Dog, I did a video about 12 years ago, man, crumb bumming on Tommy Sotomayor, and I tore it down because some motherfucker had recognized, well, I don't mean to call a man a motherfucker, but some dude had recognized me in Panther Town, and I said, no.
So, again, people who are telling me, you know, I'm getting a lot of I can't believe you defended that racist, you fucking coon.
Yeah, he's definitely a tether.
And you rat. And I finally figured out what those little emojis are that you're putting on my page. I guess that's supposed to be a coon. You're a sellout. You're a racist. And I'm just like, am I a sellout by showing the world that, you know what? I'm really good at what I do. And I'm
No, nigga.
For you or for anyone else. And so all of the threat messages and all the other situations, I hope down the road, if you're a lawyer, someone is there for you. You get a really damn good lawyer. That's what you can be. And I hope someday we get to the point in our society where we say the best lawyers in the world have to be white. Not necessarily black.
Lawyer class.
We start to realize that good lawyers
raccoons.
This is the task we have chosen. This is the job we have chosen. This is the obligation that we have taken on. This is one that I'll take on.
The only ones that's not was Johnny Cochran and Arthur Maddox.
Yeah.
Good lawyers and still good people. So maybe we'll do a
Johnny
live if anyone thinks
took
that's
a whole
in
lot
there.
of cases pro bono too in South Central LA.
Right.
But maybe it would be interesting to have an Instagram or Facebook.
Yeah, I know.
So people can ask questions because there is a lot that the world.
Try to speed it up so y'all
know about Cyrus, Ricc, Chow. There's a lot that we do not know about these individuals.
door this nonsense much longer.
The case and the legal defense and why we did the things that we did. I'll happily take it.
Yeah, he married an Asian, huh? And she from.
I'm getting a lot of the last one. I can't believe you defended that racist, you fucking coon. Racist, you fucking. And you rat. And I figured out what those little emojis are that you're putting on my page. I guess that's supposed to be a coon. You're a sellout. You're a racist. I'm just like, am I a sellout by showing the world that, you know what? I'm really good at what I do, and I'm going to fight like crazy for you or for anyone else. And so all of the threat messages and all the other situations.
Motherfucker, I wouldn't have your ass defending me for a damn
and I hope we get to the point in our society where we say the best lawyers in the world have to be white and not necessarily black or people of color. We start to realize that good lawyers come in all shapes, sizes, and colors. And this is the task that we have chosen. This is the job we have chosen. This is the obligation that we have taken on. This is one that I'll take on.
Yeah, he does.
I hate it though. I hate the hate, and I hate the fact that we can't. Sometimes people can be good lawyers and still good people.
Cyrus was this fuck that they keep telling you that he was by showing you pictures and trying to get you thinking in that direction.
Attorney that represented.
He never would have gotten 130 yards down the road. He would have held court right at 7441 Park Lane Road. Cyrus would have been the judge, the jury, and the presenter of the sentence right there in that spot. If he was the thug that table wants you to believe that he was.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, what were his actions? Folks, he ran. He ran like a child. He ran from the adult. Let's think about who acted like the thug, the gangster. The person who chased him down the street or the person who ran while he had a gun hidden. He ran out of the shoe. How do we know that to be true? Because we see it on camera. Shoe flies up in the air and he keeps running. Doesn't stop. Turn around. I want to drop my shoe. Let me get that because I'm going to get in trouble. I go home with one shoe.
Right.
He didn't do that.
They took his wife.
How afraid
do you have to be to run out of your shoe and not turn around and pick it up? He ran further, phones fell out. They keep coming to you with this mess, and oh, he threw his cell phones out. What sense does that make? Did you leave your comments into the parking lot, or did you bring it with you? Right. How afraid do you have to be to drop 2 cell phones and keep running?
Right.
Again, let's be very logical about this for a minute. 2 cell phones. We know how expensive they are.
And
one cell phone belongs to you, and the other belongs to your mother. Do you mean to tell me that you are going to go home that day with one shoe and tell your mother, Mama, I lost my cell phone and yours too, and I didn't turn around and get it? You want that smoke? You really want to get what you would get if you lost 2 cell phones from your mother?
I forgot to include the fact that he was a Black child. The diminution of value of Black life has got to stop. And it doesn't matter at whose hands. It started off at Mr. Chow's hands and it ended with that jury's hands. But it doesn't matter. Our children have value. Our children have worth. Your child had worth. I stand here today because we have got to impose even those values on ourselves. That our children are not thugs. That our children, even in trying to protect themselves, end up in situations where they get a bullet in their back and a jury says that that is okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not. It is not. We cannot believe for one more second that our children, because of the color of their skin, are worth less than those that don't look like us. I challenge those who say, well, that's what the jury said. There were Blacks on the jury. There was a Black prosecutor. And so it is what it is. I challenge you to show me in this country where that has happened and the assailants look like us and the victim did not. I get frequent phone calls about, well, the prosecution, they should have asked for voluntary manslaughter. Well, what they don't realize, even in asking that question, you're suggesting to me that a 14-year-old with a bullet in his back, his value cannot reach the level of murder. They should have started off with less than murder. No more. No. This was nothing less than a bullet in the back and murder, no different than it would have been on a white store owner being chased by Black children, on a Chinese kid running out of a store being chased by 2 Black kids. This was exactly what the prosecution said it was, and I'm sorry that the jury didn't agree, but the jury was wrong. And while we have to respect what the jury said because we don't have a choice, they were wrong. And those that looked at it and said, well, how is there malice? Because he was shot in the back after running for his life. And if you listen to the witnesses, they said when he came out of the store, he had nothing but fear in his eyes. And he was running so fast, he lost his shoe. And he kept on running. And what did Mrs. Chow do? She went and got the shoe. They said, well, he had no money when they found him. Do you think that people would pick up somebody else's shoe, wouldn't pick up the cash? Have you not heard of Cash App? Did he need cash in his pocket in order to pay for the water bottles that he did not steal, that he didn't pick up, that he didn't leave the store with?
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a simple case of someone armed, running with their adult son as they chased a 14-year-old child over a football field's length and shot him in the back.
You know what? This lawyer, his name is Todd Rutherford. He is the lawyer that represented the family that you're listening to. Okay. And you know what? He brought up a good point. Now, the one after he was unalive, Rick Chow's wife picked up his sneaker. And whatever was on the ground, she picked it up. And like he said, how do you know she didn't go in his pocket and take the money out?
Right.
Just so they could make the claim, oh, he was stealing. He didn't even have money. You know what I mean? You know how good question for her to do that, or Rick Chow to just take.
Now that is a damn good question.
And he's on the ground unalive. He can't do or say nothing about it. And I wouldn't doubt if that happened. You know, I didn't even think about that. But yeah, these folks will do anything to get out of something. And yeah, I would not doubt she picked up the shoe. Why did you pick the shoe up? Why didn't you just leave all the evidence down on the ground?
Evidence. I'm an expert.
And let the police see all of the evidence and where it fell. Why did she tamper with it? You know, why did she?
Exactly. That's tampering with evidence, which is a charge in itself. So she should have easily been charged with that. And they should have charged him full counts of murder, negligent homicide, all of that. They should have threw everything out that damn white supremacist, yellow white supremacist, and just to see what was going to stick. Like they, instead, they charged him with first-degree murder, which has to prove intent and premeditation. They didn't admit all his previous run-ins that he had with Black customers, where he was in a fight with a pregnant Black woman, and almost pew-pewed her. So this dude has a pattern of harming Black.
Okay, get that motherfucker death penalty.
Right.
Tamper with the evidence. So it's easy for them to take the money out of his wallet and then claim he didn't have no money and use and try to claim that's proof that he was in there trying to steal.
Yep.
All right, let's go on, y'all.
Random gammon, exactly.
This was what the family saw, what the community saw, what the whole world now sees. This was a murder, and it is gone without the ability to hold someone accountable.
Bro, the amount of Black people that are defending Ricc Chow and trying to deflect, like, why did Cyrus have a gun in the first place? Why the fuck does that matter, gang?
Right.
That does not matter. The fact of the matter is that he was a little boy that was chased 130 yards and shot in the back. Why does anything else matter? But he didn't steal anything, and he is not alive. He can't tell his mother he loves her. He can't play his Xbox anymore. He cannot go to the park and play basketball anymore. Why is it that so many Black people are fucking defending this dude and deflecting? This shit is amazing.
Still fighting for him.
There are people who say that race has nothing to do with the Chow case, the Chow trial, and what could be the verdict, okay? Now, I maintain that it does, okay, how you review the case. Now, some would say that if Mr. Chow is being honest in saying that Cyrus pulled a gun out and pointed it at his son, isn't it self-defense? Doesn't Cyrus have the right to defend himself in that moment? I submit to you that even if Mr. Chow's son did raise his hands, Cyrus had a right to point that weapon. And here's why. A 14-year-old boy who did nothing wrong is being chased, not a short distance, but a long distance, 130 yards. He's being chased by two men who are bigger than him, one who is armed, and neither of them have the right to do so, have the right to control his body. If I'm 14, I'm thinking to myself, what are they up to? Because they're chasing me. I tried to outrun them. Now I've fallen. I've injured my leg, my shin. I've dropped everything in my possession. What more do they want from me? Right. And if I'm that boy, I'm in reasonable fear of imminent harm because I've done nothing wrong. So why are they after me? And if you're telling yourself, he should have known he was behaving suspiciously and da-da-da-da. Imagine if Cyrus were named Cindy. Imagine if Cindy had blonde hair and blue eyes. First, being chased by the two Chow men. The two men, Mr. Chow and his son, Mr. Chow. Imagine those two men were chasing a white girl.
Right.
What would you think that she had the right to do at that moment?
Exactly.
Number one. Number two, go even further and imagine that Cindy, blonde hair and blue eyes, is being pursued by two Black men. Imagine. Now answer your own question. Yeah. Is race a factor in this or not? Because
exactly.
I bet your analysis is different.
Get that shit.
Because I don't give a fuck if Cindy, Cyrus, or whoever were being chased. You're a child being pursued by adult men.
So he was.
So even if what they say is true,
that's what they did, Val.
You're right, Val.
Should not be dead.
Oh, that's it. That's the message they convey.
The question kept coming up.
Harless case in Los Angeles.
The question was answered when he was shot dead in the streets 130 yards from a store where he did absolutely nothing wrong. The question was answered when this jury found him not guilty today. The question was answered because a 14-year-old child shot dead in Richland County got no justice. When the family got no justice. I'll pause. The anger is palpable tonight. You can feel it, you can touch it because people saw a child that looked like their own, that did nothing wrong. A child that all the witnesses described had fear in his eyes when he left the store. And then he started to run as two grown men chased him down over a football field and shot him dead. This should not happen. This makes us feel as if our children don't matter, and they do. This makes us feel like Cyrus's life did not matter, and it did. What you see tonight is going to be the anger. And what we ask is that anger not turn into anything else but words, to go online, to talk about it, to discuss it, but not to act like what people in their evil minds think that we are. We are certainly better than that. Cyrus was better than that. His family is better than that.
Oh, you trying?
It's unfortunate that this was the jury's verdict.
Stop.
We have no choice but to accept it, but we don't disagree. But we don't agree.
You got every right.
There is no way that a child who did nothing wrong, who was shot in his back, how that jury can justify that verdict. I've been practicing law for almost 30 years. I've never seen anything like this. I don't understand it. I'm at a loss to explain it to his father, Troy, standing beside me. I'm at a loss to explain it to his mother, who couldn't take it and had to leave. I'm at a loss to explain it to his family because I too don't understand it. I've talked to the sheriff tonight. We all asked for calm. We all asked everybody make sure that we celebrate
Man, you don't
life.
do that bullshit all the
Sure
fucking time. We all ask for calm.
Continues like his life.
Just like when little Neil
He
got
ran away.
killed in Oakland,
He
they
got
got
shot in the back.
parents out there. Well, we asking the
Should not
black
happen.
community
Shouldn't
to
have happened.
stand down.
And unfortunately, we're
Motherfucker,
gonna have to
it's
deal with the
situations like this here where the black community need to stand
Back
up.
in the day, they tell us how we need to sit our kids down and talk to them about the birds and the bees. Y'all remember that? Now, I would have never thought that we would live in the days and time when we have to now sit our children down and talk to them about walking into a
Okay,
convenience
Val, it
store.
all depends on what state you're in on that.
Or
California
you
is
simply
one of
going
those
into the
states where you
store to buy
cannot
you
do
an
that.
Arizona tea and some Skittles. Would have never thought that we would be in the day and times that now we got to sit our children down and talk to them about walking into a neighborhood convenience store. A convenience store that our
Don't
taxpaying
support
dollars
the
are helping
store, honey.
to keep afloat.
Right.
Do not
A
support
convenience
the
store
store.
that we
Let
go
that
into
motherfucker
every
go
day
broke.
and spend our hard-earned money in.
I agree.
Now we got to start talking to our children about not going into these convenience stores alone. Not because we don't trust our
You know,
children.
if I had
We know our
children, I'd be taking them to the pistol
Not
range
because
and how
we
to
don't
break
trust our
down
own children.
weapons and throw
It's
some
because
damn
now
stars.
we do not trust these convenience store owners. And it's crazy that our children can't even go into a convenience store to buy water
Yeah.
without being in fear of being harassed
But
and
stars are
discriminated against.
illegal in the state of
Now, what
California.
happened to this child should have
check.
never happened. Should have never happened. But you know what? I can tell you who could better explain this case better than anybody.
We catch youngsters. Too.
Attorney Lauren. I came across her video yesterday. When I tell y'all she explained this case to the T, she explained it to the T. She did a magnificent job on explaining this case and how the verdict came back non-guilty. She also went on to explaining how the prosecutors dropped the ball. I advise y'all to please go and search Miss Lauren's page, Attorney Lauren's page, and listen to that entire video of her explaining what took place in that courtroom and how the jurors came back with a non-guilty verdict. Y'all go and listen to that video. But even after me listening to Attorney Lauren explain that case, I still just don't understand how the law could say that it was okay for Mr. Chow to chase that young man down and unalive him the way that they did. I just don't understand it. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I don't think I would ever understand the law. I would never fully understand the law because there is no way that you
why
can
they
explain
let him
to
go,
me
sister. I
that it
understand
is
very
okay for a
well.
store owner and his son to chase down a customer all because they thought the customer was stealing out of.
Yeah.
Sister, he was not a customer in their eyes. What he
But what
was
she does
a
not
nigga.
understand is it's always been this way.
Right.
And y'all, did you know they had laws on the books, black codes, that said we could not sue or take any white person to court? You know, they had that written in the law. We could not take white people or sue white people and take them to court. That was in their black.
Yep, that was in the black codes, and also the first black police officers they wasn't allowed to arrest white assailants.
Right, Cal, dog. Oh, I'm sorry, Che, go ahead.
I was just saying, in addition to that, the first black police officers, they weren't allowed to arrest white assailants.
Exactly, like in Atlanta. Yeah.
Codes.
Okay, Cal Dog says Shabbat.
Number two, after the Civil War, do you know they put Confederate soldiers in as judges to make sure we never had a fair opportunity in court? Right after the Civil War, they made Confederate soldiers judges. And every time our people attempted to go to court, they could never get justice. Or they went to jail even when they didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
So this imbalance in court started centuries ago, y'all. And it continues even to this very day. It's never stopped.
You're right, that.
their store, and not only chase him down, but unalive this person. I just would never understand that. People are now questioning why was Cyrus, a 14-year-old, carrying around a weapon.
Right.
And you know what pisses me off altogether is because every time something happens to someone, the victim is always being questioned. Like, why is that even important?
The victim.
Why do anybody need to carry a weapon? Because
defend themselves.
That's just the days and times that we live in now.
Mm-hmm.
That this world has gotten so corrupt that people are in fear of going to the grocery store without packing their weapon.
Yep.
You don't know who got what on them when you passing people by in the grocery store, in the mall,
strapped to get clapped
at the bank.
Yep, I seen that, ladies.
Anywhere that you may go.
Yeah.
You don't know who got what on them. But you know why people are now starting to pack weapons? Because they are afraid. They are afraid that they are going to get caught in a situation and they're going to have to be forced to defend themselves.
Exactly.
So that's why people are now packing weapons. Why should a 14-year-old have to worry about packing a weapon is the question that y'all should be asking. Why do our children feel like they need weapons to pack these weapons? Because these children are scared. These children are afraid that they are going to get caught in a situation that they are going to need to defend themselves.
Yep.
Now, in this situation with Cyrus, he didn't feel like he needed to defend himself. Is the reason why he never pulled his weapon out. Nobody knew that child had a weapon on him but him. When you seen the convenience store surveillance camera, because I'm sure by now everybody has seen it. Not one time when you saw that child walk into that store did you see this child had a weapon on him. He never pulled it out.
Now
He never
you're right on
it,
that there, Joe, because one thing I'm a firm believer in, man, is that never pull a weapon without the intent on using it.
To chase Cyrus
When
out
I
of that
pulled
store.
mine, man, you know the damn
motherfucker
was had to click on it on my revolver.
Is when
I pulled
Mr.
that
Ricc Chow said
motherfucker
that
back.
he saw the gun.
And it only takes half a fucking second to get killed.
Cyrus never even touched the gun.
Exactly.
Mr. Ricc Chow didn't say that Cyrus pointed the gun towards his son, and that's the reason why he opened fire. He never said that. He said that the gun was laying on the ground and it was pointed towards his son. So who was pointing the gun towards his son? The ground? I mean, that's what I'm getting.
Exactly, Chow dog. Yeah, you know what's up in the great state of California.
Did the verdict come back? No.
Damn right.
How?
Better to be
You know
caught
how?
with it than
Because the
without it.
prosecutors didn't do their fucking job. They was nowhere near prepared for this case. They did not prepare themselves for this case because they went into that courtroom cocky as shit because they felt like, oh, this gonna be easy. This should be an open and shut case. So they never once prepared themselves for what could happen. And it's sad that they dropped the ball and they did not defend Cyrus the way that they should. They never even brought up the argument. Why did Mr. Chow and his son chase Cyrus down? Why did y'all leave y'all place of business behind a 98-cent bottle of water? Why? What was the purpose of you leaving your store and chasing this child down? What was your intentions? What did you think was supposed to happen once you caught this child? What? Because I guarantee you, had the story been reversed and Cyrus pulled out his weapon because he was afraid that two grown-ass men are chasing him and he opened fire to defend himself, would they say, oh, he unalived them in self-defense?
No.
Would they say that? Hell no, they wouldn't. Yeah, but when I tell y'all this story pisses me off altogether because, and the reason why I'm taking this so personal is because I have a 15-year-old son myself. And what happened to that child should have never happened. Right. Baby, when I tell y'all, when I saw the video of Cyrus' mother screaming in court when she heard that non-guilty verdict, the scream that mother let out is something that I would never unhear. My heart breaks for that mother. And y'all know, these children don't even have to be our children. But the fact that I am a mother and I am witnessing another mother heart break because her child was taken away from her. Y'all know when one mother cries, we all cry. And my heart truly breaks for Cyrus' family. Rest in peace, Cyrus. I hate that this happened to you. Right. But yeah, we're going to talk about this down in the comment section. I want to know what you guys think about the non-guilty verdict. I want to know, what are you guys' thoughts on the verdict? We're going to talk about this down in the comment section. Child, let me get out this car and go mind my own business.
Put
so
your
Shaun
thoughts
Tint, the lawyer of Ricc
Blacc
in a
experience
video said
like page as well.
He had been asked the question. I think this is why he made this video. Why did you take this case? It was a 14-year-old child, and You should have turned it down because all money ain't good money. And he said, quote unquote, you know what I'm saying? My mortgage has to be paid. And if I don't pay my mortgage, they're going to take my house. I think that's how he said it. At the end of the day, he said the reason why he took this case because he thought the Chow said that, you know, he felt his life was in danger. This was the whole basis of his case. My life was in danger because Cyrus had a pew pew. That's what he said. Now, I said to myself back years ago, y'all remember O.J. Simpson, that case, and we all know what should have happened, and it didn't because he had a dream team. Not only he had one defense attorney, he had 3 or 4 of them, didn't he? And I think the ring leader was Johnny Cochran. You know what I'm saying? I think they said if it doesn't fit, if the glove don't fit, you must have quit. And I learned early in life that money made the world go round because I'm like, dog, money will get you out of some
OJ didn't do it, bitch.
money. When you got money, it would get you out of some things. And just listen to this attorney, how he had dragged him both out. He never lost the case, even when he lost the case.
That bride Nicole got killed by the motherfuckers who she owed that money to. I don't even hear that bullshit. You know?
So my question is, see, he got paid some good money. Somebody asked in the comments, how much did you get paid? He wouldn't discuss that, but we know he got some good money. And that came from all y'all cigarettes, Black and Miles, all the cases of water, bottles of water you bought from him, all the beer, cigarettes and everything. That came from the community. So he got paid by the community. But my question is, why wasn't it a better prosecuting attorney? And if you watch his video, that's what he basically saying. He's saying, I did my job. I did what I was paid to do. It's not my fault because y'all got that weak prosecuting attorney. That's what he said. Because how could a surveillance camera that clearly shows you what happened, no pew pew was pointed anywhere, but he won the case strictly because Mr. Chow said he felt his life was in danger because Cyrus had a pew pew, and that's the reason why he took the case also. What kind of prosecuting attorney was on this case? I'm serious. Now, what kind of prosecuting attorney was on his case? Because at the end of the day, lawyer, you can't just saying, I did my job, and I think I'm a good guy. I don't want some cases, but I got to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. And he said, I'm not the judge. God is the judge. I'm just going to do my job, and I'm going to get paid while I'm doing it because I got a mortgage to pay. You know what I'm saying? So don't come at me. Y'all got bills to pay. I got bills to pay. So the opportunity presented itself. Don't blame me because y'all didn't get a better prosecuting attorney. That's what I got out of this video. But that just goes to show you, y'all, watch where you spend your money. Because at the end of the day, if y'all hadn't patronized with Mr. Chow, could he afford that attorney?
This is why they all say the root of all evil is money.
No, the lack
this
of
is the
money
defense
is the
attorney
root of
that
all
defended the Chow murderer. He pretty much had a whole lot of nothing. Goes on to say, oh, well, I represented other evil people, even child predators. I think the guy in the office needs your help. Anyway, then he goes on to say, oh, you think they hired me because of my skin color? Oh, you think Black lawyers can't be the best? Correct me if I'm wrong, but that feels like a straw man's argument, right? Because no one said Black lawyers aren't the best. We know we're the best. We have to work how much harder to get half of what? So being the best in the room is not an argument. We got that. It's the fact that you used your weapon, which is your mind, against the community. The courtroom is not in a vacuum. We know Ricc is guilty, despite what the court said. We know that Ricc Chow has multiple counts of being the aggressor. We also know that if you're pointing at someone, you can't get shot in the back. Yet, you're going to say because you need money and need to pay for your mortgage is why you went ahead and defended this murderer. This is why money is the root of all evil. Not that money is evil, because money is not evil. I love money. It's what you sacrifice to get it. Now you're telling everyone that you're not in a financial position to tell this murderer, no, I don't believe you. And you did harm the community. And I'm not only talking about the Black community, I'm talking about the human race by adding this aggressor back into society. If you're getting the emojis of the coons and being told that you're this and that, I get it. It sucks. But you have to recognize that you too are a danger to society.
My first time seeing this guy was during the Diddy trials, right? And I thought, man, this guy's a breath of fresh air.
Oh yeah, I thought that trick looked familiar.
He breaks it down. I think the smartest people can take things that no one really knows about, like law, you know, deep science, and they can break it down as to where regular people can understand it. And I thought he did a really good job of that with the whole Diddy thing, right? He was one of the only lawyers that made me think, oh, like, I get it. I get what they're saying about the Diddy thing. Because at first it sounded like a lot of lawyers were saying, well, Diddy didn't actually do anything wrong. And the way he broke it down, I was like, oh, okay, they do know Diddy's a piece of shit, but the law has to work and blah, blah. So now we get to this situation. And this is what I mean by like how the masses try and dictate life with their personal emotions. So the case with the Chow guy who chased the boy down the street and murdered the boy. Y'all know how I feel about that. I think that's one of the most fucked up things we've seen in the Black rage bait scene in a while. Frame and self-defense when you chase somebody and you had a gun. That's just crazy to me, but whatever. So this guy was the defense attorney. I don't know. He was the guy defending the Chow and obviously Mr. Chow got off. And so now people are mad at him. Number one, I heard somebody say, I've never heard you come on and break a case down like this before. I have. Again, first time I saw this guy was during the Diddy trials. When all that Diddy shit was going on, he was breaking it down. And now they're calling him, you know what they call him. Every name under the sun, saying he wants attention by talking about it because he won the case and this, that, and the third. There's a lot of people you can be mad at in this situation. A lawyer is not one of them. Both sides have to have a lawyer, bro. And if one lawyer is better than the other and gets that client off, there's nothing you really, bro. I saw a comment section of people pulling up pictures of him and his wife, calling him all kinds of shit, and it's just like for doing his job. You see, when OJ was about to get locked up, a lot of black people were cheering, not because they love OJ, but because they saw the law work for a black person in the same way that it works for white people. Like, motherfucker, you guilty and you getting off, what the fuck? They saw that shit happen for a black person, and a lot of niggas cheered. Even though when it comes to that OJ shit, I think that's crazy, bro. Like, I look at OJ like crazy, like murdered somebody, and then went on a press tour for the rest of his life about how he murdered somebody. Wrote a book about, like, if I had done it. That's a disgusting motherfucker, bro. That's a disgusting motherfucker, bro. There's some people on this earth who get unwarranted praise, and OJ is one of them, bro. It's like the Trayvon Martin joint when the dude killed Trayvon Martin, and he went on a press tour, people cheering him on, 2A, and he like sold the gun, and oh my god, like, OJ, niggas did the same thing. Niggas just don't see it like that because it wasn't a little black boy, but he killed that white lady, bro, and her family had to see all his antics, dog. I'm pointing this video is to say, look, don't let your emotions rule this. Like, y'all mad at the lawyer? Man, hold on now. There's a plethora of people you can be mad at that have nothing to do with it. They had to hire a lawyer. Somebody had to take the case. You think all the lawyers should have just said, nah, ain't nobody taking that case, fuck that. What? They apparently, like, they called him specifically. He probably said, here's how much it's gonna cost. And it's a high exposure case. He probably shit. Listen, a lot of y'all ain't never. Hey man, I ain't gonna spill the beans. A lot of y'all don't know how valuable a lawyer is. A lot of y'all ain't never got a check from having a good lawyer. A lot of y'all don't understand. A lot of y'all don't understand.
You don't understand.
To the attorney,
so punk ass up,
that represented Ricc Chow. Now you already know. You already know. Your business about to go. You already know.
Old handyman was a serial killer. I hear you, cow dog.
Why did you take it? Was the money that good? Was the money that good? I wouldn't have took the case because I would have told myself, if he don't get found guilty, them black folks coming for me. And guess what? They're coming for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, the bottom line is, a lot of people are still feeling really upset because this case should not have been lost.
Right.
And in my opinion, since Ricc Chow and his son both chased Cyrus, both should have went to jail.
Right.
Both.
Period, Lisa.
And that trial should not have been just Ricc Chow. And I think the Chow family, his wife and his son, the more I think about it, I wish we could have seen the entire video from start to finish, even after the chase.
Yeah.
Because I have a feeling that they tampered with evidence.
Yeah.
And how do you know they didn't pull that gun out of his backpack and place it on the ground? Wow. You know what I mean?
Damn,
and
good
like
question.
his lawyer said, how do you know they didn't go in his pocket and take the money?
Right.
How
do you know they didn't plant the gun?
When you are so racist that you will just chase down a child, your ass will do anything as far as I'm concerned. That's how I see it. You will do anything. So y'all, I know this one's longer than usual. We've been on here for over an hour. April's Jules, thank you so much for the new channel membership and support for my channel. So I'm going to go ahead and conclude. The next video I will be doing is Donald Trump talking about black jobs are doing well. And yeah, he did this recently in the Oval Office, and we're going to watch the video and listen to him and finally find out what black jobs are, because he does define what a black job is. So I will see you at 1:45. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to pick up your hair products. Shalom, family.
See the female. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts?
Okay, what it is, Brother Chad, this case stinks to high hell. As far as I'm concerned, Chow murdered that young man.
I agree, Shabaka.
I'm talking about, man, murder one in the first degree. He clearly had intent over a goddamn bottle of water, man.
Yeah, that's some bullshit. I'm gonna skip Tariq. I'm gonna play this next video about the Asian businesses boycott. So Asian business.
Yeah, this bastard right here. Yeah.
Anti-Black Rant. I think this is this is Afro Elite. Afro Elite gonna give us an update on this.
Oh, okay.
I love when the Black community says, let's boycott Asian businesses. Please do. We'll get rid of the Chinese takeout, the dry cleaners, the laundromats. Let's get rid of the liquor stores as well.
The price of freedom is set. We are coming to get our check.
Welcome, my brothers and my sisters. We got much to discuss today because we all know about the very unfortunate, unjust trial of Ricc Chow. Ricc Chow was acquitted. He was found, not even really acquitted. He was just found not guilty.
Yes,
he was found not guilty of what we know he actually did. He was found not guilty. I'm trying to choose my words carefully because, you know, some words are super sensitive. But he wound up fatally shooting and taking the life of a 14-year-old for stealing water bottles that found, it turns out he didn't steal. And he had a jury, he had a trial, they let him go. So in response to this, a lot of Black people are reasonably justifiably upset by this. Not only by this, but I want us to understand that this has been a build-up of anti-Black racism that we have faced specifically from the Asian community. And when I say specifically from the Asian community, I know a lot of times people like to section them off. Oh, well, hold on, they're Korean. And wait, no, hold on, they're from Japan. So that doesn't reflect on China. No, we have faced anti-Black racism from Koreans, Japanese, Chinese, Vietnamese, all of these Asian people, Indians, because they're technically Asian as well. All of these Asian people we faced racism from, disrespect, anti-Black bigotry from Indians, where they will put their stores and their businesses in our community, and this is how they treat our children. And then when they do, they end up mocking the deaths of our children.
Yes,
I want you to look at this video. Not only did he get off, you have Asians in the community gloating about it, popping champagne bottles to this.
They got the
for the sake of, you know, safety and all that. This is a prop. The weapon he has, the firearm he has, is fake. It's not a real gun. It's a fake gun. It's a BB gun without the orange thing on it. You know, it's something like that. It's not real.
All right, put you on a t-shirt. Yeah, they just put this motherfucker on a t-shirt. These two parents failed Cyrus. Cyrus Carmack Belton. This had 3 names, right? So his first name and 2 last names. Well, you got he got 2 dads. Is that what it is? You got 2 dads? Loves playing with guns, right? Loves guns. Yeah, you should be playing with guns, kiddo. The prosecution liked to talk about the water bottle, but it didn't like talking about the guns. This kid's 14 running around with a gun. His parents didn't give a shit about it during the trial. It was like, oh, he's, little 14-year-old kid walking around, having a gun, that's normal, It's an Asian man's fault, Oh, yeah, it's all his fault. That's why the kid said, no, kid's dead because he had a gun on him. That's a fact. Kid's dead because he had a gun on him. And maybe there was a struggle. That Chinaman had to end up, hey, you know what I'm saying? Don't start no shit, won't be no, right? I say blame it on the parents. My poor baby. Like, you only hear about this kind of shit when it's another race versus a Black kid, right? But when a Black kid kills another Black kid, you don't get this national headlines. The world is so racist. The thing is, it's the outrage that's up, right? The outrage is like, oh yeah, it's crazy. It's like little Black babies. No, babies be killing other nigga babies. It's amazing to me that nobody gives a about Black on Black. That's why he has a gun. Either he has a gun because he's afraid of another nigga kid, or he's trying to rob somebody. And that's the definition of around and find out.
All right. First off, notice how any and every time they want to seem tough or intimidating, they have this Black scent on. They try to talk in this black slang and they try to act black. They literally do anytime they try to be tough or intimidating, even though they're regurgitating the talking points and narratives of white supremacists, they still have this black spin on. Anytime they try to be tough, because culturally they're really not. Culturally, especially in America, they're seen as very docile and weak men. Okay, very pushover, weak, docile, unintimidating men. That's culturally how America has seen them. And in order for them not to be seen like that, when they're trying to be tough and they're trying to, you know, intimidate or mock somebody, they have to be black because they can't be themselves. All right, they can't be themselves because internally they're weak and they feel like they're weak. So that's why they pretend to be us. Now they say he had a gun. He had a gun. Last I checked, in the United States of America, where you do have a Second Amendment, whether the gun is legal or illegal, you don't have the right to just shoot somebody just because they do have a gun. You can't chase somebody, hunt somebody, and then fire on that person because they do. That was wrong. But of course, you know, I've said in a live stream before that a lot of them, they want to be white. Now, the black community, sick and tired of the disrespect, the violence, the assaulting. We're sick and tired of that. So a lot of foundational Black Americans are now reprioritizing where we spend our money because a lot of their stores and small businesses rely on the black dollar. A lot of them, and they have for decades.
Your reasoning, brother, but I'm
so
not
now, especially the fact that we delineated, it makes it a lot easier. So now we're like, you know what? What we're going to be doing is we're going to be prioritizing where we spend our money. We're going to be spending our money in our own communities, building up our own communities, especially making sure y'all stay boycotted. We're going to stay as far away from y'all communities again as possible, because that happened during the pandemic, and I want y'all to remember that. But they didn't like that. You have this one dude. He's out here, I guess, egging us on. He's trying to poke the bear like, ha, we'll see. Okay, let me show you that clip. Let me show.
Yeah, shout out to Afro Elite.
I love when the Black community says, let's boycott Asian businesses. Please do. We'll get rid of the Chinese takeout, the dry cleaners,
motherfucker,
the
I'll be happy to advocate.
Get rid of the Jordans you guys wear, the Nikes you wear,
Motherfuckers, you stole all that shit from us,
the Hondas,
motherfucker.
all
Get
your
your
college
goddamn
issues, the electronics in your house, the Sony, the TV system, your sound system, the microphones that you guys use to rap and speak about awareness for the Black culture and the hip hop culture. That's made all in Asia. And here's another thing for you guys. You guys want us to leave the neighborhood so bad? Oh, Asian people are not neighborhoods. We're in white neighborhoods. We have our own Chinatown. We have our own Koreatown. You think we really need you guys to benefit off and make money? A lot of us do go to college as well. You're being outworked by immigrants who barely speak English. And you're not embarrassed? Go to the bank, start your own businesses, and deal with your own people. I want to see your own women get on their hands and knees and do pedicures and manicures and deal with nasty ass attitudes, okay? Please, boycott Asian business. I'm all for it.
All right. Okay, doke then.
Exactly. We invented jargon.
Okay, doke. Yo, okay. First off, that again, what I mean, anytime they try to be tough, anytime they try to be intimidating, I don't care. Y'all can do what y'all want to do. Okay. Notice they always sound black. They always got this black scent on.
Like and subscribe.
They can't be themselves, which is how you know they rely on us. Oh, we don't care. Y'all can boycott. No, you do care. If you didn't care, you wouldn't be saying anything at all. You wouldn't even be acknowledging it if you honestly didn't care. The thing you all talk about is, well, we got this going on and this going on and this going on. Y'all got us. Y'all rely on the black dollar. Otherwise, you wouldn't consistently be keeping your business here. If the attitudes that you're saying were so nasty, I want to see y'all doing it. Y'all not doing no charity. If the attitudes were not worth it, y'all wouldn't even be putting your nail salons or beauty supply stores or whatever. You wouldn't be putting that in the black community if it wasn't worth it. Clearly, it's a benefit to you all. We're the ones helping you all out. I want you guys to remember that they don't provide necessities. He goes on talking about, well, what about the Jordans? What about the this? What about the that? What about the that? You all make products that are valuable because we give it value. We give these products value. There is absolutely nothing that is made over there that can't be made over here. All right, there's nothing that is made over there that can't be made over here. On top of the fact that has nothing to do with small businesses that you guys put in our community. He tells the lie. He's like, a lot of us are in the white community. No, not really. When you go to the white community, you don't see a whole bunch of Asian businesses. You don't. Not really. You might see a Chinese spot here or there, maybe, but you don't see a Chinese spot, a liquor store, and this owned by a Chinese person. This you don't see that in white neighborhoods. They don't let y'all flood their community with y'all Asian-owned businesses like that. That is not a thing. Which is why you all have to rely on the black dollar. And you're saying this because you want to seem tough, but what you're actually doing is you're provoking people to further the boycotts. You're giving people more motivation, more drive for this boycott. That's what they're really doing, honestly. And this is a good thing, actually. This is a good thing. We get degrees. I mean, a few of y'all do, and that's cool. But with all of the degrees y'all get, they make it seem like they're so smart. They do such great, academic achievements, and they great at math and all of this and all of that. With all of that going on, why do y'all need to put these small businesses in the Black community? That y'all don't really got money like that anyway, and we got it like that, and y'all need to pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. You gonna talk to your customer base like that? It's not a smart business idea,
right,
Mister? We got degrees and all of that. If that's the case, y'all wouldn't even be needing to do that. Put your business in another person's community so you can so that community can subsidize you. If y'all get all these accolades and degrees, if y'all the model minority like you claim you are, you wouldn't even need to be doing all of that.
Right.
I want us to think about this. This is pathetic.
Right.
This right here. This guy, this is pathetic, and this is desperate. All of this is desperate.
Yeah.
Because there is an intimidating factor here, and it's not from him to us, it's from us to him, because he relies on our community. We don't rely on the Asian community. The Asian community does not provide any necessities. Oh, let's see y'all go without Asian takeout. I promise you, we're going to be okay. I can guarantee you we're going to be okay.
Right.
We don't need y'all. And I want you guys to remember, during the pandemic, a lot of people, because of the stigma of the pandemic, a lot of people were stopping going to Asian businesses anyway. And they were begging people for help. They were begging people to return to their businesses. They were begging people for that. So all of that, we don't need your money. We don't need your money. Oh, that's not true.
We got a lot going.
They were on the news. I'm gonna show you one clip, but they were on the news making videos, weeping, crying. They were crying about it. Let's not forget why they were trying to flex. Don't flex, because trust me, we remember.
Americans aren't just taking a personal toll. There's an economic impact as well. Recent numbers show unemployment for Asian Americans is up 450% from February to June of 2020. That's more than any other demographic in that period. This is just one of the topics in a 1-hour special airing tonight on CNBC. Our friend, CNBC senior market correspondent Dominic Chu, joins us now with a preview of that special.
Subbed up to the channel, Shabaka. It's just a sub.
Oh, okay. All righty.
Tom, thank you for being here to give us this preview, and thank you for helping keep this important conversation going. And I love that we're also bringing this angle into the conversation. So let's talk about the economy. Why have Asian Americans been disproportionately impacted?
Cross a couple of
Asian American business
with them stupid motherfuckers don't realize, Joe, they soon to be their fucking pocket.
The economic toll,
Why the hell
as you pointed out, is that surge in unemployment among Asian Americans. It's because many of them work in hospitality-related industries like hotels and food service operations, as well as retail outlets as well. And as we know, those were some of the hardest hit parts of the American economy during the heights of the COVID pandemic. Places just weren't open. They were shut down to help contain the spread of the virus. Now, many are employed by these types of businesses, but many are actually small business owners themselves, involved with everything from nail salons to restaurants and other businesses. And one of those folks is Carl Palma. Now, he's a Filipino-American who serves Japanese food from his street cart business in New York City. We spoke to him about his experience during the pandemic and everything else that's going on right now. You're going from 60 to 80 events a year. At this peak, at this complete high, I think I netted maybe $12,000 in 4 days. And then we're getting ready for the next season, and then COVID happens. It got worse and worse. My wife was stuck in China. My parents were stuck in the Philippines. I hear the sirens. I start hearing the gunshots, the protesting. But when you start hearing the rhetoric, this Kung Flu virus, this China virus, I knew that we were going to get targeted.
Now, Savannah, a year before the pandemic, like you pointed out, things were pretty good for Asian Americans. The unemployment rate was very low, with the lowest in the country. And like you mentioned, now it's one of the highest. So it's one of the things we'll be tackling tonight on the session.
Y'all, listen, did y'all hear the unemployment was terrible? And a lot of that is because Asians don't have these super high tech jobs like they try to make it seem like they do. No, a lot of you all rely on the small businesses. A lot of y'all rely on that. A lot of y'all rely, your employment and your livelihood relies on the Black community. And we know it. Y'all gonna act like that's not true, but we know it. That's why y'all were pushing for people to return to the Asian businesses during the pandemic. That wouldn't have been the case if y'all didn't need it. Y'all not doing this just because y'all didn't have anything else to do because you're bored. That's what anytime you try to talk to an immigrant about a boycott or anything like that, they will swear to God that they don't need your dollar. They got so much arrogance and pride. They swear to you that they don't need your money. Oh, we don't even need boycott if you want to. We don't need you. Okay. Your business is here for a reason. You're not doing.
I think what Black Joe is referring to is the yellow peril, Shabaki.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was in San Francisco. Yeah. And the yellow peril, for those of you who don't know, the whites got mad because the Chinese ship has sunk a white American ship in the fog of San Francisco. And it gets so damn foggy in Frisco, man, you can't even see across the damn street. Ask me how I know.
Yeah, when Carl come in, it's a wrap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think that's what Black
is because this is just a hobby and you just love doing nails. You're not doing that because of that. You're not doing that because you just don't have anything else to do. You're super rich, but you're just a retired beauty supply owner. That's just not what that is.
You're right, Joe.
And we know it. You're relying on it. And now you guys have messed up. There's really no going back. You all have messed up. And a lot of people are saying, you know what, this shouldn't even just be the case when it comes to Asians. This should be the case when it comes to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
This should be the case because we need to prioritize our own community first and foremost, period.
Exactly.
It doesn't even matter if we're mad at you or not.
Yeah,
but now you guys have given all of the reasoning, all of the motivation we've needed to get this done. So that's on you guys. And a lot of them are upset by it. And that's understandable because we're taking away a major aspect of their livelihood. So yeah, they're upset about it. I get it.
About this shit. I'm not spending another damn dime. I don't know about y'all, but I'm serious about this shit. I'm not spending another damn dime.
When they killed George Floyd, did you stop going to white businesses? Did you stop shopping at IKEA? Did you stop eating Haagen-Dazs? Did you stop posting to Pinterest? I don't even know this
man.
Even though he might look a little bit like my dad, I have nothing to do with him. When this guy hate crime, this guy, I didn't stop listening to The Weeknd. I didn't refuse to watch Sinners. Also, I think this guy should probably be in prison. Sorry, Dad.
Probably. Okay. No, his ass should be.
Here's the big difference. First off, did you guys watch? Did you guys do this to this? That's not your business. How we handle them is a completely different situation. Got nothing to do with y'all.
Right.
All right. Biggest difference is that Ricc Chow is actually not in prison. Ricc Chow is not in prison. Derek Chauvin is in prison. That's a huge deal. And you want to talk about George Floyd? We had a pretty much global turn up over George Floyd. It went so national.
Check some of the back episodes of
jump on the bandwagon. Oh, we're not going to support y'all businesses no more. Y'all getting off easy as far as I'm concerned. Y'all don't want to push it. Did y'all do this? Did y'all do this? Hey, hold on. IKEA, last time I checked, Ben & Jerry's and all of these other like white-owned businesses, you can say, they don't necessarily rely on the black dollar like you all do.
Yep,
they don't. That's a big difference. You all rely, because even if we want to talk about,
yeah, crew, we covered David Blackwell. We did a whole story on him. So yeah, we know who you're talking about. Shout out to David Blackwell.
About the boycott at Target, which they've lost significant money. Okay, so much so that they're moving management and all that stuff. So
they out of business.
Nobody downplay that. But to be totally honest,
Target's out of business.
Even though they did lose a lot of money, they still have other people going to Target. Y'all rely almost solely on black folk in our community. That's a huge difference for another quote unquote minority. And anytime we talk about moving and advancing, we have people trying to cling other quote unquote minorities, saying that there's a minority coalition. That's what they're saying. And we've helped the Asian community tremendously. We've helped the Asian community as far as their rights, because y'all wouldn't be here without, you know, the civil rights movement and us fighting for y'all, because there were Chinese exclusion acts. They were excluding Chinese people and other Asians from coming over here. They were mistreating Asian people, and we were fighting against that. You had people, other Foundation of Black Americans protesting and trying to help Japanese people get their reparations. All right. On top of all of the support of y'all businesses.
Yep.
On top of that. Right. So you all owe us in a way. You owe respect to the community that you rely on. You owe respect to the community that laid the stepping stones for y'all to walk on. That's what y'all owe. And y'all have shown nothing but disrespect. And we're tired of it. So we're saying, you know what? Okay, we're going to change how we operate now. Now it's going to be different. Now, because of what y'all have done, we're going to change the way we operate. And not just with y'all. We're looking at it like this. We need to change the way we operate with everybody. Everybody needs to be changed. We need to stop prioritizing or stop patronizing these immigrants in general. Now everybody else, all of these other immigrants, they're going to catch some type of collateral because of what the Asians are doing, because now people are pulling back their money from all of these other immigrant businesses, which is causing them to be upset and causing them to, you know, feel like, oh, I didn't do anything. Yeah, you did, but, you know, they did it.
You're right, Joe. California is one of them.
That's exactly why we need an anti-Black hate crime bill in all 50 states.
Exactly.
That's exactly why we need that. For that exact reason, because thank you for posting that.
We needed to boycott y'all anyway, but the Asians have given us a reason to boycott everybody. So y'all should blame them. And they're mad about that too, of course. Well, we've talked about this. This is a quote unquote Afro-Latina. She first off cannot stand foundational Black Americans. She makes that abundantly clear. Just pretty much hates Black Americans, pretty much. So she's upset about the boycotting of immigrant businesses.
Why in the hell are Blacks dragging Hispanics into this Black versus Asian beef? No, no, no. You do not get to use Hispanics as your footstool. You decided as a collective in America that Blacks were resting. When Hispanics called upon you for help, you said, no, you're taking a rest. Hispanics left you alone. Okay. But now that you need something to help you push your agenda, and you're saying that I just watched a video of a Black dude walk into a nail salon telling all the Blacks to get up and leave. He knows plenty of Hispanic nail techs that would do a better job. You just...
Yeah, drop that link because I want to have my Juneteenth shirt too for Juneteenth.
Said as a collective, you don't fuck with Hispanics and you don't give a damn what happens to us because it's not your problem. So Hispanics are not considered American enough until it's time to fight another person's war.
This broad is a tether, Val. She ain't my big mama. She's a goddamn tether. And this is the one that was mad at us for boycotting the African beauty shops and all of that. This is the same tether. It's the same one with the damn bonnet.
Basically, I'm not allowing you to do that. No. Also responding to the...
Oh, okay. Because she makes 2 videos, so I broke it up. Or I fused it, and I'm gonna break it up. Nobody needs Hispanic. Y'all don't support Black people for nothing, and we know that.
Right.
That's why when y'all asked for help, we, denied it. When y'all was calling the phone, y'all didn't get an answer. That's the reason for that, because y'all don't help for anything except for what is in y'all best interest. I haven't seen the video that she's referring to, but I'm almost positive. I'm very positive that this guy did not say, hey, go to the Hispanic nail techs. I'm very sure he doesn't say that. Hispanics are not known for being nail techs. They're not known for owning beauty supply stores. They're not known for that. All of these markets, let's be very clear, these markets are created really by foundational Black Americans. They're created by us. And Asians have just come and capitalized off of that because they have different access to capital. They have a more easier access to capital and distribution. So they were able to monopolize those type of markets for the most part. There's still a lot of Black-owned beauty supply stores, nail salons, eyebrow places and stuff. So for the most part, Black people still in there, but Asians have been able to really monopolize that because of convenience. Because y'all have been able to flood the market because of the ability that you guys have been able to have, that Black people have to earn, that is given to y'all. All right, let's be clear with that. As far as Hispanics, not known for doing that. I don't know a single. I've known some Black women who've gone to Asians to get their nails done, to get their eyebrows done, to get beauty supply stores. I don't know a single Hispanic nail tech,
right,
or nothing like that. So I'm pretty sure he didn't say that. I'm very sure he didn't say that. We do not need the Hispanic community in this situation. I guarantee you we don't. This is her trying to tether Hispanics into this situation. Hispanics have nothing to do with this. And as a matter of fact, y'all about to catch some flack too, because y'all talking greasy from what I'm seeing too. Look at this.
Nail shop video where the Black dude went in and asked all the Black women to leave. Number one, that's harassment. You could have been arrested for that. You can't just go in somebody's establishment and rant, rave, and tell everybody to leave. You lucky they didn't call the cops on you. Second of all, let's break down some numbers. We do facts over feelings on my page. So Asian households outrun whites and Blacks in the race of whose wealth is the highest in each household. So let's say that you, as a collective, you want to decide to take your Black dollars away from Asian businesses. The question here is, would it matter? The answer is no. And that's not to hurt your feelings. That's just to put...
Shut the fuck up. They got like 10, 20 of them all living in the same house. So that's why whole income is higher than ours. And then this stupid bitch, we don't need to go to town for any fucking thing. They put their communities, they put their businesses in our communities. They don't put them in white communities, they don't put them in Hispanic communities, they put them in our communities. So, bitch, if we start boycotting them, lose business, they're gonna lose money. They're gonna get put out of business. So stupid ass Tutter don't know what she's talking about.
Put you in a realistic mindset. I'll give you a couple of examples. So this is nothing new. 10, 15 years ago, when whites tried to rise up and say that they didn't feel prioritized in Asian nail salons, they felt that blacks were prioritized over whites. There was a little small white uprising stating that they were no longer going to support Asian nail salons. Asian economy was not affected by it because one thing about blacks and whites in America, you counteract each other a lot. You will spite each other. No matter the situation, you spite each other. When whites said that they were not going to shop with Asian salons, blacks supplemented what would have been a gap. Now that blacks are saying they're not shopping Asian owned, whites are going to come in and supplement that gap. That's why I said you're so obsessed with race wars in this country and arguing with each other about race. You don't understand. Everybody else is passing you. Asian.
Okay. Let's debunk that. Because what we do is facts over feelings. Okay. So we're going to debunk that. First off, I think she means income, not wealth. Income and wealth are not the same thing. A lot of their income, their household income, which means everybody in the house collectively, how much income is this household earning per year?
You're right, Joe.
That does not mean, and a lot of people don't understand statistics. So a lot of people are just feeling like Asians are just walking around here rich as hell. That's not the case. Asians make up a very small percentage of the population in comparison to black folk and in comparison to white folk. All right. So when you average it out, you will have a higher spike of well-to-do Asian folk. But that does not mean Asians in general are just doing that well. And the reason that they are able to do that is because they are relying on who? Us. They're relying on black folk. They're relying on the black dollar. They are. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. It doesn't make any sense. You don't go to any business, any community and be all like, well, we can take away this business. If you were a millionaire, you wouldn't be all like, I have a bunch of businesses and I'm so rich, 40% of my businesses can completely go bankrupt and it wouldn't affect me at all. That's not how math works. If you're relying on a community to subsidize you, you're relying on a community for your income. If they stop supporting you, there goes that income.
You're right, Joe, particularly in California.
Make the difference just the same way blacks will. I'm not even sure about the whole whites boycotting Asian businesses. Don't know where that was coming from, but let's say for the sake of the argument let's say that did happen, right? Here's the problem with that logic. The Asian businesses are predominantly in the black community. They're not in the white community. You can go to a white community, drive around and not see one Asian business on in many places in this country. You can drive around and not see one, and then maybe you can see one, and that might be it. A small Asian business, you might not see none for a very long time. You go to the black community, you will see some. You go to the hood, they're going to have a beauty supply store. They're going to have a couple of those. They're going to have a nail salon. They're going to have a restaurant. You're going to have that. So they more heavily rely on the black dollar than the white dollar anyway, especially when it comes to the small businesses. So for your bigger customer base to boycott you, you're not going to get enough white people to go to the black community to subsidize your business because they want to stick it to black folk. That's not going to happen.
Right.
That's not going to happen. Let's let her continue. We're going to continue debunking these lies.
Is number one, and coming for the throne right underneath Asians, you have Africans and the Arab community, and on down and so forth. I think third and fourth in line is Caribbeans. Everybody is passing you to because you have race blinders on. You can't see nothing else outside of that. So realistically speaking,
you're right, fam.
I want you to make an informed decision. You have to do what's best for you. I don't pay no bills in your house. Now, if you do become successful in leading a revolt against Asian businesses, it's only going to be about 10 to 15% of you, because the rest is going to say, well, I was mad about what happened, but girl, I need my nails done. I need my feet done. I'm going over to Ling Ling. And that's just what it is. When that man hollered in that salon for them women to get up, them women, see, do what works for you. Don't worry about nobody else. If you want to boycott or whatever, do it for you. but understand you doing it alone. Hard facts.
Okay. All right.
Gosh,
We're gonna see. We're gonna see. And listen, y'all, they have said this about every single boycott Black people have done. Oh, that's not gonna work. They said that about the Montgomery bus boycott.
Yep.
Exactly.
The most historic boycott, period.
And
done by us successfully. It took a while, but it was done by us. And everybody else kind of copies that template because of what we have set, the precedent we have set. Oh, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Y'all race blind and all that stuff. See, this is why, gotta say it, in y'all country, y'all be getting y'all ass beat by anybody. This is why those Asians, the same Asians that we're making sure that we prioritize our community against and protect against, will go to y'all community and beat the hell out of y'all. And y'all won't do anything. That doesn't really happen here. There are consequences when they come over here and try that. They do try it. Don't get me wrong. They do try it. They pull it, but there are consequences. Now, of course, you're going to have some people, some bad apples who are just going to go support them regardless. But no, for the most part, our community is close knit to where there are consequences. In y'all community, they can go over there and do anything, say anything. There are no consequences, which is why y'all have to flee. Because y'all do not put consequences on anybody for terrorizing y'all, and y'all conditions are so bad because y'all don't know how to stand up for yourself. Y'all don't know how to get anything done, make anything move. Y'all don't know how to do that, so y'all have to come over here to the people who do, and that's us. That's us. That's me. That's you. That's us. That's what y'all have to do. You don't. Oh, this is not gonna work. Y'all said that about every single boycott. It doesn't take all. I want you guys to think about this. It doesn't take all for a boycott to work. Do you think during the pandemic, every single Black person wasn't going to the Asian businesses and Asian nail salons and stuff like that? You think all of them weren't? No, maybe not all, but enough. All it takes is enough. Right. Enough to dent their businesses. And then next thing you know, when their businesses get that little economic dent and we reprioritize. See, the thing is that the boycott is not even what you would consider a boycott. We're just holding our money until you guys learn your lesson. That's kind of the idea of a boycott. This is called a boycott, but it's actually not that, because there's no time limit to it. There's no return date to it. There's no, well, when y'all get your act together, then we're going to go back over here and then everything's going to be good. That's not the energy we're carrying. We're carrying the energy that, you know what, now you're just giving us a reason to take our resources and permanently prioritize our community. Right. So what you guys rely, businesses go through boycotts and ups and downs all of the time. It's waves. It goes through ups and downs. But the thing is that when they go through their down, they're expecting that up. They're expecting that spike after the dip. When that spike doesn't come, or it doesn't come as high as they need it to, then the business starts to go down. Then the spikes start to get deep. The dips start to get deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And the spikes never go that high. And the spikes aren't going that high is because now that you've gotten people accustomed to supporting Black-owned business, there's a sense of pride. There's better quality.
I remember that.
You guys are losing your convenience factor. There's a motivation to support Black-owned business. So there's never going to be that big spike, that big return to Asian-owned businesses, not like y'all would need it. So it might not be an overnight thing. It might take a while for us to get our businesses and stuff like that established, but we already got people sharing Black-owned beauty supply stores, Black-owned eyebrow places, and nail salons, and manicures and pedicures, and all of these restaurants. You got Black people making shrimp fried rice and all that.
What is his damn name? The one that does.
So it's only inevitable. I'm trying to tell you, don't get upset by them pump faking. This is pump faking. They wouldn't even be saying anything if they weren't upset. This is pump faking. Okay, fine. Y'all don't think we can do it? We can show you better than we can tell you. And we've always been that way. We don't got to tell you or convince you anything. Your checkbook, your numbers, when you run your numbers, how much money you made that year, it's going to convince you. Okay? Yeah. Your income is going to convince you better than my words can. So let me just show you that way. How about that? I'm going to show you that way. As far as the Asian businesses, this has been something we've been needing to prioritize, taking our money away from these people anyway. We've been needing to do that, but Ricc Chow has really set the catalyst. He's really set it on fire. The situation with Ricc Chow,
tell us anything,
and our brother Cyrus was the catalyst. It was the straw that broke the camel's back to motivate everybody, to convince everybody, you know what, this is not going to work anymore. We cannot do this anymore. We cannot allow these people to have these businesses in here taking our dollar anyway, and then destroying the lives of our children. This is not acceptable, and we will not tolerate this any longer. And this is what we're saying.
and y'all can be mad about it. And what I like about it the most is that this is not just going to, as I said again, this is not just going to affect the Asian community. Because she was like, oh, and then there's Africans, and then there's Arabs, and then there's this, and then there's that. Okay, all right. All of that stuff. See, what Ricc Chow did is he's going to set a chain reaction. This boycott, if we even call it that, because it's deeper than a boycott, but this boycott is going to have a chain reaction on all of these other immigrants. Now, everybody, when you drive by an immigrant, you're like, you know what? Nah, I'm pretty sure there's a Black-owned restaurant I can go to. Now he's set off a chain reaction. Everybody's going to feel it in some way. And it might be Asians as a focus right now. And then it might be somebody else and somebody else. We might have to take this in steps, but it's happening because we've already delineated. We've already have enough people culturally motivated to support Black-owned, Black Americans. So you just pushing and giving a boost to that, you giving motivation to that, to be honest, that's a good thing for us. It's going to be bad for y'all. Y'all going to find out. Well, like I said again, I can show you better than I can tell you. And I want y'all to tell me what y'all think in the comment section below. Y'all think these Asians are tough like that? Y'all think they bad like that? Y'all think they can live without us? Are we just wasting our time? Should we just, keep on same old, we wasting our time? What do y'all think about that? In the comment section below, I want to know. And since y'all going to be in the comment section, what y'all can also do, what I would greatly appreciate, hitting this like button. Let's hit this like button. Let's hit the subscribe button. Let's hit the notification bell. That way y'all don't miss out on anything that we post, anything that we do, any notification, video, live, all of that. Y'all won't miss out on any of that, all right? Y'all make sure y'all hit that button. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, family. Remember, this is not a time limit thing where when we wait, when they learn their lesson, we're going to go back. I'm going to be like, you see, we told you we can boycott. Oh, no. This is going, and even if some people do eventually go back, it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. You might have some people that go back, but if you lose 60% and then the return is only 30%, you still got a 30% that's gone. That's not coming back. That's not good for business. That's not good for business. And then that 30% that's gone, that's going to grow, and that's going to be 35, 40, 45, 50. And you're going to get smaller and smaller. The dips are going to go down deeper and deeper. The spikes are going to stop spiking up as high. It's inevitable because we've already delineated. We've already put prioritizing our lineage first and foremost. So it's inevitable, y'all. It's inevitable. And the reason why is because what we do here is Black empowerment. Right. So we're Black first every day, all day, forever and always. That's right. And I want to thank you all for watching, for liking, for listening, for subscribing, for sharing, for commenting, all of that. That helps the channel. I sincerely appreciate you all. Thank you all so very much. All right. I will see you all soon. Y'all stay blessed.
Like and support Frontline Black News. Although we do appreciate Afro Elite for mentioning us.
Yes. All right. What are your thoughts on what Afro just laid out?
Well, he's absolutely right, man. See, what's going on, Brother Che, what it boils down to is that we got to control our own economical basis here in the U.S., mainly from these tethers. The other groups, they can go fuck themselves as well, too, you see. It's because, what do they call that? Yeah, some nations, they call it treason. You see what I'm saying? And this is the fucking problem, is because these other groups see this shit. You see what I'm saying? And they play us against ourselves. You see what I mean? And then also too, Brother Che, I'm going to announce for tomorrow night on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Tuesday. We're going to be talking about the Atlanta child murders. Okay.
I mentioned it in the beginning, but if you want to elaborate, you can.
Yeah. So we're going to be mentioning that. Okay, that ought to be very, very interesting. And then, Brother Che, we know who to invite and we know who to exclude. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because this is going to be a very, very serious topic. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And and it just brings back real vicious memories. You know what I'm saying? It really does. And then keep in mind, as long as we out here trying to do each other in, and allow these other platforms to perpetuate that bullshit, okay, then we at fault. You see what I'm saying? I hate to say. See, we got to control our own narratives. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, and then on top of that is that the show is going to be controversial. You know what I'm saying? And I might be doing it at the risk of getting my channel struck down, but it's a story that needs to be done. You see what I mean? And what have you. Okay, so anybody there who comes on the platform Tuesday night, if you're saying something positive, we will listen to you. But as soon as we see dumb shit, you're getting kicked the fuck out.
Okay.
Yeah, you see, because this is a very, very serious issue, and the generations after me, you need to know the significance of this case. Okay. I believe that the main reason what they were doing was experimentation on us.
Mm. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what I believe. It's a gut feeling, but we'll see how it goes. Okay. Everybody knows who can come up on the platform, and everybody knows who is not allowed to come on the platform. Okay. So, I'm making a few phone calls on it, inviting folks, you know what I'm saying? And I'm going to try to get some elders, Brother Che, you know what I'm saying? Is because your generation definitely needs this knowledge. You see what I mean? Because we are not each other's enemies, although they put us against each other as such, but we're not. That is what the fuck that they are in fear of. You see what I mean? Seriously, just like Charlie, what's his name up there in Utah? Charlie Utah is what I'm gonna call him. Connect the dot. You know what I'm saying? And you saw what happened to him, and I'm glad it was one of his own. You know what I mean?
Me too.
See, yeah, and I hate to have to put it like that, but keep in mind that this is a country that has experimented on us. This is a country that has killed us for recreation. This is a country that I always want to come talk about. What about the BBC? Connect the dots.
Yeah.
B on BC. You see? Yeah, so they always want to come up, on that bullshit. You see what I'm saying? Okay.
Yeah.
And then not to mention the fact, like when they burned down Black Wall Street, okay, they were in fear of that Black economical power. You see, so this is why I say, fuck the goddamn Supreme Court of the state of Oklahoma. See, they always come in with that shit. Oh, it happened so long ago. Now let's let a 105-year-old Black motherfucker who went and murked two Nabiscos in his 20s, right? That's over 85 years ago. They would still haul that motherfucker into court.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Just like that TV show, what was that there called? Case. Remember the TV show?
Yeah.
Case. See what I'm saying? That shit.
Statute of limitation on murder.
Yeah, exactly. But how come the motherfuckers that bombed that church down in Birmingham in 1963, how come their asses didn't go to fucking jail?
Right. Because of Jim
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. You see, so, this country got a whole lot to fucking answer for, So any motherfucker who coming up there tomorrow night or Tuesday night, well, what about black on black crime? Don't even bother coming by, because we're not going to listen to you, and your ass will be shown the door very, very swiftly of this knowledge that we're about to drop. And it's very, very important, Brother Che, that your generation sees it for what it is. You see what I'm saying? It was genocide.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly
You see, it was genocide. Okay, now let me see. Cow Dog was saying something here. Okay. All right. It wasn't a brother that had hostages in that bank in Bakersfield. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Enlighten me on that one up there in Bakersfield, Cal. What happened with that one?
It was an Asian dude, if I'm not mistaken. He took a bunch of people hostage in Bakersfield a few days ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I missed out. Okay. I didn't know that one. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And Cow Dog says the nickname, the Birmingham. Yeah, yep. Cow Dog. Yeah. 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 You know, and then the cold part about it is that they keep doing this shit again and again and again. You know, and then another thing we're going to be crumb bumming on too in the future is the bed wenches, okay? And so, you know, I expect some fireworks on that. You see what I mean?
Yeah, okay. A lot of them are others anyway. But moving along, the Asian community has something they wanted to say. So the Asian community speaks out about the FBA boycott. So Brother Water, you're going to give us an update on that.
Okay, that's the brother out of LA, right?
Oh, shit again. Earlier.
No, he's out of Florida.
Oh, okay.
I had one. I think I was going too hard. The streets is definitely not ready for that. That was too heavy. So I'll give you this. You know how all these uneducated Black people trying to push Asian people down, boycotting their businesses, talking shit about us?
If I know any business that is Asian owned or Asian people will get benefit from it, I will not be buying from them. And I hope people make lists of businesses that are Asian owned so we can start boycotting them, because the disrespect to not only get away with murder, but to come on the internet and taunt the Black community saying that it's impossible for them to boycott you. Yeah, we're not going to tolerate that. Or as far as me, I'm joining in the boycotting.
Like, this is crazy. Oh,
yeah. I didn't like I hadn't been there that long, but I came up here the other day and stood across the street and got some shots.
This is crazy. Like, how? Yeah. How bold could you be?
I know. You wouldn't think it. It's like I didn't even see it. I saw somebody else actually standing up here looking at it. I was just walking down the sidewalk over there. I was like,
it's like premeditated, because it's like we just got the verdict of the Cyrus Department.
Yeah, I remember that.
There's no way you could have done that this quickly.
Every single one of you over there boycotting Asian business and spreading more Asian hate.
Oh, fuck you, you stinking bitch. I cussed this stinking asshole out on Facebook
not my words,
today.
Those are your people's words. You people.
Yeah, I saw that bullshit earlier today. I cussed that stinking bitch out. Excuse my language, y'all. Val.
I don't like that shit.
Little Richard, Ali, Ida B. Wells, Malcolm, Billie Holiday.
Oh, it was a white boy. I thought it was an Asian. Okay, I'm still corrected. Thank you, Caldar. That held them people hostage in Bakersfield, Shabaki.
Okay. Bessie Coleman, Cab Calloway. I think Ella Fitzgerald was up there.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing help, bro, from the better understand the self. So check this out. I'm gonna show y'all some clips of Asian community upset. They pissed off at how Blackout shortstop. Now y'all know I've been pushing this Blackout before Cyrus got shot. Well, I think this happened in 2023, but I was on, and it's not just Asians, it's everybody. Okay, so I don't want them to feel like it's just them, it's everybody. We're gonna, we gotta keep the money in our community. It's kind of like how we had to go through in the streets. Some dudes was in the streets, and now they gotta do something else. The streets is over with. Having those corner stores and restaurants in the hood, it's over with. That jig is gonna be up. Okay, I'm probably finna start me some shrimp fried rice in the hood, man. Just fill up the script. Shortstop right in front of y'all. What y'all think about that? But y'all listen, make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push on the algorithm. Appreciate all my supporters, man. We've been holding down. I love it. Appreciate y'all. We finna get things back up and running, man. I promise. Without further ado, let's get it.
You're racist towards Black people and anti-Black to the point that you shoot a 14-year-old in the back, presumably over water. And why are you opening and running a business in a neighborhood that's over 40% Black? That's literally the definition of predatory, because these are the facts. The only eyewitnesses are the killer and his son. And not only did 14-year-old Cyrus Carmack Belton comply when he was asked to leave his book bag at the front door when he entered the gas station, but all of this started because the son, Andy, made a racist-based assumption because he didn't actually see Cyrus steal anything because Cyrus did not even attempt to steal anything. Secondly, even if Cyrus stole water, do you know what kind of people steal water? Do you know what kind? The people who desperately need it. We don't even fucking criminalize those people, let alone kill them for it. And just a reminder, all of this has already been verified through court through video evidence. But in addition, over a presumed stolen bottles of water, the whole family, both the owners and the son, all left the store chasing after him, leaving someone else in the store by themselves with the register. And all three of them chase after Cyrus down Springtree Drive, as you can see, is a dead-end road. And then Andy states that he saw Cyrus throw something to the right, which is a little confusing, but I think it could have been his pew-pew. And then Andy claims that Cyrus tripped, turned around, and had something in his hand, and then he realized it was a pew-pew. But evidence shows that Cyrus never actually brandished it at any of them. And the whole time, Andy's father, Ricc, the one who shot Cyrus dead, never even saw any of it. And Ricc should have been found guilty because none of this would have happened if the Chows didn't make racist assumptions and dehumanize a 14-year-old over water to the point that they abandoned their own store. And Ricc Chow, only after seeing Cyrus bleeding out and dying, was he like, oh crap, that wasn't a criminal. That's a literal human being. It's a child. And did he, out of regret, try to save Cyrus's life? And this is why racism is systemic in this country, because not only did the courts allow and buy Ricc Chow's self-defense claim, because the simple fact that Andy and Ricc were the ones chasing/pursuing Cyrus means that Cyrus was the one who was running away from them, which makes Cyrus the victim and inherently the one who was trying to defend himself from the Chow. And it's also systemic because the prosecutor only pursued murder charges against Ricc Chow, which is one of the only murder cases that I've ever seen where they didn't also tack on manslaughter and a slew of other charges just in case the murder charge didn't stick, which is exactly what happened to Ricc and why he's free. Fuck the Chows. And I very much support boycotting any business that any of the Chows work at or own in the future. And rest in peace, Cyrus Carmack Belton.
Black people, I know y'all looking for accountability from the Asian community regarding Ricc Chow and the murder that he committed. So on behalf of the Asian community, I take accountability for this man's actions. He was absolutely wrong for chasing Cyrus once Cyrus left the store. They wasn't even sure if the kid did anything wrong, which it turned out he didn't do anything wrong. So they chased him for nothing. But even if he did steal a bottle of water, 2 bottles of water, or 10 bottles of water, once he leaves the store, you don't chase. You're not only putting other people's lives at risk, you're putting you and your son's lives at risk. All for what? A bottle of water? So yeah, fuck that. He's wrong. And I don't care what anybody thinks. I'm standing on that. But now black folks, you see what I just did? And I did that from the bottom of my heart, because I genuinely believe that he was wrong. But when things happen to Asians from the black folks, we gonna need y'all to take some accountability as well. It's only right. Accountability for what? We don't even do nothing to y'all, y'all might say. Okay, y'all might just not know. Well, let me put y'all on. Right here, an 84-year-old man was in front of this house minding his own business, and a young black man ran up on him and violently pushed him so hard that he died. This woman right here was in the train station waiting to go home and was pushed in front of the train to her death for no reason. And right here, this man right here followed this woman right here to her home and stabbed her repeatedly until she died. And then you got famous black rappers like YG who made a song exclusively talking about robbing Asian homes called Meet the Flockers. Find a Chinese neighborhood because they don't believe in bank account. I mean, just imagine if a Chinese rapper made a song about shooting black kids that stole from the store. Man, y'all wouldn't like that one bit, and y'all would demand accountability. Because why? Because that ain't right. Some of y'all might say, well, it's just a song. It's not like they're really doing that. Wrong. That song and others like it created an epidemic, and it prompted people like him and a whole bunch of other people to target and rob Asian people. Well, y'all understand the Cyrus murder was uncalled for. And I get it. Y'all upset. Y'all want to do a boycott. Y'all want to ban Asian businesses. I'm not against it. If that's how y'all feel, that's how y'all feel. Should nobody tell y'all what to do with y'all money? But let's be fair. Just like when y'all see all of the examples I just showed, y'all probably was like, well, that's just dumb. That's not all black people, and you're absolutely right. But on the same token, Ricc Chow doesn't represent all Asian people. That's him, not all of us.
After that Asian man got away with murdering a black teenager, this other Asian man came on the internet and said that it's impossible for the black community to boycott Asian businesses. And let's just show them that nothing's impossible. Because from now on, I'm not buying anything Asian. If I know any business that is Asian owned or Asian people will get benefit from it, I will not be buying from them. And I hope people make lists of businesses that are Asian owned so we can start boycotting them, because the disrespect to not only get away with murder, but to come on the internet and taunt the black community saying that it's impossible for them to boycott you. Yeah, we're not going to tolerate that. Or as far as me, I'm joining in the boycotting. Like, I am not going to be buying nothing from Asian business. If I craving sushi, I'm gonna go to the Mexican restaurants who make Mexican sushi, and I'm gonna eat some Mexican sushi. But I'm no longer supporting Asian businesses. No, I don't. You guys suck. You guys not only suck for like getting away with murder and joining in the white people for this systematic racist system, but you guys are dirtbags to even think that you can come on the internet and taunt black people like that. Like, how fucking dare you? And trust
Exactly,
and believe,
Cal Dog,
we
you're
will
right about
boycott
that.
you.
An unpopular fucking opinion, and I'm gonna call you out since you motherfuckers don't seem to fucking
No,
understand.
shut up, you
Every single one of
stinking
you over there
bitch.
boycotting Asian business and spreading more Asian hate, you fucking black fucking people with your black fatigue, okay? And what your people call
Bitch,
niggerism.
shut
Yeah,
up.
not
How
my
much
words,
black
those are
dick
your
do you
people's
crave,
words.
you
You
stinking
people that is
asshole?
living in
Get
that
the
black
fuck up
culture
out of here.
mentality, the poor victim mentality, thinking that people still owe you fucking reparations.
Fuck
Yeah, you
you,
motherfuckers.
bitch.
I'm the one
Fuck
talking to
you,
you motherfuckers.
bitch. Yeah,
Every single
Shabaka
one of you
Corey said it, you
failing in life. And
stinking
then you want to blame
asshole.
everybody
Fuck
else.
you.
You see this whole Cyrus case and Mr. Chow? None of this would have happened if you motherfuckers raised your fucking kids right. That fucking little boy witnessed some of his business trying to
Bitch,
steal
go
fucking
back to
water,
your
okay?
goddamn
Now, I
cave,
might
you
not agree with Mr.
troglodyte
Chow chasing the
stinking
fucking boy and
bitch, and go
shooting him
wash
fucking
your
in
ass.
Timbuktu, okay, wherever the fuck he was. But here's
Timbuktu is in Africa, you stinking bitch.
Remember
That's
I
where
was-
the University of Sankore is in
Remember-
Timbuktu, you stinking asshole. I'm sorry, Che, go ahead.
Remember last night I was telling y'all about that Filipino that I was staying with? That was a racist ass Karen. That's what this bitch reminded me.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying?
the crazy part.
Yeah,
If you had
exactly,
disciplined
Cal
your fucking
Dog.
boy right,
She
he
thinks she's
wouldn't
right.
be in someone's store trying to steal fucking a 50-cent bottle of fucking water in the first place, okay? Not only that, you go and attack the fucking attorney defending his clients, and then here's the truth of the matter.
Fuck that
Your
attorney.
people, there are 7 black jurors who found your kid responsible,
It's
making
cooked,
Mr.
Cal
Chow,
Dog.
okay,
Okay.
not guilty because they understand your fucking culture, your mentality. You failed your kid. Your society failed your kid. Your mentality failed your
You
kid.
know
That
what, you
niggerism
stinking
fucking
asshole? I
attitude
think my
failed your
parents
fucking
did
kid.
well
Now, if
raising me,
you
you
can't reflect
fucking
on
hoe.
that, and
Go
if you
suck
can
a dog's
understand and
dick,
take
you
accountability
stinking
for your
bitch,
fucking
and fuck
failure,
you.
this will continue. More black kids are gonna die. Your community is still gonna struggle, and your people will fucking continue to be in poverty. No one's gonna give you a fucking handout. Stop asking for a fucking handout. Stop thinking you're gonna fucking make bank off your
Fuck you,
fucking
bitch,
kids'
and
debt.
that's why
Okay?
we born
What
you.
you need
That's
to
why
fucking
we
do is
boycotting you
self-reflect on your
stupid
people, your
motherfuckers.
culture,
We
your
want to
fucking
see you
community,
out
and
there
stop
on
blaming
Skid
everybody
Row.
else.
We want to
Let me
see
tell
you
you,
out there on
boycotting the
Six
fucking
and
Asian
San
community,
Peaches,
they're
you
probably
blind,
thanking God that your
stinking ass
fucking black ass
motherfucking
don't
hoe.
fucking go
Go
into their
suck a
fucking store
goddamn
anymore to cause a
dog's dick,
fucking
you
muck.
stinking ass tramp. In fact, I would not let you suck my dog's dick. That'll be animal abuse.
Remember Shabaka, Karen Bass gave
Come
him
to
a
think
million. Remember Karen Bass
Karen
gave him
Bass did what?
Remember Karen Bass gave him $1 million to the Asian businesses?
Oh yeah, sad. But a black-owned business in Los Angeles can't get $50 from her ass.
Yeah.
Crazy. Oh, yeah. I did it like it hadn't been there that long, but I came up here the other day and stood across the street and got some shots.
This is crazy. Like, how bold could you be?
I know. You wouldn't think it.
Hurry up and buy from the Minister Society. Got him. You don't see the window?
Yeah, hurry up and buy.
It's like I didn't even see it. I saw somebody else out here standing up here looking at it. I was walking down the sidewalk over there. I was like,
It's like premeditated because it's like we just got the verdict from the Cyrus Carmack Belton. There's no way you could have done that this quickly. So, I don't call myself an influencer, but I have a few million views between my videos. So I'm going to give you all the publicity, all the attention that you have been wanting, because this is disgusting. This is fucking disgusting.
I can't believe it when I was coming down the street.
Like, is this? Yeah, you don't unless you really look at it. Hurry up and buy. My car right there. Yes, sir. Hurry up and buy. The 2 little black boys and an Asian man.
Yeah, I agree with you, Val. I'm tired of them talking shit to us
Earlier,
too.
I had one.
Fuck them.
I think I was going too hard. The streets is definitely not ready for that. That was too heavy. So I'll give you this. You know how all these uneducated black people trying to push Asian people down, boycotting their businesses, talking shit about us just because there's a criminal incident that happened, and then now the oppressed people, the pick-me victim people starts coming out, showing their true color, how racist they are, how low IQ they are, how stupid they are.
They ain't no
saying
such
like,
thing
why
as
don't
a
you
black
open businesses in
racist,
white
you
neighborhoods?
stupid
You know white
motherfucker.
neighborhoods overheads are 3
There ain't
times
no
or probably
such
10
thing as
times
a
higher
black
than opening
racist.
up in the hood. Maybe learn about simple economics before you open your fucking mouth.
Hey, quick little
Oh
tidbit.
yeah, I know about
So that Asian
economics.
motherfucker that said
Trick.
that black
That's why I
people
am
can never
opening
boycott
my
us because we
fucking
need
mouth.
you guys. No, fuck, nigga, we don't. We don't need you. Let's historically talk about something called redlining. The reason why you go to any black neighborhood and you find an Asian store, be it a fucking hair store, a liquor store, corner store, whatever. Do you know why that is, bitch? It's because when y'all went into white neighborhoods and wanted loans from banks, they denied you. If your address for your so-called business was going to be in a white neighborhood or predominantly white area, they would say, no, we're not giving you that. We won't give you a loan for that. But they would give you a loan if you put your business in a black neighborhood, meaning you're not good enough for them, but they felt like you were good enough for us. We were doing well before you got to this motherfucker because we had what? Black-owned businesses that did the exact same fucking thing that you guys are doing. But because of redlining, bitch.
Exactly. Break it down, sister.
In the late 60s and early 70s, motherfucker, y'all came over this bitch and they started giving our business loans to y'all fuck niggas. That's what happened. You won't go into any area that's predominantly white and find any fucking Asian hair store. You know why? It's not because white people don't need hair products. Bitch, they don't want you there.
Right.
They don't want you there. You will not go to any white predominantly area and find, guess what? An all Asian fucking corner store or gas station. No. You won't find that. You won't find y'all motherfucking asses nowhere as far as owning a business in a white neighborhood or predominantly white area ever. You won't. You might live there.
Right.
But the sad thing is, though, you will never be able to, in America, especially under this regime, you will never be able to open a business where you live at. You won't, because you're not good enough for them people. The same way you try to shit on us, bitch, we have something, our own neighborhoods with black businesses. Because if the day yours closed down, we can buy your business and open ours right up.
Yep.
We can do that. Where we live, in our neighborhoods. Can you do the same?
So,
can you do the same? Because unlike black people, y'all don't live amongst yourselves. Y'all don't live amongst your own. You don't. Y'all may shop amongst your own in Chinatown, those Oriental places, but y'all don't live amongst your own.
Yeah.
Go to Chinatown in any area. They don't live there. There's just stores there. And usually Chinatown is run down. Usually it is. So get the fuck out of my face talking about we need y'all. You need us because the only way you guys are going to make a profit is if we give you the money. Because they don't feel like you guys are worth it. Yeah. How about them apples?
Look, I wasn't going to talk about the Ricc Chow situation, but as an Asian American, I have to talk about this. Black people are calling for other black people to boycott all Asian businesses. Are you kidding me? So the actions of one individual represents the entire race, huh? We should punish the entire fucking race because of one person.
Yep, that's how y'all do us. So
yeah, exactly. I was just about to say that, Shay. Yeah, look at the.
I'm just gonna call it what it is. This is straight up racism. Asians are a minority in this country.
We ain't no goddamn position to be no racist because we don't control no fucking banks, no goddamn police departments, no motherfucking military. We do not have the tools to be racist, motherfucker.
Right. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you.
And this motherfucker's proving that point right there.
Even more so than black people. Once one Asian person steps out of line, the entire race gets hated on. Remember COVID? Remember China virus, Kung Flu virus, the whole 150% increase in Asian hate crimes, and the whole Stop Asian Hate movement, which conveniently was stopped because of who they found out were the perpetrators. Chinese is different than Japanese, is different from Korean, is different from Vietnamese. There are over 2 billion people in Asia. They're all fucking different. We are not a monolith. As Asians in America, we are only tolerated. They like our culture, they like our food, they like our music.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure.
Wait. Right. We like what? Their culture. What culture do they have? You talking about the K? What music do they have? K-pop? The music that they bastardized from us from the 90s? Come on.
Oh, hold on, Brother Che. Whoa. You just brought up a very, very good point there. Look at that group called Hiroshima.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that group there called Hiroshima.
Myself some goddamn nerve. To hell with these damn Asians and their bullshit. Shout out to Michael for being an actual ally. But the hell with them Asians. Like, this is ridiculous.
Right. And that's nothing personal against Michael. You know what I'm saying?
Excluded
because Michael is the main contributor of this.
Young Riaz.
And Young Riaz as well too. But once again, though, Brother Che, all these Asian companies, the laptops, the stuff like that, you know where I'm going, they get all those raw materials, man, out of Africa. And why the hell do you think Xi Jinping, man, wants to build that trans-African highway, man, all the way from South Africa, man, clear up there to Kemet?
Yeah, so they can transfer the resources, Bacc.
Right, exactly. You see what I'm saying? Exactly. Because as we had pointed out, brother, that Africa is the only continent, man, that is that goes down to the core of the earth, does it not?
Yes, rooted to the earth. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
What was I gonna say? You see, they're not doing nothing about them Asians in South Africa. They're not doing nothing about them Asians in Africa at all. Them Asians,
right?
Tons of shit.
Exactly.
Nothing about it.
Right. And then what these goddamn Nigerians doing shit, they send us scam emails over here, man, talking about they got $500 million to transfer into the bank, and the main ones they want to scam is black people in the U.S.
Let's hear from Dr. Claude Anderson.
Oh, yeah.
Provide good service products and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Yeah, we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur. We found hardness. We solved this problem.
They can't even go on their own beaches. The damn Asians is running amok in Jamaica too. Telling the Biscos and the Asians.
Okay, I didn't know that.
You can't go on your own beach. Remember, that's where Kamala Harris's dad is from.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
With an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
All right, thank you, Water God. All right, what are your thoughts on these Asians being upset about our blackout?
Let the motherfuckers get more upset. Let the motherfuckers get more upset, man. Keep putting that left jab on that same eye and swirl that motherfucker shut. And let's build up our own goddamn businesses. We could do it, people. We could do it.
Right, we definitely could. All right, so I'm kind of pressed for time, so I'm gonna try to get through this as quick as possible. So we got Sharky gonna give us an update on why we need an anti-black hate crime bill. It's much needed.
Oh, great Black Shark, yeah.
Classify themselves as on paper, won't allow them to put their businesses over there. Moreover, they're not their customer base. Think about it. But every one of those businesses that's in our community, if we didn't do business with them, who gonna come do business with them, huh?
Exactly.
It's not gonna be the community they want to fit into. We damn sure know that. So it's time to make these people put some respect on our names. So, family, not you all know what discourse is gonna be here tonight. Let me scroll up and greet those of you who are my esteemed guests in the building. Let me make sure I can see every one of you. Okay, looks like I can. I see the esteemed vegan queen, Miss Ebony Dean in the building. I see Project Leroy in here. What's going on, comrade? Mr. Sam is in the building. Tanisha Murdoch is in here. This is Miss L is joining us. Okay. All right, let's see. I see O.C. Whiteman in the building. Sakina Collins in here. D Love. Phil Hot one's in here. Okay, let's see. So, Mike, I see what's going on, my good brother.
You're Shaun.
Okay, all right. What else do we have in here? My Lieutenant Townshend is in the building. Let's see. I think that's everybody. So salute and welcome to all of you. Anybody else be joining? Salute to the brother Black RU. Cash up in advance. All right. Yes, I know it's a Sunday broadcast. Yes, I know we're a slight bit late, but we are here nonetheless. Okay. So, family, the first thing I want to do here, I want to review something. Okay. So I'm not gonna play the soy sauce supremacist. That's the main one on TikTok. Tonight. Go ahead. You go ahead. Black community. You go ahead. Go ahead. Boycott. Go ahead. You can do it out. Us. You can do it out. Cat and Mystery Meat. You can do it out. Shut up. We're gonna show you better when we tell you. See, look, let me give him a thank you before I play this young lady here. Okay. Little buddy and the rest of the soy sauce supremacists, they're talking like that. Okay. Thank you so much. I know you're like, brother, what the hell you mean? No. Thank you. Oh, thank you. You see, my people, like the illustrious and immortal Grandmaster Teacher, Dr. John Henry Clark said, we suffer from our beautiful humanity. Okay. Our beautiful humanity, as Dr. John Henry Clark said, has been a double-edged sword. We're the most compassionate people in this country, more likely on the planet. Sometimes our people need to be kicked in the teeth. And when they put it plain like that, thank you for issuing the challenge to all of my people, because your community has been showing their asses for quite some time. You've been attacking our women in your stores, locking them in. We've seen with our dearly departed brother and all about y'all. Cyrus Carmack Belton, unjustly murdered. Natasha Harlan. I mean, the list can keep going. So yes, I'm so glad. I'm thanking him for that. Please get more disrespectful. Because see, now that's gonna put the spotlight on anybody from our community going in any one of their businesses. I've been telling y'all for the longest. You want people to respect you, start saying no. The best way you say no is to remove your black dollars from their establishment. Let them see who their customer base is going to be without us. If they don't sell us a damn thing that we can't make for ourselves, like Dr. John Henry Clark said many, many years ago when he was living, we shouldn't even wear underwear we don't make. This is the time right now for our creativity to shine. You understand? Let me talk to my people, man. We are in the era, the 21st century, with all the creativity that we have, and we invest in other people's time to invest for ourselves. There isn't a damn thing in this country that we can't make ourselves if we put our minds to it. You understand me?
That's right.
So that's my challenge to my people. Thank you again, Source Sauce Supremacists. Keep talking that shit. TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, X. I want you to talk that shit wherever you can talk it. Because now any black person going into your bullshit ass businesses, hey man, we ain't got to tell people to get on code. That's gonna be on them. So I appreciate him. All right. So now I'm gonna play this message here from this young lady, and she has quite a different point of view. But I'm gonna play it without interruption, then I'm gonna come back and give my thoughts.
All right, young Riaz.
Asian Americans being upset at the fact that Black Americans are threatening to boycott Asian businesses, then I have seen Asian Americans speaking out against the murder of Cyrus Carmack Belton, a child who was murdered at the hands of an Asian man. And this has everything to do with race, especially when anti-Blackness is so deeply rooted in our community. I have said this a million times, and I'll say it as many times as I need to so you can get it through your thick skulls. The only reason why Asians exist in America in such a large population is because Black activists fought for our right to be here during the Civil Rights Movement. White people did not want us here. It's not enough for Asian people to just be not racist. You have to be anti-racist, and you have to be speaking out against these injustices, or else they'll continue to happen. We absolutely owe the Black community solidarity, and the sooner that we realize that we're not much different from each other is the sooner that real change starts to happen.
Okay, so now that was a TikToker that goes by the name is Takeda Kong. All right, so you heard what she had to say. Now let me go ahead and tell you what I got to say about that. No, and I'm gonna tell you why I say no. She might really mean everything she's saying. She might not be one of the people that has practiced anti-Black racism against us. I'm gonna tell you my problem with that, and it goes into something I said here at the opening of the broadcast. Our beautiful humanity is a problem, and I'm gonna tell you why I have an issue with that. A lot of y'all probably like, what you talking about, brother? What'd she say wrong? Family, when you hear them come out just now talking like that, that lets you know they've always known what I just said. We are their economic floor. Not just her community, but all of them that have their businesses in our community. Yeah. I don't like it because it comes across as insincere, because it's kind of like a person that only comes to you when they need your help.
Yeah.
And then, they so grateful as long as you help. But then when everything's fine, they don't see nothing. In other words, the point that I'm making is, if she was sincere, her and others, why haven't we been heard y'all speaking like that? Your people have been showing their ass for a long time, Mrs. Takeda Kong. So no, it's up to each one of you to make your own decisions. But I'm telling you where I stand on that. I'm not trying to hear it. I'm not trying to hear it. As far as I'm concerned, it is economic Black Renaissance time, economic delineation. All of our dollars need to be funneled back into our community. If you know a Black business that make anything, and let's be clear, to my Black businesses, especially of our lineage, you must have two things in order for our people to do business with you: excellent product and excellent customer service. I'm gonna say it again. You must have excellent product and excellent customer service. If you got them two things, I got you all day long. We have many young Black entrepreneurs, whether they're on TikTok, Instagram, whatever, but all types of businesses that they've started. So no, it is too little, too late. I hope many of you will consider, because I don't tell you what to do, I'm just making my stance clear. I hope many of you will consider not saying that, oh, well, there's a couple of, I don't want to hear that. But in order for them to get right, no, we got to yank that economic real got from under them. They got mighty comfortable. So when you got them jumping out, holding their head up and puffing their chest out, talking like them.
That's a good point, Walt E. He said, please don't forget most items on Amazon come from Asian companies. Please research companies you are purchasing from. Yep. That's a good
exactly,
point.
Walt E. That's why I say fuck Jeff Bezos or Che. I'm not stepping on you, but he's right about that. Fuck Jeff Bezos.
Well, this man, since it's on you to respect you, maybe if you don't. Look me, I think you expect me still get along. Yeah, I've had a couple of issues with him, but it don't negate his message. If only one Asian lady has been keeping it real and talking about. Yeah, only one. Only one out of how many Asians? How many Asians are in this country? Millions. And only one is speaking out. One or two of them, maybe three, including young Riaz and Michael. Come on now.
Folks, because she knows, they all know the truth. They be talking like they think them white folks want to hear. They know better than that. You better go back and look up what the yellow peril was. But see, that's okay. This is a challenge for us. And I think my people in majority are going to rise to the occasion. They're going to be some no-case cool. But the greater majority of us, our cultural and collective self-esteem is where it is to put our dollars back in our pockets, okay? And our own community. That's what we should have been doing for years. Like Dr. Claude Anderson had warned us many times. For 45 years, that man warned us. Stop supporting these people. They're not coming here to be your friends. They're not coming here to partner with you. They coming here to get ahead of you. Now that we see this, it's a shame it took us this long, and it's a shame it takes tragedy for us to see this, but now here we are, okay? So, no, I'm not trying to hear it. I don't care what nobody say. No, man. Nope. Our people need to put our black dollars back in our black pockets, all right? So now the next things we're going to get to here tonight is going to be stating the case for an anti-black hate crime bill, because we have to learn to think in strategic terms as a people. We hate these tragic losses to our community, but they can be used as a political football and a springboard and a precedent for us to get that anti-black hate crime bill. I've shown y'all what was in the Asian hate crime bill. Hey, swap Asian out for Foundation of Black America. Okay, black, whatever you want to use. There's our hate crime bill. Because see, let me tell y'all something. I've said this for years on this platform, and I'm one of the ones that go hard in the paint. And most people, I don't like to mince words. I don't play games. For us, it's 2026, okay? For us, Foundation of Black American, melanated immigrants that are on code, black people in this country. It's 2026 for us. For the white supremacists, it's 1926, okay? We live in two different Americas. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
That's why y'all seeing this here, and we have to make sure we teach this correctly, because for our beloved young people, the future of our lineage, they are in the most integrated generation that we've ever seen. So for them, it may be somewhat confusing, okay, to see some of this stuff if they haven't been taught right, all right? And what I mean by taught right is teaching them about racism and white supremacy. Let me tell you a recommendation I make. If you don't have no other books in your home, you should have the ISIS Papers by Dr. Francis Chris Wilson and the United Compensatory Counter-Racist Code Concept by Neely Fuller Jr. You should have those two books and teach your children from them, all right? You should. I'm telling you now, because see, we're in times now where that information is going to be life-saving. Or whatever tools you teach them. Make sure you're telling your children about the history of the places where you live, the things our people have gone through as a whole in this country. Make sure they understand it so they're not blindsided by their present-day reality. Because see, again, the reason I make the statement that the white supremacist nation, okay, the white supremacist society here, while they're in 1926 and while we're in 2026, they passed that racist mentality down, that anti-black mentality down like a family heirloom. So that's how you can get them with the mindset of 2026 Jim Crow in 2026. See, we walk around thinking civil rights laws, constitution, and citizen. I keep telling y'all, when they say my fellow Americans, they don't mean us. I don't care what your level of education is. I don't care whether you're a veteran like myself. Serving active veteran. I don't care. They don't care about that. These people do not see us as human. I've been saying it for the longest now. Well, a lot of people are like, oh, he just be being hyperbolic. Now you see what I'm talking about now. But the Chud, the builders out here, the murder of the brother Cyrus Carmack Belton, and that not guilty verdict. Huh? Yeah, we're going to look at all these things here tonight. So, family, we're going to get started analyzing some stuff, and I'm going to show you how we're going to get to this path for this anti-black hate crime bill. Let's get into it.
Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
And I'm Steve Eager. Within the last hour, a jury has been chosen to decide the closely watched murder trial of Karmelo Anthony.
More than 500 people were on the list of potential jurors, but the jury will not include anyone who is black, despite this case being racially charged. Fox 4's Alex Boyer joining us now. Alex.
Hey guys, good evening. That's right. And I can tell you that a court spokesperson confirmed that there are indeed no black jurors on this panel. And I can tell you that before this jury panel was seated, the defense objected to 3 black women being struck by the prosecution. Now, the prosecution contended that it was due to the fact that the women were educators, noting that this incident happened at a school function with young students. The defense then pointed out that those were three of those were 100% of the available black jurors in what's called the strike zone, adding that the state struck all 3.
Now, let me pause this right here. I want y'all to take a look at this because many people have already said their piece on it, but I'm going to point out some things that I hadn't heard too many people say, okay? First, the obvious. Is there anybody in the chat room under the sound of my voice that thinks that if there was an all-black jury trying a white person, that they wouldn't be up in arms. Oh, but the mayonnaise community would be beside themselves. They wouldn't allow that.
You ain't never
They
had
would
an
storm that
all-black jury
courthouse.
try a white person.
This is unconstitutional. It's illegal. But this is what they have to do. See, like there's a two-tier justice system. They always have to cheat no matter what they do.
Yep.
But see, you see this list right here. No black jurors and all selected. Again, I told y'all, it's 2026 to us, but it's 1926 to them.
Yep.
3 female black educators, okay?
Article.
Judge rejected the defense challenge. That lets you know what side the judge is on. And non-racial means to strike the jurors, okay? Now, imagine if all of this was done
all around the election
in the court of law, but it was flipped the other way around. So it's a bunch of black people and child white person.
Yep.
They wouldn't stand for that. But see, I'm going to point out something else, though. And I was talking about this earlier in the week here. I'm going to tell you what's probably going to bite them. Because I've been kind of paying attention to some of the testimony that's been going on in the trial so far. Keep in mind, this is the most integrated generation we've ever seen. A lot of them are testifying and telling the truth, which we're going to get to reviewing a little bit of here. A lot of them are telling the truth about what happened to our brother, Karmelo Anthony, okay? Because to hear the white supremacists tell it, he was just this blood-starved, raving lunatic roaming around with a knife just looking for somebody to stab that day. If you listen to them tell it, that's the story that they paint. But we're going to get to why they're full of shit. And like I've always told y'all, the pink thing earthworm lives moving, they're lying. Let it continue.
The judge went out and reviewed their questionnaires and came back and said that the defense's challenge to the 3 jurors being dismissed was denied. The judge said the court found that the state had non-racial means to strike the jurors. Now, background, Karmelo Anthony, 17 at the time, is accused of fatally stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf last year at a Frisco ISD track meet. Anthony was reportedly sitting under a tent for a school that he did not attend. Witnesses say the two got into an argument.
Bullshit. The goddamn meet was in a fucking public park. He could have sat anyway.
Anthony told them
Oh, put a pin in that, because see, that part has been proven to be a lie. Oh, we're gonna get there. Oh, the white supremacists are gonna be mad tonight. I don't give a damn about that. That's been proven to be a lie. See, let me expound on this, why they do that, okay?
It's a black truth.
No matter what we're looking at, whether it's this case right here, or you go back to the lies that was told to try to get, to get Black Wall Street demolished. You even look at the lie they told here, you know what I'm saying, to get people and run them out. Or what is now Lake Lanier, you know what I'm saying, formerly Oscarville. When they recite something, they have to put extras on it, okay? They always do this. This isn't the first time. See, I always try to teach my audience about pattern recognition. This is why. You can think of many times, you know what I'm saying, yourself, in conjunction with a few things I just named, where when the truth comes out, it's nothing like what they said. But they do that as a white supremacist dog whistle because they always have to play the sympathy card, get their people riled up. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make a controversial statement here tonight, but all of you have to do is just look around and you will see the truth of what I'm about to say. The times we're living in, as far as the white supremacist attitude, is no different than Nazi Germany under the Third Reich. Yes, I said it, damn it. We are living in the same type of mentality because that's what they do. They have to hype up hysteria and fabricate things and point them towards a common denominator enemy, which is us, and make it look like, oh, we just a roving, raging madmen, and we just have to, anything they do to us is justified. We can't defend ourselves at all, according to them. See, I keep telling y'all, and it's right here on YouTube. You better go back, even if you don't do nothing but skim through the movie, Birth of a Nation by D.W. Griffith. That's how they really do see us. See, today, and I get it to any young person that may be listening, I know a lot of y'all be like, oh, man, them old folks, man, that's how it was during their time. It ain't like that no more. I got plenty of friends in every race. Yeah, you do until something like this happens. And I say this to my young people. Pay attention to how your peers are talking about cases like that. Because you might be in for a rude awakening to find out that those buddies and pals of yours, some of them just may agree that Karmelo Anthony was supposed to just sit there and be attacked. We're going to get into that a little bit later. So I just want to put that food for thought in your minds. Let it continue.
He acted in self-defense. Now, this case has become racially charged, fueled in large part by online speculation, rumors, and misinformation. On Wednesday, attorneys for both sides got an hour and 45 minutes to question the reduced poll of these potential jurors. They were questioned on their views on a variety of topics, including race, how they felt about serving on this case, and if they would hold it against the defendant if he chose not to testify on his own behalf. The defense also tried to gauge if the potential jurors would be uncomfortable giving Anthony a lower sentence if there is a guilty verdict. I talked to jury consultants about the process so far.
It's an excellent team.
He needs a change of venue.
I agree, Shabaka. But in a perfect world, this ain't that.
I know.
On both sides. I believe Bill Warski has, he's a veteran prosecutor. He's tried some very high profile cases. And then Toby Shook has been both a prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney. And then Mike Howard is an excellent criminal defense attorney as well.
When you hear one of these pale alabaster serpents saying this, just know that they're on code with the system. No. They wouldn't be talking like this if it was the other way around. I'm gonna keep saying that tonight.
Right.
And they, along with the DA, it's going to be a very well tried case.
It's going to be a very well tried case.
Richardson before the jury was sat, so I didn't have a chance to ask her about these late-breaking developments. Now, this high-profile case continues to draw supporters and spectators to the Collin County Courthouse. We saw another group of folks demonstrating at the entrance of the courthouse this afternoon. We expect that to continue throughout the trial, which the judge hopes to have wrapped up by the end of next week. And I can tell you that 19-year-old Karmelo Anthony was in court today for proceedings.
What the fuck do you mean have a case wrapped up next week?
Also the color many of his supporters
That's a
have been
kangaroo
wearing.
court
He did
for
take
real.
some notes during the proceedings. I can also tell you that there does appear
Next
to be
week.
some minorities on this jury panel. Again, however, none of them are African American. Opening statements begin tomorrow at 9 a.m. Back to you.
Okay, Alex Boyer in Frisco.
Oh,
Thanks.
man.
And a reminder,
I feel
Fox
bad
4 will bring you
for
extensive
Karmelo.
coverage of the Karmelo Anthony trial. You can keep up with the latest court developments on fox4news.com, our socials, and the free Fox Local app.
Or was it fun? Now let's talk about Fox News and these mainstream media outlets. Because before I play what I'm about to play for you here, family, as many of you have probably seen some of this by now, some of you probably haven't seen. I want you to keep in mind the story that they're giving and how they initially reported on this, family. Because see, this is why it's important. Now, one thing I will say, a good attorney will tell you, hey, let me handle it. The only thing you say is I'm not guilty. And after that, let me handle it. Okay? Family, the pictures that they presented, like this picture they presented right here is one of them. They didn't show what Karmelo Anthony really looked like after this altercation. Because to let them tell it was just one-on-one. And even if it was, it still would have been okay.
Hey, cow dog.
Austin Metcalf was like 6'1", 6'2", 200 something. Big old cornfed bastard. Okay, yeah, I said it. Fuck him and his brother and his whole family. Yeah, you know me, I'm that guy. I ain't Mr. Passive Aggressive. Nah, I'm gonna come straight up the middle with it. And then Karmelo Anthony's what they say he's like 5'6", 5'8", something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe 130 something pounds. Either way, big size disparity. You come stomping under there with people, which I'm gonna prove, and threatening this boy to leave as if you own something. See, I keep telling y'all, that's that 1926 and 2026 mentality that they have.
Yeah.
As if you own something, as soon as they say something, we supposed to just up and jump. Y'all suppose yours out here in the range. Just because you said so. Nah, fuck that. Nope. He had just as much right to be there as anybody else. Yeah, trust me, we're gonna get to that. But see, let me say something to my black parents that I've been saying for years, okay? Whether you a situation where you're a husband and a wife, or especially for those of you that are mothers, that may be single mothers, this isn't gonna be to bash you. I'm just gonna give you some useful food for thought. Before you move anywhere, whether you're a complete black family or you're a single mother doing the best you can, look at the demographics of where you're moving to. If where you're moving, our demographics is in the single digits, don't you do that. Don't do that to your family if you got kids. Don't you do that. Because see, you got to be thinking about how your child is going to live and interact in that environment, that neighborhood. I understand, and I'm not saying that this is the case with Karmelo Anthony's family, but it is the case with a lot of families. They have to address things from a truthful point of view, but protection of our people. And that's what I've always done over the years. You have to look at the demographics. And if our people are in the single digits, don't you move there. Because again, what's your child going to have to go through in that neighborhood, going to school, being harassed, all of that? No, don't do that. That's not wise. We got to get out of this mentality thinking that good neighborhood means white neighborhood.
Right.
Okay? Again, I'm not saying that Karmelo Anthony's family viewed the things that way, but there are a lot of our people that tend to think good neighborhood means white neighborhood. I'm just going to be blunt about it. When you do that, you put yourself behind enemy lines in a number of different ways, okay? And look, it does not matter if you're a well-to-do black family. That makes it worse. Because a lot of times, if we truth be told, if you move into that area, you're probably going to be doing better than them. Yep. You think they want to see that?
Nope.
I'm not just talking about the children. I'm talking about that entire demographic. They don't like that. So please consider your brother's words, okay? Now, I want to play this right here. I'm going to let the majority of this play without interruption because I want y'all to hear this side of the account. And right after this, we're going to examine something else. And boy, the next one that's after this, they really not going to like this. Check this out, family.
No, it was clear. It was clear enough where you see the actual individual raindrops come by the camera.
Okay.
That's how clear it is. You actually see them walking up. You see that Karmelo is already up under there. He's under there minding his business.
Dodging the rain, or
yeah, it was still rain. You know,
right.
So that day we were under a tornado watch.
Right.
We were under thunderstorm warning, and we know we had already had some light rain then, and it started raining again, and it was over with.
Okay.
So that's kind of what happened on that day. But they were at a rain delay already, and so during that time when that happened, the twins, their two buddies, and a few other kids, because there was a few kids involved with them. they were all coming from the direction of the middle school, coming walking back up. On the video, you can see those 4 that actually was involved, and maybe about 3 or 4 others that was with them, skipping up, trying to catch up behind. One veered off probably toward his way to go to the coach and kind of distract him a little bit. And then the other 4 came walking together. One went in front of them, went past. The other 4 went and they surrounded Karmelo. You know, if you're Karmelo,
and they showed that on that video.
It's on the video.
Okay, come on.
You can see him walk.
I'm gonna say little stuff.
I'll put it this way.
Okay.
They actually tell you when you're watching the video, pay attention to this corner right here, because if you look anywhere else, you might miss different things.
Okay.
So watch those 4. Here they're 4 right there coming up. That's exactly what they say.
Okay.
And so you have no way to be confused that it's those 4. Okay. So they come up, they surround them, and this immediate moment of not even a few seconds of pause, then that's when they jump. And so
they actually did jump him.
Yeah, it wasn't just no touch. It wasn't just all that moment. Yeah, it was a push. It was all kind of things. But Austin pushed, Hunter hit, and then everybody swung. But at the same time,
So it's more than the twins that got some licks on.
4.
So it showed that in the video.
Yes, in the video. So again, you have Hunter and Austin standing in the middle.
Okay.
And you have the light bright boy here, and you have the dark boy here.
Okay.
I think that's what I remember. So I have to go back and think about it. But that's where they were. One was going up and down while they were talking, kind of pushing or whatever he was doing. Austin and Hunter was in front. So where they're talking about grabbing bags, Hunter actually said that I grabbed his bag.
Right.
And then later on, he said that Austin threw the bag.
Okay.
Jeff also said the same thing. And so that's them both antagonizing. And we know under Texas law, I just have the fear that you're about to do something to me and you can get up out of here. Yeah, so you don't have to touch me. But at that point, he still stood there and stopped there. And whatever they say alleged was said, you don't know that until they get to it here. But once they did that, they started hitting them. Karmelo actually was able to back out and try to get away. So he was actually trying to get away the first time. Austin grabbed him, and you can see his hoodie coming out this, and they brought him back in. Okay. And when they brought him back in, that's when you can see Austin put him in a headlock. You can see that all the rest of them still hitting. That must be when the poke happened, because he was able to get out again. He backed out. He looked to the right. That's where the other little kid was filming, because they got some cell phone footage too. But that's where he was.
Now, see, let me pause this right here. All white supremacists come to the front of the class. Let me talk to your demonic, fork-tongued, alabaster asses. This brother is describing this in too much vivid detail for me not to believe it. Let me tell you something, man. I was taught this a long time ago by my people. I've never really experienced what it's like for anybody to try to jump me. Anytime it's ever happened, I pretty much kind of put people to sleep. But when that happens and anybody tries to cost you in numbers, you do whatever you need to do to come back home to your family. I don't give a damn what it is. Like the old saying goes, I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6.
Right.
And I meant that. By any means necessary, you come back home to your family, okay? See, you punk-ass white supremacists, if you just taught your demonic spawn to keep their fucking hands to themselves,
right,
you can carry on like it's 1926, but we're living in 2026. We're not going to be afraid to walk around our own nation in peace as law-abiding citizens.
Right.
We wouldn't even be here at this point had they kept their hands to themselves. Now, at best, if you didn't like Karmelo being under the tent, okay, you can try to roast him and go back and forth with him, but you didn't have at no point in time that any of them kids had the right to put their hands. The only people that had the right to tell him to leave would have been the official staff that was there. And that's not what happened. Oh, because we ain't done with this yet. I got more to show y'all. Oh, yes, I do. I just want to get that part off my chest. So according to them, it's a tornado watch. He's supposed to go back out under the storm and rain just because they said so now. And just take off running a minute, and then they didn't. Okay, now you get to grab him, accost his stuff, put him in a headlock, start swinging on him. See, again, this is why I keep telling y'all, do not move in these areas where we're in single digits. Because see, they know better than to try something like that down here where we got our numbers. They only do that when our numbers are low. Other than that, them and their little demonic spawn are cowards.
Right.
That's exactly what you're hearing being described here. Let's let it continue.
He looked directly at him in his camera, and then he went this way to the left, he went down, he fell. And that's when they realized he was gone, so they were still punching. And when he fell, that's when they all turned around, they started chasing him. Austin tried to go chase him too, but he grabbed his chest. I guess he realized that something happened to him, and that's when he went down a little bit and he fell down. But all 3 of them were chasing. But Karmelo was so fast, he got away and went around to the coach. And so you can see them on the video pointing toward Karmelo and the coach. And I can imagine, because Karmelo out of the camera on that moment, that he was telling the coach what happened. And then that's when Hunter said he whipped his head around. That's a true statement. He just wasn't sitting with you. He whipped his head around, you see him on the video, and that's when he walked over to where Austin was, but he never touched him. So all that stuff about him rendering aid and holding his heart, and all, he never did that, because the coach grabbed him and he was holding him. So,
oh, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me play that part again, right? Oh yeah, we're gonna play that part again, family. Oh, I want y'all to hear that one more time.
His chest, I guess he realized that something happened to him, and that's when he went down a little bit and he fell down. But all 3 of them were chasing. But Karmelo was so fast, he got away and went around to the coach. And so you can see them on the video pointing toward Karmelo and the coach. And I can imagine, because Karmelo out of the camera on that moment, that he was telling the coach what happened. And then that's when Hunter said he whipped his head around. That's a true statement. He just wasn't sitting with you. He whipped his head around. You see him on the video. And that's when he walked over to where Austin was, but he never touched him. So all that stuff about him rendering aid and holding his heart, and he never did that because the coach grabbed him and he was holding him. So at the end of the day, that's kind of where the moment went. But they did assault him, and we'll just play the game. Even if it was just a push, you still assaulted him because it was unwanted. By your own definition in your word, I'm saying that leave me alone, and I'm not going. You assaulted him, period. But they did beat him, and if you look at the not the photo that Fox 4 put out, because that was one that they actually edited. I have the emails to prove it. But the actual Collin County one, you can see the webs and stuff on his eye. You can see the bridge of his nose is swollen. You can see the webs under his neck. And
let me pause it right here. See, family, and anybody on the sound of my voice that's over here. This is why it's important that we have our own independent media. Those of us that have these platforms, whoever you choose to support. This is why that's important, because see, if any of you have information like that, you send that to us. We'll put the truth out because they're not going to do it in the mainstream media. You understand? This is why it's important to support those of us that keep trying to bring the truth to our people, because we the only ones going to do it. And see, let me further say this to you.
Correct.
A lot of y'all probably don't hear this often. Every one of you with a cell phone or any type of recording device, you too are the media. Yes, you too are the Blacc Media. Not just 3 people, ain't just 4 or 5 of us. Nope, all of us. You know why? Because all of us have to have a hand in protecting our people. You may not have as big a voice or platform. Hey, send it to those of us that have them. Whoever you choose to send it to.
Right.
Because if you send us that information, we will gladly put the truth out. We damn sure will.
We sure.
These demonic serpents, man. And see that they only do that when they know they're in the wrong. They only do that when they know they're in the wrong. They didn't want to put the real photo out of this brother hurt and bruised because people jumping him, a bunch of fucking cowards. I wish the rest of them, the demonic spawn, was charged too, but we know they ain't gonna do that. I'll be surprised if that happened. That's okay though. That's okay. They'll get what's coming to them because they're gonna try to do that again, and they'll be next. That's right. I said it. I'm so glad this brother gave us this account here. And again, for all of you on the sound of my voice, when these things happen, but any young person, you got, hey man, y'all are responsible for protecting us too. We all have a hand in it. All right.
Right.
You can send it to us or whoever you want to send it to. We will put the truth out there. But whatever you're doing, make sure that you're using your cell phones and whatever you got in a way where you get this type of information, because you can guarantee the mainstream media is only going to paint one side of it. When anytime it's a black person and a white person, they're going to always try to paint the white person as a victim. Let it continue.
And so that's the reason why they edited the one from Fox and kind of airbrushed it. And you see they put the locks of his hair that got taken out as well.
Secret Service Sam here.
Now, that's one account. This is the one that's going to really piss him off, because you got a white guy here that calls himself Secret Service Sam, okay? I want you to hear where his accounting is of it. Oh, they really ain't going to like this tonight. Check this out, family.
With an update from a staff member who saw the video of the Karmelo, Anthony, and Austin Metcalf altercation. He says, the video was very clear. You can even see the raindrops. You can see 4 boys walk up to Karmelo, who's under the tent minding his business. Now, there was 4 boys and a few others, he said. A couple of the others were distracting the coach while they jumped Karmelo. He said it was really in the rain delay. The twins and a few of their buddies, 4 of them and 3 other ones, one distracted the coach, and they surrounded Karmelo. A few seconds later, they jumped him. Austin pushed him. The twins were in the middle. They were all jumping Karmelo. Hunter said Karmelo threw his bag. That is not true. Hunter grabbed his bag, but it shows they threw his bag away. And under Texas law, you just have to fear for your life. They start hitting Karmelo. Karmelo tried to get away, but Austin pulls him in by the hoodie, he says, and they pulled him back under the tent. Austin then put him in a headlock. Karmelo got away, and then you see Austin grab his chest. But all the stuff about Hunter rendering aid, holding the blood in, was a lie, because he says the coach grabbed him away and pulled him out of the scene. Now, also on Fox 4, the staff member was saying they edited the photos of Karmelo to make it look like he had no injuries. But in the original photos, you could see his injuries. Karmelo had welts on his face, on his neck, and you could see locks of hair missing. I will keep you updated on this highly contested trial. They're saying they played the 911 footage in court today, and they were saying that they don't know which way this one will go. As you know, I will keep you updated as more information comes in. Secret Service Sam Al Sampson for president of the world.
Okay,
now
I got a question. Oh,
I want you to take a good look at this image that I use many times.
Go ahead, Shabaka. What's your question?
Okay. With them taking his property, hey, Judah. Okay. With them taking his property, that's robbery, is it not?
Yep.
Okay. All right, now that changes every goddamn thing right there. So not only was he defending himself against a battery, but he was also defending himself against a robbery. In California, they would call that strong arm robbery.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Yeah, crew. No, to hell with crew. I'm sorry, chat. That case is going to wind up, man, going off into the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Yeah, and hopefully, man, they can get it up there within 2 years. And I just hope they don't incarcerate the young man until then, man. You know what I'm saying? Because, see, now we got aggravated robbery. You see what I'm saying? So now he was even more so within his right to defend himself.
Yeah. All right, I need y'all to keep the peace. I don't need y'all fighting tonight. The crew is in the chat. So,
well, he ain't gonna be on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
I know that, Shabaka. I'm just letting you know he's here. And I told him the same thing. I don't need him fighting.
Keep your fucking name. Keep my fucking name out of your goddamn mouth, crew.
Oh Lord. See, this is stuff I was trying to avoid. All right, Lala, go harder. Okay, assault and robbery, which is aggravated assault.
Right, that's what I'm talking about, Shay. That's what I'm talking about.
All right, y'all.
Again on the screen here. And the reason why I use it is because when they started talking about we're in a post-racial society, because the only reason they say that is because Barack Obama was president.
Mm-hmm.
Or they keep talking about we all Americans. No, we not. No, because we are all Americans. These things would not happen.
Right.
It wouldn't be telling those lies and hiding the real pictures of that brother's injuries when he was accosted and jumped on. We wouldn't see any of these things happening. We wouldn't have Chair the Builders running around here. Okay. No, we are not all Americans. It's you and it's us. And whether you like it or not, this is our nation that we built, and we're going to live here in security and peace by any means necessary, one way or another. That's going to happen. We are going to defend ourselves. There's never going to be a chance or a situation where any of you in the dominant society just run down on us for no reason. We mind our business and assault us, and then we just sit there and take it.
No.
Jim Crow days are over. They're not coming back.
Right.
That's what you better get through your head. You better tell your kids and you yourselves better keep your hands to your damn self.
Right.
Okay? If you don't, okay, you're going to get what come with that. Because see, family, everything you just heard, you heard the accounting from the brother, then you heard the accounting from the white guy there telling you. Both of them apparently have seen or talked to people that have seen this footage. By the way, that mysteriously hasn't leaked out. You know they don't leak footage when they know they're wrong. Huh? But see, somebody probably got that on cell phone video. So, I mean, hey, man, if it's out there, we're going to see it. We're going to see it. We got to make sure we keep our eye on this case because this, too, is going to be a precedent for why we need an anti-Black hate crime bill. We have to have one. And they start targeting our children, as I told y'all they would years ago. And here we are. We have to have that protection in place. I don't care which side of the political aisle it is come talking about votes. Nope.
As well.
Yeah. Reparations, anti-Black hate crime bill.
You're right.
We ain't talking about the two things. We don't have no conversation for you. It's just that cut and dry, family. So, family, now that you've heard that, I'm going to ask those of you in my chat room here. What y'all think about that? How many of y'all have heard that by now? Because, you know, there's a lot of people reporting on this. How many of y'all knew that that was the other side of the story? Because, you know, you still got some Sambos and coons running around. I've seen them all over social media. Use your suspects.
Yeah.
Oh, why he didn't just leave? Why he held a knife? Just why? I'm like, no, you can save all of that. We're not trying to hear that nonsense. That young brother didn't violate no laws. He wasn't there to start no trouble. They jumped on him. A pack of fucking rabid, uncivilized mutts. Took 4 of you to do it. Like the brother Mr. Sam said earlier, if it was even 2 brothers with him, they would have never approached him like that.
That's cool.
These people are the same cowards that their ancestors were, or their clan ancestors, so to speak, okay?
Yep.
They're the same. They're no different. They passed that cowardice and anti-Black racism down to their families. You understand? So, family, we got to be serious about the anti-Black hate crime bill. We got to have it. Because, see, now we're going to analyze the other situation here that we can use in conjunction with everything that's been going on recently. We need to cite these cases. Fact of business, these particular cases right here and many others need to be cited in the anti-Black hate crime bill. They damn sure do. From Trayvon Martin right on up to now. We're going to review this latest one here, though, and I'm going to play this right here from this guy right here. He's an attorney that's going to explain some things about this Chud the Builder case. And we're gonna make a
Layla,
claim for
that's
y'all. I know a lot of people been talking about it. I want y'all to hear it from the legal side of things.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna examine this now.
Chud the Builder is facing decades in
California's
prison. We're getting that
the
today
exact
with a full
opposite,
legal
Trey.
breakdown on the legal mindset. We teach you to
Told
be
you
your own
that.
judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney. So let's jump right into it. In case you guys don't know, this is Dalton Levi Etherly, aka Chud the Builder. Now, I put him in the nuisance streamer category because his primary type of content is rage baiting people, essentially going out there for innocent bystanders, people on the street, people that are minding their own business, trying to say offensive things to them to get them to, well, be enraged and react back, film that, and farm that for content, clout, and money. And this is something that we see as a very, very common pattern with other streamers like Johnny Somali. He just happens to be in the US and happens to be, once again, cloaking this under the common veil of freedom of speech. But just like with Johnny Somali, sometimes the most heinous thing they do or the worst thing they do isn't actually the thing that ends up getting them in trouble. While everyone knows Dalton for dropping the N-bomb on people, in this case, what he's been charged with are multiple criminal charges in several counties, some of which have absolutely nothing to do with the language that he actually spoke. There's no possible argument for free speech, such as this video here, which we're going to look at, where he has an encounter in a restaurant, and we'll see how he deals with that restaurant.
But yeah, still here we are. Filming? We're live streaming.
So they're in an upscale restaurant in Nashville. So they're going to this restaurant, and right off the bat, they're saying, hey, are you filming? Like, we prefer if you don't do that. We don't want that in here. Very reasonable request, asked very nicely. And in almost all cases, if you're going into a business, if you're going in somewhere and they ask you nicely, you should comply with that. There's no reason why you need to force yourself as a live streamer into this situation and into a restaurant or place of business. But he doesn't give up. And we'll see here how he pushes even further.
Oh, okay. What are you about to tell us we can't eat here?
See, he's making the assumption, he's pushing that assumption that, hey, you're going to kick us out of here, you're going to remove me from here. Well, that's because probably other places do that, and they have every right to do that. Something that Chud, a person who pretends to be standing for freedom of speech and the Constitution, should understand is that actually businesses have every single right and freedom themselves. Private individuals own these businesses, families own these businesses, and they have every right to kick you out of their private business because it is a very reasonable thing for a business to not want somebody who's yelling, being provocative, etc., on the table next to them while they're trying to eat their dinner, particularly at an upscale restaurant. But all of these nuisance streamers, such as Johnny Somali and Chud over here, they all think they are entitled to be in these places. They think that they own these places, and you'll see that play out.
Why are you recording in the restaurant? I'm live streaming this. Okay, you can turn that off, please. Okay.
So once again, the manager is now there. The manager has told him to turn it off. So now he's been told twice. But does Chud listen? No, of course he doesn't, right? He continues to stream. This is once again a pattern with these nuisance streamers. This is why they end up in run-ins with the law, because they just don't listen to people when they're asked nicely.
I'm not. I'm just asking you not to record video in the restaurant. That's fine. I'm just curious why I've got good money to spend here.
And this is the attitude here. So he's giving up his name. He thinks he's so popular. He thinks he's so important. He's, got this inflated sense of ego. Very common with nuisance streamers because they get virality, because they get these big clips that are trending. They get attention that they never had before. They also think they can buy people out. Chud said there, I have good money. He thinks he can just buy these people out, buy out their dignity, their peace and quiet, the way they run their business. I'm just going to walk in here and I'm going to own the place. That's the ego that Chud the Builder is bringing into this. And that's exactly the problem in these cases.
I believe in freedom of speech and the Constitution, and people harass me for it.
And this is what he's using as a shield here. He's saying, hey, I believe in freedom of speech, the Constitution, but that doesn't get you a free pass to come into somebody's
you can't
business
do it in
and
the
whatever you
private
want
business.
and just take over that business. It doesn't give you permission to also record people without their consent. They've already told you no. The guy put his hand up. He clearly did not want to be on video. This isn't the same as two influencers that are arguing with each other on the internet.
Now, I got to pause this here. I let him get that off at link because I have a question for my audience. A salute to the Vegan Kitchen Queen, Ebony Dean for Cash Out. Thank you very much. Thank you. I have a question for the audience, okay? I have to ask it. If Chud the Builder were black, oh yeah, we going there. If Chud the Builder were black, I say again, how fast do y'all think they would have had security on him, getting him out of there? How fast do y'all think they wouldn't have just been talking to him? Oh no, they would have called the police and everything. How many of y'all think that would have happened if he were black?
Yeah.
I need to know. I got to ask it. Yes, we're going to ask these questions over here tonight. Yes, we are. Because see, according to the dominant society, this is violating the social contract, is it not? The same way Austin Metcalf did before, he had a tragic case of heartburn. Okay, he wouldn't have had the heartburn had he not, violated that social contract that you white supremacists always speak of. This is an example of it here, but you see, they can't see that when it's their own people. Huh? Yeah, we already know how this would have went had he been a black person. Oh boy, they would have had, it would have been 7 squad cars showing up. Oh boy, they would have had, it would have been front page news. I mean, it would have been a spectacle to get that black person out of there. Huh? But see, we see where the fairy chill father has landed himself. Okay. Oh, and it's been nothing but bad news for him and his team, as we know by now. But we're gonna get into covering exactly what those charges mean for him, because I know a lot of people been speculating on it. This guy's an attorney here. He's gonna get to breaking that down shortly. Look at you.
This isn't people that have consented to be part of the insanity and be part of the craziness. This is just people that are trying to go about their day. Normal people just trying to live their lives. And this perhaps is why there needs to be more action to shut down this type of nuisance streaming. So now that we've seen the restaurant incident, let's look at the courthouse incident facts. So the news that everybody is talking about now is the courthouse incident. A lot of people have looked past that restaurant incident, which just happened days earlier. I think it's very relevant as it shows escalation. But this courthouse incident is what may land him in jail for decades. So on May 13th, 2026, around 1:15 p.m., outside the Montgomery County Courthouse in Clarksville, Millennium Plaza Courtyard, a public area with bystanders, surveillance. Etherly was there for a civil matter. He was allowed to be there. He got into a verbal confrontation with Joshua Fox, a 30.
And by the way, I'm gonna keep bringing this up. He wasn't allowed to be there with a firearm. That needs to be a charge that needs to be added. I hope the community keep pushing for that. He did not have the right to be there with a firearm. Definitely if he was a law enforcement. Let it continue.
31-year-old Army veteran, also a father. Now, people are also reporting that he may have been stalking him. There may have been other facts that may come out, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But per the arrest warrant, Etherly turned into a bladed stance. He reached for a firearm in his jacket pocket first. A physical fight ensued, and Etherly fired multiple shots. Fox was struck, requiring emergency surgery and an airlift to Vanderbilt. Etherly was grazed in the arm, self-inflicted during the struggle. Ricocheting bullets hit nearby walls, and Etherly claimed self-defense, alleging that he was punched first, sucker punch, as most reports from his side are saying. But the warrant and the evidence emphasize he initiated the gun reach. The courthouse was briefly locked down. So that's what went down on that day. So with that shoot, let's look at what criminal charges happened overall, both including the courthouse and even the restaurant, because as with all nuisance streamers, you have to lump these things together. So from that restaurant incident, he actually ended up walking out on the bill. So he not only was in there being rowdy in the beginning, not wanting to turn off his camera, but he actually walked out on that bill. And so he got hit with theft of services, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest. And there's actually video of him being arrested.
There's another green one just like it right here. Yeah, they're on the court right here, man. The same one?
Hey, sir, you're under arrest.
What did I do? Okay. Can you lock it?
Now, those are all misdemeanors, but he's facing all felonies in Montgomery County, Clarksville. So in Clarksville, he's facing attempted criminal harm. He's facing use of a firearm during a, which all of these things are felonies, aggravated assault, and reckless endangerment. So what are the penalties for this? Well, for the Davidson County, Nashville charges, he's facing up to 11 months and 29 days in jail with fines. Now, typically this would be probation. He'd get a slap on the wrist. But now that he's looking at these other charges, I bet the prosecutors there in Davidson County are going to be ramping up their charges and ramping up their push for a more heavy sentence than they might have elsewise. Yeah. With the Montgomery County charges, he's facing up to 60 years behind bars just for the attempted.
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. He's facing up to 60 years. 60 years. Oh, plus the 20 minimum with the firearm enhancement. Oh, see, this is why they're so angry at the fairy chill father being in there. And notice how he's not advocating for freedom of speech when he appeared in those hearings and yelling, chimping out in the end. We're like, no, why stop now? You believe in freedom of speech. You still have it. Why not use it?
That's
and
right,
shout out to our good sister Brooke in the building. Hey, sister, thank you for the outstanding work that you and others are doing up there. Shout out to you and President Divine. Okay, y'all keep on holding the fight down. We're going to keep supporting because, see, family, this right here, everything that I'm showing y'all is precedent for us to get that anti-Black hate crime bill. And again, I'm going to be talking with people that I know to try to get that drafted up. All right, we all need to be trying to put in on that as much as we can because we need these cases cited. For the reason why we need the anti-Black hate crime bill. The cases need to be cited in the bill because, see, this is where we can use this to our advantage here. So whichever way these cases go, we can still use them to get the anti-Black hate crime bill. So now I want y'all to listen to the rest of what he's about to say because there's been a lot of people speculating on stuff, but this guy knows what he's talking about. Again, for those just coming in, he's an actual attorney and he's breaking it down from what the law says he's supposed to get if he gets convicted.
Homicide alone. Now the other three charges can stack up and those can add to potentially decades behind bars. Yep. The real thing that will get him is the mandatory minimum. If Chud the Builder is hit with all of those charges, he will absolutely be locked away for a very, very long time.
Yep.
Now, let's look at the self-defense analysis, because this is the real debate. The real debate is, was this self-defense? Now, Tennessee has a stand your ground law. So in Tennessee, it requires 4 things: lawful presence, lawful conduct, reasonable belief of the need for force, proportionality, and no initial aggressor. So you have to have all of those things. And this is an affirmative defense. So if the prosecutors can actually knock out one of these elements, just one of these things, he is guilty, because you have to admit that you did it. You have to say, I shot the guy, but here's my defense. So if they knock out your defense, all you're left with is, I shot the guy. That's literally all that's left of that analysis. So when you actually apply that to Chud's case, there's some arguments pro and against Chud. First of all, he's in a public place where he had the right to be. So the lawful presence, lawful conduct, we're going to assume that it doesn't appear at the time Chud was committing a crime, although we'll have to see how the ultimate facts play out and all the
he committed a crime when he had that firearm on the premises, though.
Reports happen. We also have claims from Chud's side that Joshua Fox actually punched first. And if you combine this with, once again, reports of him being the stalker, of him following him, etc., then he might say, okay, this is the person who provoked this, the person who started
Exactly.
this. But that's not where the analysis ends. And you do have to look at the other elements, such as proportionality and reasonableness. And I think this is where you might have some trouble. Now, another factor is, to argue the anti-Chud side, the arrest warrant, where we actually have the facts. And mind you, there were over 100 witnesses there that day. So there were many, many people watching this, observing this, and they were looking at this and saying, okay, what happened here, and getting that into the police report. So looking at what was actually written down, it states that he escalated. The belated stance and reaching for the gun, that's going to be escalation under a stand your ground self-defense analysis. So that's not going to look good. Also, it generally does not look good when you have non-deadly force, a punch, versus deadly force of multiple shots. Now, before anybody gets out there and goes crazy, yes, punches can sometimes be something you respond to deadly force with. For example, if someone's punching you in the head, that can be treated as deadly force, and you can respond accordingly. However, in general, for example, if you're just getting body punched or just a regular punch, typically a regular punch is something that you don't respond with a gun, and that's proportionality, right? So if your response is above the level where it should be, that's going to be failing a self-defense analysis. If someone punches you, typically you'd punch them back. That's a fist fight. You get in a fist fight. You're not drawing a knife or a gun or something else in that scenario. Now, the other thing is the bystanders. The bullets were ricocheting and going around, and that goes to the reasonableness of him pulling out his gun and firing multiple shots at Joshua Fox, because they're going to look at that and they're going to say, is that a reasonable use of force? Did he use more force than was necessary in this scenario? The other factor, which I think is massive, and I do think plays into the overall analysis, particularly reasonableness, is the fact that he was live streaming and that he had a documented history of confrontations. So he...
Oh, yes. We know his documented history of confrontations, because we reported on his tweets and all the things where he was saying the grand finale is going to be a dead chimp on the ground. This is what he said. Oh, no, there's no way around that. There's no way to make an excuse to let him off. OK, now, yes, we live in a system of white supremacy. We know what they like to do. But just based off the evidence that's being admitted, according to the judges so far, yeah, look like he going to have to eat them football now. Okay, we gonna see, you know what I'm saying? We don't celebrate anything before there's an actual conviction, but it ain't looking good for him and his supporters, and they've been crashing out, all the lying, and look, I got a question for his supporters. Why are you chimping out? That's what you're doing. You ice chimping out. That's what you stop chimping out. This is the greatest justice system in the world, according to you. What you worried about? If it was freedom of speech and self-defense and all that, you should just let the justice system take its course, right? Oh, and family, y'all have seen how he been struggling. His bail bond situation, this dude got to have at least 10 bail bondsmen to agree to put up $100,000 each for him to post bail. And then they've been trying to get illegal funding to get him out from this casino that's not legal now. I mean, they're just wiggling and squirming and scrambling, trying to get this anti-black racist back on the streets. First of all, his punk ass shouldn't have no bond in the first place. No black person would have had done what he did. Okay, not to mention all the other stuff. He was already out on bond for the other shit that you heard the charges read for right here in this broadcast. But again, the completion for the protection. Anyway, want y'all to hear the rest of this.
He was live streaming to get the rage bait. That's why he exists on the internet. That's what he does. That's how he makes his money, is by getting people to rage. And because of that, you can see that when combined with the history, combined with other things he's done, as showing, hey, this guy was trying to provoke this, and this was the natural, in fact, even reasonable, expected outcome was.
Don't forget that plane ticket that he had to Turkey. Also, he's got to throw that part in there, but I didn't.
For this,
and these are some psychopaths.
Here's my judgment. based on all of the warrants and all we have for the affidavits and all the evidence we've gotten from the actual government, I think Chud's self-defense argument is likely to lose. I also think that a jury of normal people, even conservative people in conservative Tennessee, most normal people that are not internet brained, are going to look at this and say, yeah, Chud, you went beyond what was reasonable. The force you used here was beyond reason. His other actions while live streaming also deserve jail time. You have to look at the totality of what he is doing, going into private businesses and trying to tell them what to do, to dictate what they do, to be disorderly, be disruptive. All these things deserve punishment because people will come out and copycat these things. People will see these actions, see the virality, see the news, and they will try to be the next Johnny Somali, Chud the Builder, etc. They will do these things absolutely. And if there is not a harsh punishment for nuisance streamers, there's going to be an infinite amount of copycats tomorrow. And part of the law is to disincentivize this behavior, to say, hey, you know what? You shouldn't be doing this. And I think Chud definitely needs some prison time in this case. The other factor I'll point in at the end here is his bail was set at $1.25 million, and he did have a absolute hilarious reaction to that.
So bail's going to order.
I'm gonna set just a bond right now. Do we have our bail hearing? Then I'll let you make all the arguments. We can go through all the factors in the statute and see if that gets amended up or down. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to set initial bond at 1.25 million. 1.25 million.
You see the big oof there for Chud. Now, a lot of people are saying, oh, that's crazy. Oh, this is two-tiered. Oh, this is insane. Well, there's a lot of factors you have to consider here. First of all, he was already out on bond for the Nashville charges. People are forgetting about that factor. The other thing is, and this is a massive factor, is that he's live streaming, profiting on this. So one of the thoughts of the judge is, hey, you're going to go out here and you're going to end up live streaming and getting into this again. You're going to be funded by your community. And seeing the Gibson go pumped up to 200K, that is a very good reason to say he might be funded, get out there and be engaging in this and endangering the community once again. So making it a barrier to prevent him from going out there and engaging in further nuisance streaming. So while some people may think this is...
Yep, and there you have it on the legal end of things. And I reiterate, he shouldn't have had a bond in the first place because like my good brother Project Leroy said in the chat room, it wouldn't be any copycats of Chud the Builder if you had white supremacists prosecuted him and the perpetrators and gave them all the jail time instead of that slap on the wrist nonsense. Exactly. And I will tell you this in conjunction with that, even if they don't do what they should do and produce justice, we will every time. We're not going to sit here and let these people terrorize us in our country in any facet of any of these cases that we review here tonight. But all of them can be used to get us an anti-Black hate crime bill, and they should be cited in the legislation that is drafted, okay? So that is what we're going to do. We're not going to sit up here and be terrorized. Defend yourselves and protect yourselves at all times. I know I'm a staunch advocate of the Second Amendment and other deterrents. Keep yourself safe. If any of you need, information on such things, hit me up. There was a brother just a couple of days ago that hit me up about some information. So definitely if you're on my Patreon, I can give you a whole lot more details on things too. Okay. And speaking of that, we're going to have 3 back-to-back Patreon broadcasts coming up. So if you're over there, yes, I'm going to go ahead and go there and get that out the way about, the Diddler's Revenge, because that's bigger fish to fry. A lot of y'all been asking me to speak on that. I got you, okay? And you can find, things going on with the Diddler's Revenge over there on Patreon because, I had to put it over. I had to. But I'm going to make some points about that, though, and I'm going to cover some things that a lot of people didn't bring up about that. So I'm going to get that out the way, then we're going to be back to business over here on the main channel, okay? So salute everybody contribute to the broadcast tonight. All right. Defend yourselves and your babies at all times. Black first, salute, and I will see you all in future content.
Now I'm gonna tell you all something. That motherfucker better be glad he ain't in the state of California.
Oh yeah. Let's see, yeah.
Yeah, because in the state of California, okay, if a motherfucker strikes you, you ain't supposed to hit him back. Okay, ask me how I know. I hit the motherfucker back and swelled up his motherfucking eye.
Yeah.
Police gonna tell me, oh no, man, you gotta back up. You can't fight back and what have you. And I told him, man, you crazy.
Right.
Straight out. I said, you fucking crazy. I wish the fuck I would stand there and let some motherfucker hit me.
Right.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Now, this is why you don't go around, Chud, the pussy, the freak, or whatever what your warped mind is, or whatever what you want to identify with, shoving ketchup up your ass or whatever. You got what the fuck you deserve.
Right.
Straight out.
And he is
got what the fuck. Yeah. He got what the fuck he deserved.
Crime bill. He's another prime example of why we need an anti-Black, anti-FBA hate crime bill.
Yeah, exactly.
How to do this shit. he's has a known pattern and track record of the shit, and it finally caught him. So he ain't getting out anytime soon. Like the lawyer said, he gonna have to get 10 bails.
No shit. No shit, Leonard. He got ran out of Reno.
Yep. I believe it.
Damn.
He taught me how to fight. Who taught you how to fight? Your dad? I'm trying to get all these comments. And he runs into illegal online casino. That's probably going to get busted now. Yeah, he's so slow.
Damn.
I've been advocating 20 years. So I won't fight him. Oh, yeah. Great Black Shark ain't no joke. Taught me how to fight. Oh, okay. Tell him to his face. Wait, who are you talking about? Tell who to what face? His base was in California as a Navy SEAL. Look how talking there. I don't think he's talking about Great Black Shark. He's talking about Chet the Bussy.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah, they ran his ass out of Reno, huh? The biggest little city in the world. Damn.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to get to other comments. Providing to folk out here. All these dudes used to live in Sparks. Oh, they used to live in Sparks, Nevada?
Yeah, which is about 12 miles 12 miles east of Reno.
Yep. I've been there, Shabaki. I'm a big boy.
It's off the 80.
Shot. Yep. All right, y'all. So I skipped the video I was gonna play from Professor Black Truth, so I'm gonna play it now. And it's about the Asian businesses again. And are we boycotting Asian businesses or racist businesses? So the good professor is gonna give us an update on that. Let me share my screen on that side. Okay.
Now, certain businesses have been openly hostile to and even openly violent supremacists. If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address.
I love when the Black community says, let's boycott Asian businesses. Please do. We'll get rid of the Chinese takeout, the dry cleaners, the laundromats. Let's get rid of the liquor stores as well. Get rid of the Jordans you guys wear, the Nikes you wear, the shower caps, the Hondas, the Hyundais, all your car electricians, the electronics in your house, the Sony, the TV system, your sound system, the microphones that you guys use to rap and speak about awareness for the Black culture and the hip hop culture. Where do you think that's made in? That's made all in Asia. And here's another thing for you guys. You guys want us to leave the neighborhood so bad? Oh, Asian people are not neighborhoods? We're in white neighborhoods. We have our own Chinatown. We have our own Koreatown. You think we really need you guys to benefit off and make money? A lot of us do go to college as well. You're being outworked by immigrants who barely speak English. And you're not embarrassed? Go to the bank, start your own businesses, and deal with your own people. I want to see your own women get on their hands and knees and do pedicures and manicures and deal with nasty-ass attitudes, okay? Please, boycott Asian business. I'm all for it.
It's just a fact. Black dollars matter. Even if Black folks don't necessarily understand that, your dollars matter to the point that the mere mention of a boycott makes these anti-Black racists go ape. You can go all the way back to the Montgomery bus boycotts with that one. What these anti-Black racists fear is the loss of money, sure, but also as white supremacist adjacent, they fear the loss of control. White power told them that they were on the team, but especially since COVID, they got a reminder. But their fallback was that the Black community would fund them regardless. And that's what everybody counts on, Black people having very short memories. But now we got folks who feel that they're in danger of the rug being yanked right out from under them. And they're wondering what they can do. Well, tough talk is what some people are offering. And no, contrary to what some people are trying to claim, like this goofball here, Black people are not boycotting Asian businesses. No, of course not. Black people are boycotting racist businesses. If you're somebody who's been practicing anti-Black racism, somebody who decides that they're going to be attacking Black people, especially Black children, and you have a business that's in the area, then yeah, people are going to say, okay, you don't get any more money. And after all, business of any sort must be reciprocal. You must balance the taken with the given. And that being the case, you've got Black people openly declaring that Black customers should only support a business to the exact same extent that those business owners support the Black community. For generations now, certain businesses have been openly hostile to and even openly violent towards Black customers, and Black people are organizing to deny those racists the Black financial life's blood that they need. That's what people are seeing. The same way that this creep claimed that he doesn't live in the Black community, but he clearly wants to get money from that Black community, then the Black community can and should decide that their dollars must remain in the community that it came from, just like these other groups do. See, they're trying to make it sound like Black people are targeting Asians or singling Asians out. Not at all. Black people are defunding racists in their neighborhoods and in their communities. That's what's happening. You've heard of defund the police? Well, this is defund anti-Black racist, plain and simple. And if you're somebody who that makes you nervous, well, maybe that's because you're part of the problem. Now, does this mean that we can defund 100% of the racist businesses? Of course not. And nobody said that we can defund 100% of them. At least not at this stage. But just because we can't pull the plug on 100% of them is no excuse not to pull the plug on the ones we can. We have the ability to make anti-Black racism very costly to the people who practice it. And what they're terrified of is that Black people are going to start doing that on a regular basis. The operative phrase there being on a regular basis. Now, this is going to be a difficult conversation because it also deals with issues of dysfunction within the Black community, people who have been conditioned to offer excuses for inappropriate behavior, especially as it relates to their own personal buying habits. And this conversation also is difficult because it deals with issues of self-hate that a majority of Black people, truth be told, suffer from. We tolerate behavior from other groups that we would never tolerate from a Black person. Right. And why is that? Because these other groups can see this dysfunction. They can see that we take the hard line with other Black people, but all too often we let everybody else just walk all over us. And what I'm talking about is more than just Black people who have talked themselves into believing that doing business with anti-Black racists is some sort of victimless crime. We're also talking about the way that far too many Black customers treat Black businesses. When you demand that a Black business let you twerk on the tables, when you demand that they sell the same goods to you at a lower price, when you make demands of them that you don't and would never make from anyone else, you're practicing internalized racism. Racists, like the sawed-off pie-faced punk at the beginning of this video, they will drive clear across town to buy things from another Asian. Doesn't matter if it costs them more money, they're practicing economic warfare. Black people patronize their business.
Good, shout out to them. I hope they did put his punk ass on blast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they got his ass.
But they make it a point to never do business with Black people. See, there is a racial boycott of businesses going on, but it's not Asian businesses that are being boycotted. It's Black businesses. Everybody does it, and they do so openly. And platforms, including YouTube, Google, and Facebook, they try to protect this practice by censoring anyone who calls it out. And just as all politics is local, so is all business. What you do in your local economy matters, whether you want to acknowledge it or not. Black people have been schizophrenic on this front. We do the right thing, but we don't do it consistently. Yeah. And racist punks like this see the fact that we are a decent people as being a weakness on our part. People like this will engage in any amount of racism against Black people, skullduggery and treachery and lying his butt off and feel not a pang of remorse. To degenerates like this, decency is a weakness because that's what they practiced against each other back in the home country. Well, let me tell you something. Our decency is not a weakness. In fact, it's a strength. We are a moral and principled people, but our inconsistency is definitely a weakness, one that these anti-Black racists have seen and have exploited successfully. We are to be respected, but we have to stand on business about that. And you don't stand on business every once in a while, or only when it's convenient, or only when the latest Black teenager has been murdered by some gun-wielding punk who just happened to set up shop in our neighborhood. Of a necessity, respect requires a strong element of assertiveness, if not outright confrontation. As I've taught you for going on 20 years now, If you want to be liked, which unfortunately most Black people are addicted to, the delusion of being liked, which is why we chase after these cross-racial alliances. If you want to be liked, then just go ahead and say yes to everybody. People will be content to pretend like they can tolerate your presence so long as you're their doormat. So yeah, if you want people to like you, then just say yes to everyone, no matter how they treat you. But if you want to be respected, then you better start learning to say no. People can't take you for granted when you use that word. See, the word respect means to think about, to consider. When you say yes all the time, you teach people to take you for granted.
It's real. Yeah.
They deal with you. You've conditioned them not to. They just show up, tell you what they want you to do, and you say yes. So why shouldn't they just assume you'll do what they want, even when they harm you? They don't even have to think about it. But when you say no, they can't just run up on you and tell you what they want. In fact, they can't even act towards you without having to think first. What if? They have to think before they deal with you. But that only happens when you say no. That's what it means to be principled. But even then, no one can be respected when their no is not final. Right. We've conditioned people to think that we'll say no on Monday, perhaps on Tuesday, maybe on Wednesday, and then on Thursday we say yes. And then perhaps in a couple of weeks, we might say no again, but there's no way to be sure. So as a result, everyone figures they might as well take us for granted. They might as well roll the dice. After all, what's the worst that could possibly happen? Yes, we've had times when we've punished anti-Black racist businesses, even put a few of the scumbags out of business, made them have to pack up, tent, and leave. But we've also had far too many times when we didn't do that. This is the equivalent of sending mixed signals. I'm not saying we have to have a 100% success rate of wrecking the racists who set up shop in our neighborhoods, but I am saying that it has to happen more often than not. And yes, we are supposed to be on code for the benefit of Black people. Malcolm X defined Black nationalism as control of the economics and the politics of the areas in which we live. And that's as fine a definition of Black empowerment as I've ever heard. But in order for that to work, we have to be consistent. That's what's required when you're up against an organized offense. White power used the wealth that it stole from us to bring hostile anti-Black racists to the U.S. Then it gave these people government assistance, and these banks have loans and programs specifically set aside for immigrants. And they set them up in Black neighborhoods where, with all this government and private sector financial support, they set up businesses that they get money from Black people to sustain. And then that money is weaponized against that very same Black community, and the recipients of that money turn around and claim that there is no racism, there is no anti-Black racism, and even if there is, well, Black people are to blame. They become the willing sock puppets for white supremacy. And the same way that refusing to say no conditions people to think that they don't have to respect you, when you keep giving money to people who have shown that they hate you, what you're showing them is you actually respect them. One thing's for sure, you definitely are not thinking that you should say no to them. When you do business with people who would never do business with you, what you're doing is you're empowering and emboldening them to carry out whatever behavior they've been engaged in. When you give your time and money to something, you empower it. That's the opposite of Black empowerment. To surrender control of the politics and economics of where you live is to practice Black disempowerment. Now, why does this happen? As Dr. Claude Anderson explained, it happens because of inappropriate behavior. Because some Black people have made a bad habit of making excuses for patronizing and hence empowering these violent anti-Black racists. Remember when that Asian hair salon owner assaulted that Black grandmother? Yeah. People were predictably outraged, but then that racist punk knew all he had to do was offer hair weaves at 50% off, and the hood other would forget all about being respected.
They lined up around the corner to go spend their money.
And his so-called business. Yep. Too many Black people look for an excuse not to have to be on code. And that includes those who claim to believe in it. Because when incidents like these happen, you have people who immediately want to be the first ones to say, well, what's the use in even telling Black folks not to buy from these racists? They're going to do it anyways. Meanwhile, these exact same people never tell Black people not to buy from racists. These are people who are silent all the time, people who never speak up, and then have the nerves to turn around and say, well, saying anything wouldn't make a difference anyway. And a number of those, well, Black folks just need to give up comments are posted by racists, white supremacists, and other variations of anti-Black bigots like the one at the beginning of this evening address. People who say that nonsense about, well, black folks are going to keep buying from these anti-black racists regardless, what they're doing is they're trying to make excuses for what they themselves do. Black people have gotten on code numerous times in the face of these anti-black racists in our communities, and we've made it where their so-called businesses weren't profitable. We've starved anti-black racists for oxygen and made them have to pack up tent in the past. We've done it successfully. What's missing, however, is that we are consistently inconsistent. Persistence is good. Consistency is better because consistency lasts. The problem with consistency for black people is that it requires us to do something day after day. There is no finish line. See, persistence is about aggression and force. Persistence comes with a beginning, a middle, and an end. Persistence has a strong element of kinesis to it. Consistency, on the other hand, is not so much about force as it is about doing something over and over and over. It bores you, so what? Keep doing it. I'm not seeing immediate results, so what? Keep doing it. Oh, the conditions have changed. We had a setback, so what? Keep doing it. This is about marshaling our resources, and that starts with you. These anti-black racists are at war with us. And keep in mind, what they're doing is actually very old. In his book, The Art of War, Sun Tzu said that when an army goes into an enemy's land, what you do is you bring a certain number of supplies with you from the home country, but after that, you start to make sure that you live off of the enemy. You live off the enemy by basically hopefully defeating them in battle and taking whatever supplies that they have. And of course, you plunder the countryside of their people, so you go ahead and rip them off too. This is the kind of anti-black racism that's being practiced against black people. This is what white supremacy and its adjacents have been doing. The white supremacists set up certain elements with all of this funding, all of this support, and then afterwards, to make sure that they remain afloat, they get the money from the enemy. They see black people as being the enemy. And this is the reason why we stopped playing the people of color game. Because you got people of color from other groups who come from places that practice violent anti-black racism, especially in places like Asia. So when they come to the US, they want to audition for a place in the dominant society. So they go overboard to prove that they hate black people more than the white supremacists do. This is the reason why the murderer Peter Liang had all of that support that he had from a certain community. Killing a black person with no legal consequence is the evidence that they've got the same racial privileges as the dominant society does. So when Peter Liang was indicted, as they saw it, their honorary oppressor class status was endangered. And in war, you don't settle for a partial victory. Injustices like the murder of Cyrus Belton must not and should not demoralize you. That's what the enemy wants. We have agents, ops, and cowards who infest the comment sections and elsewhere who don't want us to prevail over the anti-black racists and who themselves know that they're a huge part of the problem and they don't want to ever stop their inappropriate behavior. To say nothing of the outright white supremacists and anti-black racists using sock puppet accounts. They want you to stop focusing on defunding these racists. So yes, we need to defund these anti-black bigots, and we need to take the hard line on it. Defund their restaurants, defund their hair salons, defund their laundromats, defund their janky shoes. Black people oversample on trivialities because too many black people remain silent when it comes time to call this stuff out and say there's something wrong with trying to be fresh to death, especially when you're buying your fresh clothes and your kicks and such from people who hate you. Hell, even the white supremacists know better than that. As a famous slave owner once said, avoid all foreign entanglements. And as for the punk at the beginning of the video, this is tough talk coming from somebody who's trying to put up a brave front, but the truth of the matter is he's not sure what will happen because the same people who are talking tough today will be changing their tune tomorrow if the economic pain actually sets in. Yes, this racist is running his mouth now, but he's also betting that black people will continue to be consistently inconsistent. Dr. King talked about that, about how the white supremacists in his day felt that basically the riots and the uprisings were just the Negroes needing to blow off some steam. See, the white supremacists already factored in black discontent into their calculus a long time ago. Occasionally, those things are going to happen. That's just the unfortunate excesses of the dirty business of anti-black racism. Now, there have been times when we put our foot down and made it count. We have put pain on the anti-black racist, but the problem is that we haven't been consistent about it. So over the course of decades, this inconsistency has conditioned the anti-black racists to feel that they can roll the dice. Maybe we'll squash them like bugs, or maybe there will be just enough silly Negroes who'll go back to picking the cotton anyway. The thinking black people know what time it is. But as the black media has told you for a generation now, the greatest enemy to black empowerment is the enemy within. The low mentality Negro who always makes up an excuse or invents a lie to justify engaging in the same inappropriate behavior that harms us. We have to be honest that a majority of black people fall into this category. Well, I'm not on a rescue mission, and you better not be either. At this late date, every black person knows what the score is. The problem is that too many of us are comfortable being at the bottom and being oppressed. I guess it's like that old song goes, I've been down so long, it feels like up to me. Well, there's no honor in somebody who can't tell up from down, because I certainly can. See, there's black people who don't want to win because being under white supremacy seems easier to them. Well, there's nothing easier than laying down and dying. And that might be good enough for these Amos and Andy Negroes, but that's not good enough for me. And it better not be good enough for you. That's the bad news. Now, here's the good news. We don't need the majority of us to be on code. If there's anything that the outgrowth influence of the black grassroots proves, it's that we only need a critical mass. After all, in every movement, it's not the masses who get things done. It is the few who get off their butts. It is the people who actually get things done, like you. And by the way, I don't believe in boycotts. I believe in a status quo. A boycott is reacting to a business that's been racist. The status quo should be that we don't fund anti-black racists to begin with. If somebody makes it where I have to boycott them, then the problem is that I need a business that isn't a bunch of racists. That business shouldn't be around. Now, white power propped up and pushes these anti-black bigots. Everything from the State Department greasing the skids to bring them to the U.S., to banks engaging in open, blatant, preferential racial treatment with loans and financial programs set aside for immigrants. And they make sure that there's certain immigrants who they are going to prefer over others. This is a truth that the Africans and the Caribbean still haven't figured out yet. This is done so that these people who practice anti-black racism are able to leapfrog over foundational black Americans. And it's done on the government and corporate America's dime. Dr. King talked about that in the 1960s, talking about how these banks and the government make sure that they give all of this aid to white farmers while making sure that they have a huge boycott against black farmers. What's happening now is a much needed reminder of what the reality is. As Maya Angelou said, when people tell you who they are, believe them. Defund the anti-black racist in your midst. I'm not talking about taking down the big corporations. I'm talking about making it where these racists who have been setting up shop and propped up in your neighborhood to harm black people and drain local resources are no longer able to profit from you. You remember that Tui family? They were the Mississippi family who claimed that they had been so kind to the football player Michael O'Hare. Hollywood even made a fictional fantasy movie loosely based, very loosely based, on the Tui's telling of the events. But the black grassroots and the black media were on that fraud from the beginning. The Tui's could not stand black people. That was the reality. Michael O'Hare has publicly excoriated and repudiated them, and the movie studio that lied about him. The Tui's made their money off of their little restaurants where they took money from the black customers, but they didn't live in those areas, and they put no money into those areas. They only took money out. They put nothing into it. What do you call someone who only takes and never gives anything? The Tui's fast food shacks were nothing more than an economic eyesore in those black communities and an economic drain on them. And we see the same thing with racists like that Chow scumbag and the fool at the beginning of this video. The Tui's got exposed and called out. This is good. This is necessary. But it's only the first step. Punishment is what must come next, and that comes in the form of defunding and the community taking concrete steps to protect itself from the Ricc Chows of this world. When racist trash are running around murdering black people, especially black children, the community must take steps to protect itself and stop the violence before they strike again. As vile as the punk at the beginning of the video is, there is one thing that's beneficial about his little racist tirade. As Malcolm said, I have more respect for a man who lets me know where he stands than one who tries to walk up like an angel and is nothing but the devil. Black people should remember this is who they give their money to. Harsh lessons make for long memories, and we've become a people who like to forget. Next time you get ready to make an excuse for why it's okay to patronize the Ricc Chows of this world or his fellow travelers, hopefully some of you will remember this, and you'll act appropriately. Not just today, not just when the next black teenager is murdered in cold blood, but consistently. Good evening and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Burkett Cochrane, Andrew Lewis, Prince Ahmed, Tyrone Leak, and Blacc RU Etheridge. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on what the professor just laid out for us?
He said it was correct once again, and then on top of it is up to us to build up our own infrastructures. Dr. King had said that he had led our people into a burning house with integration. This here proves it. And then on top of it is, well, too, we got to come together, Black families, because see, it's up to us to save us, man. We the only ones who can do it. These other groups do not give a fuck about us. They prove it day in, day out. Look at that scenario you got happening there in Washington, D.C. And then, you know, every time these Nabiscos go down, who's the first group of people that they want to come to help them? Us. Go look in the mirror. They always want us to come help them. Same thing with these Asians. They want us to come help them. You see what I mean? And then, like that Asian is talking about, that they don't want our money. Then, goddamn it, let's prove it. Boycott them motherfuckers. They did it in 1992 in Los Angeles, and a whole lot of them had to move out. You see what I mean? You know, because what they doing is people is this. Just like this. They taking our blood, okay, and using it against us.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It's a high tech Tuskegee experiment. It's a high tech Tuskegee experiment. You see what I mean?
Yep.
They always want to come to us.
Mm-hmm. So as a result of the nature, meaning nature, is hearing our cries, and it issued out an earthquake, which caused a tsunami in Asia. So I'm gonna play news. He's a Nabisco, but he be dropping the weather news and the earthquake news.
Okay, what was the earthquake number?
It was a 7.8.
That is serious.
After a major earthquake off the coast of the Philippines, where I've seen people, USGS ranks it at 7.8 magnitude or 8.2 magnitude. Internet people are saying it's a 9.
Exactly, Sister Val. We can't.
A tsunami has been detected off of Makisum. Earthquake detected in North Maluku Islands. Site tag Ulan Dang, Bayaro, and Melanguani. Plus, Franchella season, who I assume is near there, saying it was the longest earthquake they've ever experienced. And her having Olivia Rodrigo and her PFP. Olivia's half Filipino. She's probably from Filipino, I would guess. Plus, Bulkaholic has reported that tsunami advisory has been issued for, should I pronounce them all? Maya Koji Mama? Yay, Yama region, Amami Islands, and Tokata Islands, and Okinawa main island region, Daito Islands, Ogasawa Wara Islands, Tane Gishima, and Yukushima region, southern It's Me Prefecture, Wakayama Prefecture, Kochi Prefecture, Miyazaki Prefecture, eastern Kagoshima Prefecture, Kuju Kuwari, and the outer Boso Coast, the Chiba Prefecture, the Izu Island, Shizuoka Prefecture, and the offshore Chat Prefecture. So yeah, serious situation. There are videos of buildings collapsing. I think that's what the broken house is showing. And so your earthquake happened just south of the Philippines. And tsunamis are bad. This is not a picture of this one, but just saying that they create a wall of water, and this is reported to have caused a 1 to 3 meter tsunami, which is like 1 to 10 feet. It only takes like a foot of water to sweep you off your feet. It was 35 kilometers deep, which is actually pretty shallow, but not the shallowest. But yeah, tsunami waves reaching 1 to 3 meters above the tide level are possible along some coasts of the Philippines and Indonesia and Malaysia. And we have had quite a bit of solar activity lately. So smoke them if you got them, and stay cool, stay alert, play defense, stay cool. What? Now my Twitter's not working. Yeah, one crazy summer. Yeah. Reminder, Mother Nature's super powerful. So a lot of shit's been exploding lately.
Yeah,
A
it
lot of
is.
countries
Okay.
are at war with each other.
And this
Now
was in a ring
buildings are
of fire.
collapsing.
Yeah, That's exactly
That is
what the
horrible.
fuck happens in a quake right there, people. That right there.
Tsunami warning issued for Japan.
That right there.
South Korean stock market dropping 8% limit down, I think, due to frustrations over them not letting new genes do their thing, I guess. And pray for the people in the Philippines. Also, if you're in America, pray that we don't get another giant earthquake in the middle of the Gulf. That's technically one of my planetary defense commander fears.
Oh, wait a minute.
Aftershocks like
That would
6.3.
be, yeah, in
And
Philippines,
pray for peace,
country.
as Trump says, a peace deal between Iran, the USA, and Israel is close. But technically, he's been saying that shit for 100 days. All right, try to rise above it all if you can. Literally, if you need to, and figuratively, as I think everybody needs to, because like 2019 till now has been rough. I'm an old chopped unk, and I
Yeah,
say that like it's been rough.
yeah, that's waking you up.
9/11 really shifted
That's
the vibe.
waking you up.
Okay, so we got more. This just happened to 6.4, and
go
how
steal all
crazy
the
is the
fresh
summer gonna
water.
get? Because you got the Russian
Drink
war
no
with
water, I
Ukraine,
know too.
Iran, Israel, USA, and you got wars happening in tons of other nations.
That place is demolished.
You've had a lot of infrastructure, oil, natural gas, energy refineries destroyed or blow up over the last 100 days. Now this, and last night I was literally spending time watching all the moisture situation. Here, I'll show you. See, like these are the ones I pulled yesterday because they were so weird. Okay, that was mean sea level pressure over the USA. Just had a weird. And then this is when I pulled over here because that is a whole lot of precipitable water. And so yeah, I pulled this because of shit around the Philippines and this whole area was weird. All right. Yeah.
All
This
that is
Astro Fight
ring
Club,
of fire.
man. Adults only. And usually it's for the best, the coolest, the cool. And that is a very bad sign. Here's a giant building collapsing onto the mascot. That's not good, dude. And since we just crossed over,
they got them here in
planetary
Vegas,
action is
too.
definitely going to be weird and wild this summer. So stay cool and pray for those affected. Yeah, this is really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been super pro peace for the 13 and a half years I've had this YouTube channel. So it seems like a really bad time for the United States to be involved in a war 7,000 miles away. All right. I'll keep everybody posted. God bless everyone. Stay cool.
Man, you better get your ass up from up under them buildings. Shit.
Right.
Quickly. Because
So
see,
that's
now
that
the cold part about
That's that ABK. That's that the anti-black karma coming back to them.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what it is. You see? And so my advice, and for those of you who've never been in a quake of that size right there, okay, that's a big one right there. Now, the thing that's going to happen to you afterwards, after the quake, after you settle down, your stomach is going to get very, very, very queasy, okay? The reason being is because you're in a state of shock, okay? Subconsciously, you're in a state of shock, okay? So then you're going to have your fear level. You got to get your fear level to drop. And the ones who most definitely should be need to be sought out for is people with special needs and the elderly. You see what I'm saying? Because they could be trapped. You know, their breathing apparatuses might break down or what have you, and you're on your own, is because all of the ambulance, fire departments, all that, they're going to be responding to the quake. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. And always prepare for the quake. Have your bug out bag. You see what I'm saying? The main thing you need is water. Trade for it, buy it, steal it by any means necessary. You see?
Okay. All right. Thanks for that. I got to move on to
and I'm talking about what I've lived through from 71 and 94. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. All right. So moving along, we got a J6er who's now working at the Pentagon.
Oh my God.
So Torian Rain Reloaded gonna give us an update on that. Shout out to Torian.
Officials are defending their hiring of a York County man who took part in the January 6th Capitol riots. Elias Azari, who was convicted and later pardoned, is now serving on a counterterrorism role. Chief political correspondent Andy Weber takes a look at his convictions and the Defense Department's response.
Well, detailed court filings accuse Azari of taking part in the January 6th riots, including encouraging and directing those storming the Capitol. The Pentagon is standing by their hire. The Washington Post was first to report that this man, Elias Azari, was recently hired to work in a Pentagon office that oversees sensitive special operations and irregular warfare matters, essentially a role focusing on counterterrorism. But just 5 years ago, he drove with two friends from South Carolina to D.C. to take part in a massive riot that looked to interrupt the certification of the 2020 election. Press and surveillance photos from that day show Azari armed with a metal pole directing fellow rioters toward the Capitol before climbing through a broken window. After wandering through the rotunda and posing with statues for nearly half an hour, Azari exited the Capitol. He stayed on Capitol grounds until dusk. The Washington Post reports that during his sentencing, Azari showed remorse, saying January 6 represented something truly horrible. Azari, who at the time was a freshman at the Citadel, pleaded guilty to entering and remaining in a restricted building and spent 14 days in jail. He was included in President Trump's mass pardoning of January 6 defendants in January 2025.
They were protesting a crooked election. You know, I mean, people understand that also. And they were treated very badly. Nobody's been treated like that. So I'd be open to it, certainly.
In a statement on X, acting Pentagon Press Secretary Joel Valdez wrote, Azari is a qualified, patriotic young professional, and we are proud to have him as a political appointee at the Department of War. Reporting in York County, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
So it looks like we got another Operation Protect the White Boy in the books, and it is this individual by the name of Elias Azari. I can honestly say I never heard of him. I guess he was one of the other underlings that was involved with January 6th because there was so many of them out there. And isn't it nice to say that I can get a job after committing a domestic terroristic act, or at least for engaging in one? And I find it interesting that the usual suspects who claim that white privilege isn't a thing aren't talking about this, considering this is the legit definition of white privilege. Like this dude right here, all he had to do was go to DC, engage in this act, get pardoned by Trump, be deemed a patriot, and now he's getting hired to work at the Pentagon in a relatively good position, a position that he doesn't even qualify for. One that if he was probably a little bit more tan, say, I don't know, black, they would have said that he was a DEI hire, even if he was indeed qualified and not even there the day of January 6th. I have told people over and over again that the usual suspects, the men anyway, don't like DEI, or at least the version of it that they have concocted, because they don't benefit from it like they claim everyone else does. I've said over and over again, and I'm staying 10 toes down on this. If DEI, the way that they portray it, went the way that they wanted it to, then they would never get online and bitch and complain all the damn time about Black people getting all the benefits and stuff like that, even though we don't receive it. But, you know, they got to go after the low-hanging fruit. I want to see if they're going to talk about this. Now, this is a pretty fresh story. This is stories, I don't even think even a week old. I actually got tagged in this on Facebook and said, okay, I will definitely add it into the repertoire. And here we are. So, again, this dude ends up working in the Pentagon, and I was able to pull like what his position is or whatever it is that he's going to be doing. So he's going to be working in the irregular warfare and counterterrorism section, and it's a part of that so-called Department of War. Man, when this administration is over, whoever gets it, I'm gonna need them to change that back to the Department of Defense. And it says that it's a highly specialized 40-person Pentagon policy team operating under the Assistant Secretary of Defense for special operations and low-intensity conflict. It develops policy strategies and plans for unconventional warfare, personnel recovery, hostage rescue, and combating terrorism. I find it interesting that it says counterterrorism and combating terrorism, considering what those individuals, including the one who just got this job, committed what I would deem to be a domestic terroristic act. Of course, they would never call it that. I mean, they still refer to it as them going to, it was a tour. I mean, the mental gymnastics, many of them play in the gall, the unmitigated gall to try to do the whole, I guess you could say, what is it? The insulting of my intelligence, which y'all know is one of my biggest pet peeves. Talking about they was going on a tour. That's not what a tour looks like. Not any tour I've ever seen or been on. I can honestly tell you that. But this is the job right here. And the crazy part about it is, if you remember and listen to the clip, the Pentagon, the officials over there actually are defending him getting this job. Like, which means there are people out there that are pushing back against why does this man get this job? Like, all he did was what he did on January 6th, and boom, out of nowhere, he ends up getting a job. So, like, it's that easy. Well, for them, apparently. And the thing is, he never said, oh, I don't qualify for this job. You know, give it to someone who meets the qualifications, which, by the way, what are his qualifications? They never asked that. They never asked what his qualifications were. They just said, okay, we'll just give him a job. And they never questioned it. They just gave him the job, and they're defending him getting the job. I'm telling you, that privilege is real. But when I was looking up a picture for the thumbnail to use for him, I ended up finding out something else interesting involving this Elias guy that happened maybe a couple years after what happened on January 6th. Apparently, Elias was trying to throw his hat into the political ring because don't they all? And I guess he thought because he was a good patriot and doing what he did on January 6th, that somehow Trump was going to come and endorse him. But of course, that turned out to be wrong, because look what it says here. A state candidate went to prison for his January 6th actions. Trump is endorsing his opponent. And it was posted June 4th, 2024. So you're talking over 2 years ago, when shortly just hit the 2-year mark, as a matter of fact, almost exactly. And he was running against this guy. Now, of course, we all know what the outcome was. He ended up losing. So he was trying to throw his hat into the political ring, which, again, he was probably running for a position that he wasn't qualified for, that people didn't know who he was, or maybe they did know who he was and didn't like what he did and said, oh, hell no, we're not, in fight for him. But what's crazy is this guy, his opponent, got endorsed by Trump, the same man that he ran up into the Capitol for. And meanwhile, his opponent most likely didn't have to do any of that. And he got the endorsement and the win. So you did all of that for absolutely nothing. You did all of that for a man that ended up going against you anyway. And people have been trying to tell people that Trump will turn on you in the drop of a hat. But they'll keep doing it. And like I say, gluttons for punishment. I had a light bulb moment when I was still going through this story. And I said to myself, are there any other people that was involved with January 6th that got a high-ranking position just because? So when I typed that into Google, only 2 names came up. Of course, Elias, who we are talking about now, but also this other individual by the name of Jared Wise. It said that he was appointed to the Department of Justice. They say he was a former FBI agent who was filmed urging rioters to kill police officers on January 6th, and he was hired to work as a senior advisor to the department's pardon attorney before eventually resigning. So even though he's not there anymore, he was still able to get a job. And mind you, they say he was a former FBI agent. So that means he worked for the DOJ already, but it's under as an agent. And then he went out there and did what he did. And he said he was urging rioters to kill police officers. And he still managed to get a job. Meanwhile, there's some people who can't get a decent job interview because of a weed fragment. Especially back then anyway. But this guy can go out and do what he did, and he still get a job. Man, I'm telling you, that privilege must be amazing. It has got to be. It is next level. And for them to sit up there and try to tell us otherwise, it's some bullshit. Yep, so there it is. Another day, another opportunity for a PC to show their ass. And then after they do it, they might still get whatever it is that they want, even if it's not what they wanted. Like I said, I highly doubt he's qualified for the job that he got. But because of what he did, and they see him as a quote unquote patriot, I swear that's like a rallying call. Call somebody a patriot and automatically you get some kind of benefit. And the crazy part about it is, remember, Trump was trying to implement that slush fund, that anti-weaponization act fund that was like $1.76 billion, where everybody who was involved with January 6th, at least a lot of the ones that got pardoned, such as him, could probably get about $1 million a piece. I don't know where that's sitting at right now, but let's hypothetically say it was to go through, which would be ridiculous. He would stand to get $1 million right off rip. So not only would he get $1 million, if it hypothetically it happens, but he will also have this job that he doesn't qualify for. And he didn't turn it down. He accepted it. And the people who gave him the job are defending it. So when people try to tell you that white privilege ain't real, point them to this video right here, or just point them towards the playlist. It is all right there.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back, another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in as it just hit the timeline. It's breaking news that No Puncher 22 and his wife, Lena, the sperm cleaner, are no longer together as she has filed for divorce, as TMZ got the full report. So ain't nothing to do it but to get into it, and it says this. Lena the Plug is pulling the plug on her marriage with Adam 22, TMZ has learned. Lena filed the divorce docs in LA County without a lawyer on June 1st, which happens to be her birthday, and wants legal and physical custody of their 5-year-old daughter, according to divorce docs obtained by TMZ. For those who don't know, the couple has a very successful podcast and OnlyFans account, which also makes for a very unique relationship. They shoot adult content with people outside their marriage, together and individually, and interview those people on their pod. Adam also hosts his popular No Jumper podcast without her. With that being said, in the docs, Lena says she does not have a job and her only income is $3,000 monthly spousal support from Adam. Of course, she's a very successful creator on OnlyFans, but in the docs, she makes it sound like she has no control over that revenue, saying, I have no access to any financial resources in this marriage or actual financial information. So all amounts entered are estimates. She also says they have $1.1 million entertainment studio, and she wants half of that in the divorce. They got married back in 2023, and in the docs, she lists their date of separation as April 15th, tax day. We've reached out to Lena and Adam, but no word backstory developed. I don't know for sure if this right here is a play for clout or to gain attention on the algorithm, but either way, this is eventually going to happen one day when Lena the sperm cleaner decides to go ahead and divorce No Puncher 22 for the simple fact she don't love him, bro. When a woman will go out here and sleep with this many men after married you already, y'all wasn't doing that before y'all got together that we know of. Y'all had a daughter and all this. Then she said, well, I'm gonna go sleep out here with another guy. And then they do it one time, that she's been doing it nonstop ever since, that I ended up finding out like last week. But when I do hear this write-up, it makes me question, because she filed the divorce on her birthday. Then it was the tax day, the 15th, when they supposed to be separated. And then she's saying she don't make no money. She ain't got control over none of her paper. I don't know what's going inside their home, but this is TMZ. They get access to legal docs because people who work at these buildings, people who work at these offices, and leak them to them for a little check and things. Or sometimes somebody on the publicist man put it out there. She could have sent it. Hey, let's go ahead and announce it, make it public. Me and him officially separated. But with their minds, how twisted they is, how they got that dedication to go viral or die trying, anything for clout. You just never know with them two right there. This could be a play for them to run out there and say, well, man, we want to just try to save some money. We need to file bankruptcy or something. I don't know for sure, because I seen No Puncher 22 had tweeted out. Somebody had reposted it everywhere because I looked at the tweets, but I didn't care when I seen it. But now I thought about it, that he said the content industry went down. They might be trying to make a play for that, bro. Who knows? But either way, the day is going to come when she is going to leave and divorce you. And you're going to have to look back when you broke that news, that little puppy dog voice, and you could just hear the embarrassment in his voice where he was doing it because he felt like he didn't have a choice. And that's what you call a weak man, a weak individual, a dude that has no soul and just let his female be in control. That ain't how this world is supposed to work, bro. A man is supposed to lead. The woman and the children are supposed to follow. Your woman been leading you. This is why this is happening right now, if that is what's true. Like, we just got to keep it all the way 100. I see people make excuses for this and that. Fam, anything else in this world, if you want to be in the P and the H game, sending the females off, all that, I don't live none of them lifestyles. That's just all confusion that come with the game. Like, are you a P, you this and that, sit down, whatever. Them situations your girl sleeping with other guys, you know what that is already. That's overstood. But when you go get married, this is something that's supposed to be sacred, and loyalty is supposed to come with it. Other than that, what's the point of putting a ring on it, keeping it all the way 100? So that's why I be like, bro, it's just a lot of lost logic, a lot of stuff that don't make no sense. But everybody knew this day was gonna come, especially with the way that it comes off when you hear somebody talk and you hear them worship things that make no sense. She even talked about she need half for the studio. You want full custody of your daughter. So either way, you gonna look bad. If you pulled this play and ran a fake divorce, that's gonna be fraud. So it's like, bro, what do they really have going on right now out there? Which I really don't personally care, because, you know, I said things about this and I posted some stuff up, and, you know, boy said this. I remember at No Puncher, when I said something about the show, he came on my Instagram, man, set your HOA up, boy, shut up. I'm like, nah, that's your wife right there. When she leave, you gonna come back to this and visit. How I told you what was gonna happen. One thing about me, bro, ain't nothing magical. Like, it ain't no magic with this, bro. It's either you're moving in the righteous light, and you're moving right, and you're going in the right direction to do certain type of things, or you're not. And if you ain't, it's eventually you're gonna face them capital C's: controversy, chaos, confusion, conflict, and confrontation to be a part of the conversation. And we added crashing out to that situation because you want to have an algorithm and be a part of it in rotation. And I messed that up. But y'all know my sayings on here, bro. Because one thing about No Puncher 22, he's a volunteer for this. He's not a victim. If your woman runs off with your money and take everything and have you looking like a sucker, you told her I'm a sucker. You told her I'm a lame. You told her abuse me. You volunteered for this treatment. Because it ain't no way you supposed to be coming to that podcast show every other day or whatever time, however many times you go on there and act like everything is okay at home. You steady seeing your wife getting a back beat in, getting ran down, boy, you got no respect at all. And it's so crazy because the way the situation go with everybody that work on your show, they can't come up there and tell you, hey, you a certified lame and a chump and a sucker for letting your wife do you like that, bro. Like, bro, I just seen your wife doing this and that. Everybody up there just using you for the check. They ain't your real partners. They ain't your real friends, because I would never have a real friend or a real partner or somebody close to me who is married. We talking about marriage, y'all. Got married, got a family, then you go, hey, man, my wife gonna start smashing other dudes now. I'm gonna say, hey, bro, you done lost your mind? That makes no sense at all, bro. Like, what you really got going on? But I wouldn't have to worry about that with none of my partners because they would never do nothing like that. That's how you know with these type of shows, their goals and everything that they got going on, bro. They'll do anything for $1. They want you to think they winning. They want you to think money is everything. They want you to think that clout is everything. But in the end, it comes back to the roots, to the soil, to the bottom, to the level of, hey, I never had respect out the gate. And now you're on your show and trying to instigate all this gang banging activity. I was gonna make a video when I seen them disrespecting black people again, talking about the chimp and I. And man, if I'm saying it for this, it don't mean that, bro. What you think chimping coming from, dog? What is we talking about here? But he wanted to play with that. But hey, that's the latest update. We'll get y'all more with some more information when it come in. Stay on your pivot, more videos, all that. Lock into the Patreon, Urban Politicians TV, on the website or the app. I'm most definitely gonna tap into this some more for sure on there. We got some stuff coming. Lock in. Oh, yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in as it had broken to the news earlier today by TMZ that none other than No Puncher 22 wife, Lena the sperm cleaner, has officially filed for divorce and said that she wants physical and legal custody of their 5-year-old daughter and half of their $1.1 million studio, and also said that she only makes about $3,000 a month. She don't know where the money go when she make it, which is kind of insinuating that No Puncher 22 is taking all the things and the earnings that come from the adult film situation that they got going on now. Now, to see this, come on, y'all. We can all expect it. We can all think that this is going to come. Even Stevie Wonder is knowing that this day going to approach eventually, because when we seen it go down, we just not even logically, just it never can make sense at all. Why would you get married and then go out here and start just getting all types of dudes? And she been on a run, which I didn't even know at first, that she has continued this going, different dudes. And at first she was just going after the, I was calling her one of the neaters. She going after them only. But then eventually she jumped out there and started getting anything that's on the table. And what she probably trying to do, get into them gangbang things. You get it? Because No Puncher 22 obsessed with gang banging, but she gonna be obsessed with the other type of gang banging. We can just see it coming. Let's call it for what it is. But No Puncher 22 being himself, he said, I can't pass up this opportunity for the clout. He been in the comment sections talking about anybody looking for a BBL, get at him or something on different blogs. Then he responded in his story and said, all black women who want to date me, please DM me. I will buy you a car. Then he put up in his story, freedom. And I don't know how deep and real this right here is for these two weirdos. She's a weirdo, he's a weirdo. Anybody that tells them what they do is respectful, honorable, and cool, that is a weirdo mindset to have, because y'all wasn't doing that before. That wasn't how y'all got y'all established name in the game with her sleeping with other guys. Y'all was already having it y'all way financially. You got the podcast, she got this going on, whatever, but you get married to her. Like, you're not a P. You're not sending her off. You're not telling her to go do this. Y'all not in an open relationship. Y'all got married after y'all had a kid and went and did this nonsense.
And Adam's back. Like, everyone just makes these little backstories because it is all of their fears in their relationships. I think it also really pissed them off that I'm in this relationship with Adam, and Adam allowed me to go do this thing because they think in some way that I'm going to influence their wife or their girlfriend to request the same thing, or I'm sort of normalizing it when I'm not really normalizing it. I'm a sex worker.
So it's like, wow. But now let me tell No Puncher 22, keep black women out of your jokes and things right now, bro. Just go through it with your wife. She is white. Y'all go do y'all white people thing. Now I know it's black women in that business that y'all in, and they gonna look at you like a lick. You won't ever be loved again. Nobody's gonna ever respect you. You want to know why? Because you don't respect yourself. That's the first thing. They saw how you got played right there. Let's keep it all the way 100, dog. And if they are running the play, y'all, because they could be. We know they both subscribe to the mindset of going viral or die trying. They believe in the capital C's in full effect. They are completely committed to doing anything to shoot up the analytics. So they could be running the game here. Who knows? But let's be for real. Even if they are running the game, it's going to come a day that this is going to come reality for them. No matter how you slice it, dice it, spread it around, it's most definitely going to go down. Now, I want to make this part right here clear, dog. For Adam 22 to jump out there and joke, man, it's going to be some women out here that might deal with him, but he going to have to pay. They're going to break your pockets, dog. She finna break your pockets from what they saying, because she talking about she ain't got no paper at all. Now, I don't know how it could go, because TMZ did say that they got official documents for this, meaning that this was filed on some serious matter. If they went to that level to go that low just to be part of the trending topic, that shows you that they just really have no soul at all. But people are going to laugh at you. Nobody's ever going to laugh with y'all. You're the laugh and joke. And it's the thing about it is, bro, when you get to a certain status in your life as a man, if you don't respect yourself, bro, nobody else is going to respect you. And one thing about this, when people don't respect you, they tend to not just come tell you when you got things that could be beneficial to them. He has something that could be beneficial to a lot of people. You got a platform, you got the subscribers, you got the following, you got the funding. So they are saying, well, you know what, bro, we'll come around you and not tell you looking like a dummy. It just is what it is. The day she set you down and talked you down through that, and it's so crazy because it's just all the clips coming up on Twitter. Like she just set them down afterwards and talked about how much pain she was in.
Hard to come back to. Was in a lot of pain for a few days. So having sex was,
it was reupholstered.
You were a little traumatized by me being like, ouch, hold on.
At first, yeah. But that did go away pretty quickly.
It took like 3 or 4 days, yeah.
Yeah. You feel like it snapped back? Well, you never had the natural birth that you were planning on.
I don't believe that a vagina stretches from having sex once for 40 minutes with a bigger dick.
For her to come back after this and go get down with all these other dudes, bro, she had made her mind up a long time, bro. One thing about women, they make their mind up and they already moving towards what they think, and they don't tell you about it, bro. They just sit on it, sit on it, sit on it. They sit on it with it on the back of their brain and things. And while you outside focused on all the nonsense you got going on, she doing all these scenes with all these different guys. Some of them probably, she probably ain't tell none of them the problem. She probably got a dude on the side. He know everything that's going on right there. And see, I want to make this clear here, right? This is about the marriage with me. When you get married, if this was just your girlfriend, who would care? If y'all didn't have a dog, even if y'all got a kid and y'all ain't married, who would care? But when you decide to go get married, you gave up the business. You put her in this. You said, hey, don't respect me because you just married me. I'll put a ring on your finger, meaning I'm choosing you. You the one. I want this to be exclusive. Well, she tell you right after you put the ring on her finger, I don't want to be exclusive. I want other dudes to get some of this. I want to try all these other meats, and we going to go down through there. Matter of fact, she brought you in and had you sit there and act like she had all this respect for you, had you smash the dude with her. I mean, they had one thing that I seen on Twitter is, and I think I seen that on Instagram when they did the little TV show a couple years ago. Y'all brought another dude in there with y'all together. I'm like, bro, what is really going down? This is real loud disgusting. What are y'all really running right here? But you got to know, bro, people don't tell you the real. The people, if let me tell you like this, no puncher, you think you got real friends. You don't. If nobody never came and told you, fam, I would never do nothing like that, bro. Hey, that is not what's up at all. And it's going to come back to bite you in the behind. If they didn't tell you that and you consider them a friend, they not your real friend, bro. They not your real friend. Just look around, man. We'll see what happens with it. But hey, this is why I say out here, you got to make sure you stay on your pivot. Adam can try to troll and laugh it off. Yeah, you might get some females on the show for a while, but you're going to have to break bread, man. They going to look at you like a lick. Everybody already look at y'all like a lick. And it's just added to it, man. Hey, if he a lick, go hit him up. Hey, for the ladies that's selling it, he really in the pay now because that's his only way. We'll see what happens. This might be a troll. This might be a finesse. Either way, we'll come back and update on it. Tell me what y'all think. We got more coming. Tap into the Urban Politics TV Patreon on the website or the app. We got more on there, 1,000.
We begin tonight at Cherry Creek State Park, where a search for a missing person has now turned to a recovery mission. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Ethan Krugel. Crews with South Metro Fire spent hours this afternoon searching for that person before turning things over to Colorado Parks and Wildlife. 9 News reporter Colton Chavez has been at that swim beach all afternoon. He joins us now with the latest. Hey, Colton.
Hey, Evan, yeah, Colorado Parks and Wildlife actually just moved us further back from the beach. We're supposed to be hearing from Colorado Parks and Wildlife Caravan Hoos for an update on this. There's been very little information when it comes to the identification of this person in the water. But as you mentioned, we're waiting to hear back from them, hopefully in the next few minutes, and we'll continue to bring you that information. But here's what we know right now. As you said, Evan, what started out as a search on the water has turned into an around-the-clock recovery effort. I want to go ahead and show you some video of what these crews were doing earlier today. Now, search teams have been using boats, sonar technology, drones, and specialized dive teams to focus on the far east end of the lake, with boats searching the length of that swim beach. Officials say the operation shifted into a recovery effort around 7:30 tonight, but crews didn't stop there. CPW says they have resources and capabilities to continue searching through the night as they work to locate that missing swimmer. Now, if I could bring you back out live again, once again, Evan, right now, Colorado Parks and Wildlife hasn't told us when this press conference will be. We're told it's supposed to be soon. If we're able to bring you an update during the 10 o'clock newscast, we will do that. If not, we will bring that latest information online at 9news.com. Evan, for right now, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Colton, thank you. We will certainly continue to follow that search and update you both on air and online when we learn more. Let's get right over to Corey Reppenhagen with a look at your forecast. Corey, our first 90-degree day of the year, and some more heat is on the way.
Yeah, we're going to hit 90 again. So it's been 270 days since we've seen a 90-degree temperature here. So it's been a while since it's been this hot. 91 in Denver, 95 in Boulder, 97 in Fort Collins, 98 out in Grand Junction. These are all the high temperatures reported across the state today, hot from top to bottom. So we did hit that 90-degree temperature a little bit earlier than average, which is June the 10th, and a little bit sooner than June 14th last year. Last year, we ended up with 47 of those 90-degree days, and that's right about on average. 45 is our average. We're in the 70s right now, 78 at 9 News here in South Downtown, Mile High City, and 74 out at Denver International Airport. The radar is starting to dry up, although we had some outflow boundaries push into the city and really create quite a bit of wind over the last hour or so, but no rain did ever show up right here in the Denver area. We are watching the potential for some severe weather on Monday. Looks like it'll be mainly towards the eastern plains, but we'll watch for some front range impacts and then possible record heat again on Tuesday. The record is 95. Our forecast is 94. And we stay warm and dry all the way through the 7-day forecast. I'll have the deets on that coming up in just a few minutes, Evan.
All right, Corey, thank you. Developing tonight, a man in Arvada has been arrested after police say he stabbed his parents. This happened on Union Circle, south of Stanley Lake, just before 12:30 today. We're told police were in that area for hours, clearing out eventually just before 5 o'clock this evening. Details are limited, but police tell us 2 victims were transported to the hospital. Both are expected to survive. Officials say the suspect is the adult son of those 2 victims. Arvada police say he fled the area but didn't get far. Officers tracked him down on Highway 128 just west of McCaslin and took him into custody with help from Jefferson and Boulder County Sheriff's deputies. We will continue to follow this story and update you as we learn more. Law enforcement officials in Douglas County say they have an e-bike problem, and they're warning parents they could be charged if it continues. The sheriff's office posted that on Friday alone, they responded to dozens of calls about e-bikes and e-motorcycles in neighborhoods. They say the riders were 12 to 14-year-old kids, both girls and boys. They were issued written warnings, and parents were contacted to come and load up the bikes and take the kids home. But the sheriff's office says if this continues, parents could face criminal charges for contributing to delinquency of a minor. Now, this warning comes just as officials, including those down in Douglas County, are sharing videos like this one of 2 major e-bike crashes, something that's becoming more and more common.
Children's Hospital Colorado recently released a statistic that said that they are seeing about 184% increase in injuries from e-bike crashes compared to last year.
And as concerns continue to grow about e-bikes, especially now that we're heading into summer, officials are reminding parents to check what their kids are riding, because while the bikes might be fun, some of them are not street legal. 2 firefighters are now out of the hospital after a deadly early morning house fire in Jefferson County that killed 1 person. West Metro Fire was called to the house near Vivian Street and 14th Avenue just after midnight. 2 people in the house were able to escape, but firefighters had to try and rescue another person who was trapped upstairs. That person did not survive. The cause of this fire remains under investigation. Right now, Denver City Council is delaying a more than $180 million contract proposal from the airport following the federal government's changes to diversity, equity, and inclusion rules. The contract stems from DIA looking to hire a large company to run advertisements at the airport. Now, in the past, the city has required the airport dedicate a small percentage of funding from large contracts go to subcontractors operating small businesses, and specifically small businesses owned by people in disadvantaged communities. Last October, the Department of Transportation banned race and sex from being considered in deciding which businesses are considered disadvantaged. In response, council members delayed sending the contract to the full council. They are now asking the airport to submit a new contract proposal that includes at least 2% allocation for subcontractors. The Denver City Council is spending $4.5 million in voter-approved bond money to buy an old office building. It's meant to become affordable housing, but it turns out the city doesn't have a firm plan for that conversion. The purchase is the first expenditure from the $45 million voters set aside for affordable housing in last year's vibrant Denver bond. Councilwoman Flor Alvarez was the only no vote, citing concerns about a lack of planning for how much work it will need and how long it could take.
If the city was my client, if the residents were my client, and I was their real estate agent, I would never let them buy a house without an inspection, and that's what we're doing.
The city says it hopes to close on the purchase by the end of the month before it seeks developer bids. A hotel and nightclub in downtown Denver that was shut down by the city in April is now allowed to reopen, but only the nightclub portion of the business can do so. Earlier this week, the city's Licensing and Consumer Protection Department lifted restrictions on the cabaret license for Native Hotel and Gatsby Social. The suspensions on its hotel food and liquor licenses were lifted weeks ago. The city says it suspended all of those licenses because of 800 violations of the fire code. Now, even though those suspensions were lifted after the business made changes, the trouble isn't over just yet. The city issued Native a new show cause order that requires them to appear in a hearing at the end of next month to explain why they should keep their licenses. The University of Colorado's Board of Regents has officially approved its $6.8 billion budget for the 26-27 school year. While the new budget is only a small increase compared to last year, it will spread throughout the different campuses. About $360 million will go to the Colorado Springs campus, $407 million will go to the Denver campus, $2.5 billion to the Boulder campus, and just over $3 billion will go to the Anschutz Medical Campus in Aurora. The budget includes increases for tuition rates, housing and dining fees, and campus financial aid. But it decreases overall research funding across all 4 campuses. It also reduces stipends and work hours for employees.
This episode is brought to you by Energy Outreach Colorado. Energy Outreach Colorado is a statewide nonprofit helping income-qualified Coloradans pay their energy bills. They support hardworking families facing tough choices between paying utilities and buying essentials like food. Programs range from utility bill assistance to emergency furnace repair to community solar and energy efficiency work. Learn how Energy Outreach Colorado is creating affordable energy solutions for Coloradans at energyoutreach.org. That's energyoutreach.org. This episode is brought to you by the Denver Art Museum. Immerse yourself in the stars we do not see, Australian Indigenous art, the largest display of Australian Indigenous art ever presented in North America, now on view at the Denver Art Museum. This exhibition offers a captivating multi-layered experience featuring 130 works by 132 artists drawn exclusively from the National Gallery of Victoria's world-leading collection. These works will introduce you to the art, resilience, and depth of the world's oldest continuous living culture, on view now through July 26th. Visit denverartmuseum.org to purchase tickets. That's denverartmuseum.org.
This is Your City Could Be Better, because it could be. I'm David Plotz. If you love your city and still complain about it, you're in the right place. In an early episode of the HBO TV show Hacks, which is set in Las Vegas, there's a key sequence involving a visit by a water inspector to the main character, Deborah Vance. So there's a water inspector who shows up to examine whether Deborah Vance is using too much water. A water inspector, a water cop. This was a revelation for me. But it turns out that Las Vegas probably has the most robust system for saving, recycling, reusing, and preserving water of any American city, in part because it has water cops, among other things. And paradoxically, this driest of American cities in America's enormous western desert is also the most water secure city in the desert Southwest. So I'm joined by CityCast Las Vegas host Jesse Merrick to ask the question today, would your city be better with Vegas-like water strategies? Jesse Merrick, welcome to Your City Could Be Better.
Hey, thanks for having me.
You're new to CityCast, so we're putting you on the hot seat here.
I know, I like it.
But you're from Vegas, so the hot seat is you're probably like cool on the hot seat.
Yeah, this is just like normal for us. 100 degrees is like nothing. So this hot seat's kind of cool for me.
So what is a water cop? What do they do? When might you get a visit from a water cop? And can you be punished? Can you go to water prison for water crimes?
Well, there is no water prison as far as I know. But yes, they are water cops. Technically, they're called water waste investigators. And essentially what they do is they cruise around town looking for instances of water waste. And then, they go and will place like a little flag next to wherever that is, letting you know that like you've kind of been cited or warned. And initially it starts, with a warning first, but then can start with a fine as well after that of $80 and then go all the way up to $1,280 as well. So there's a big gap, and it just doubles each and every time if you don't fix it, essentially. And so also too, the other thing that's kind of interesting is like you can rat on somebody for water waste violations too. Like you can go on the Las Vegas Valley Water District's website and like report people. So I just imagine, I've never had this happen to me, but I imagine, whoever, runs the HOA or whatever doesn't like their neighbor jumps on there and be like, Cindy's been wasting water.
Do people get resentful if they see their neighbors using too much water?
Some people do. I mean, personally, I've never run into that situation. I have let my lawn die. So I'm doing my part to help with water, saviors and things like that. But it's not necessarily like, oh, I can't believe you're wasting water. Like it's not that ingrained in us, but it is one of those things where like we are all very, aware of the fact that we're in the desert. And so you see visually like, hey, there's not a ton of water around on a daily basis. And you hear about it in the news all the time too, about our water resources and stuff. So I personally am like, hey, how can I save water? But I don't think it's one of those things where it's like wars within the neighborhood of people trying to be like, you better make sure you conserve water.
So where does Vegas get its water anyway? You're a metro area of more than 2 million people, 2.4 million people. And when I think of Vegas, it's like, there's not really water. So where do you get any water?
Yeah. So surprisingly, we actually get 90% of our water from the Colorado River via Lake Mead. And many people don't know this. I didn't even realize it until I started researching for a lot of this, was that Lake Mead is actually the largest reservoir in the US. So we've got this massive body of water, I would say probably about 20 miles or so from like the center of our city. And that's where we get most of it from. The other 10% comes from like groundwater resources, that we have in an aquifer beneath Las Vegas.
So the reason we want to do this episode is this incredible stat, which is that basically all indoor water in Las Vegas is recycled and reused. So what does that mean practically? Does that mean like if I'm coming to Las Vegas that I'm basically drinking what used to be toilet water? Is that what it means?
Technically, yes, which I know sounds so disgusting.
It's okay.
You're drinking toilet water. You're even, to put it in perspective, drinking water that at one point was in a pool down on the strip. Think about the unmentionable stuff that happens at those pool parties.
Oh, gosh,
Technically, you're drinking it, but it's a really robust system of filtration that goes into it, before you end up drinking it again. So it goes from your home, as long as it goes down the drain, about 99% of that water is recycled. It then gets sent to a treatment facility. From the treatment facility, it goes through this insane process of mechanical, biological, and chemical treatments, and then gets sent out into nature through a wash that runs 12 miles along a river into Lake Mead, where then it sits there, kind of goes through its own filtration process in Lake Mead, and then is sucked back into the system, sent through another treatment facility, and then again, purified again before it ends up back in your home or wherever it is. So it is kind of one of those deals where it's weird when you're drinking your water. Lately, it's been more top of mind where I'm like, at some point, this was probably in someone's toilet, but it goes through such an insane process to make sure that it's ready to roll. And one other thing I want to make sure to note too, we don't do what's called direct potable reuse, which some people call toilet to tap, which is where they eliminate, our environmental buffer that we have that is the Las Vegas wash where that water runs through. So we are going through an extra step where nature is also cleaning our water too.
That's interesting. So let's talk about some of the things that you all are doing, that Vegas is doing to preserve and to save water, and to encourage you, Jesse, and your neighbors to preserve and save water. So they're different categories. So I want to talk about things that you can do at your home. So what are the things that Las Vegas encourages, demands, nudges you to do at your home to save water?
Yeah. So to get into that, I'll first start with kind of what they don't do, which is one of those things that was hard for me to wrap my head around at first, is that like indoors, there's not really much of a worry of like quote unquote water waste, because as long as it goes down a drain, it's being recycled. So the thing that the Southern Nevada Water Authority loves to throw out there is that if they were to turn on every faucet and flush every toilet down on the strip and do that every single day, 365 days a year, there would be no, difference in terms of the water that, we're taking out of Lake Mead or bringing in, just because it gets recycled, which I think is just fascinating when you sit there and think about that. Yeah.
I did not think of it in those terms.
It's
okay.
crazy.
So basically indoor, you do whatever. You take an hour long shower, no worries. Okay.
Yeah. So outdoors is the big thing. That's really what they concentrate on. And the number one thing that is like attacked as far as like water waste or water usage is landscaping. That's the top thing that they really go after.
And what does that mean? No grass?
Yeah. So essentially, like they have this war on grass kind of, or at least non-functional grass, where they're going after people's front lawns. Your backyard isn't something they attack, but they try and incentivize people to get rid of their front lawns just because lawns use so much water. So they're encouraging like xeriscaping or even, turf installation and stuff like that. And in order to do that, they're giving people money to rip out their grass, which I think is kind of cool. They're paying anywhere from $5 to $7 per square foot to have people remove their grass. And the reason why they're going after grass is because it actually does like demand a lot of water. When you look at it, for every square foot of grass that you have, it requires 73 gallons of water a year, which, to put that kind of into a visual for you, if you imagined a column of water that was 10 feet tall in each square foot, that's a basketball hoop size column of water that each square foot of grass requires over the course of a year to water. Conversely, like drip irrigated trees or, water smart landscaping as a whole only uses 18 gallons of water, which is a 3 foot tall column. So it's a massive difference over the course of a year, especially when you add it up, throughout, the whole time of all the different places around town where they get rid of that non-functional grass.
Okay. What about things like you washing your car or a pool?
Yeah, so the car one's interesting. This one to me was kind of funny because, like, initially they were like, okay, you're not allowed to wash your car outside, because that water goes out into the street and doesn't go down a gutter or a drain or anything like that to where it can be recycled. So it's lost to evaporation. But a lot of people that have like classic cars and things like that, like kind of said, and we're like, hey, no, like this is something we enjoy doing. We want to be able to wash our cars at home. So they were like, okay, you can now wash your car, or at least each car, one time per week, as long as you have like a shutoff nozzle on your hose. So that's one of the requirements. But we talked about the incentive program that they have for people ripping out the grass. They also give out coupons for people to go to like a commercial car wash, because what happens when you go to a commercial car wash? That water all goes down a drain. And as we talked about before, that water gets recycled. So guess what? Now you're drinking recycled car wash water as well.
Yeah. What about a pool?
Yeah, with the pools, it's interesting. So that's the thing is, like, in the in the times when you're not using the pool the most, the non-summer months, they say go ahead and throw like a pool cover over it. That's one of the big things, because that'll help with, evaporation and things like that. In the summer months, there's not a whole lot you can do, because obviously they said that even throwing a pool cover over it in the summer months when we hit like 100+ degrees, that's actually going to make it even hotter. So it'll evaporate even faster. But like, let's say you're, emptying out your pool, doing the maintenance on it and stuff like that. They want you to make sure that that gets drained into, again, another drain that'll go back into the system and be recycled. And at many of the homes here, even my home, it was built in 1960. I have like a water port that you could go into. I don't have a pool, but if I did have a pool, I could drain it into that water port so that then it does get recycled.
So it does. So you still lose whatever you lose to evaporation, but when you are emptying it, at least that stays.
Yeah. And evaporation is a thing that they just understand. Like, there's nothing we can do about it. Because again, like, we are in the desert. One of the crazy things that I found in the research was that over at Lake Mead, just in terms of evaporation alone, they lose 600,000 acre feet per year to evaporation, which is a crazy number to wrap your head around.
I cannot let this pass without talking about the Bellagio and also about golf courses. So the notable experience that one has when you go to Vegas is there are a lot of pools where people are hanging out and drinking. There is a Bellagio fountain, which is just like spraying water in 112 degree heat. And then there are golf courses. So how do those fit in this quite tight-fisted water ecosystem?
So we'll start with the Bellagio, because that is the easy one to wonder. I've oftentimes been like, what the heck's going on? But the interesting thing about the Bellagio is they don't use any water from the Colorado River or from Lake Mead. They actually have their own private well underneath the property. And a lot of casinos actually do have them on the Strip. If they were built before 1971, they all have their private well water that they can access.
Well,
now,
they're just pumping out the aquifer then.
Yes, which is also an issue. Like, we can't ignore that for sure. But the thing is like, they're at least not using our quote unquote water for the fountain, because that's going to get evaporated, And I think the way that the Southern Nevada Water Authority approaches the Strip and pools and things like that, as you've noted, because look, that many pools that they have down there, like, evaporation is going to be a big issue. But the way they go about discussing that is kind of saying, well, okay, look at the pools on the Strip and how many people they service. We get 38 to 40 million visitors every year, versus the pools in your backyard. What are you going to have 50 people over in a year that use it? And also too, taking into account like what the Strip generates for us. Think of a world of hurt that we would be in if you got rid of all the pools on the Strip. Nobody's going to come here, except for the degenerate gamblers only. And then we'd be in trouble. For that, they're willing to kind of overlook some of those things. But in terms of the golf courses that you asked about before, they're on what's called a water budget. So they kind of can pick and choose when they increase or decrease their usage, as long as they're within that budget. And they too have stepped in and gotten a lot of the non-essential turf, when it's not on the fairways and things like that, they'll put in, the different grass turf and things like that. So they've taken a lot of grass off as well.
This episode is brought to you by the Denver Botanic Gardens. Check out Jaume Plensa, a new humanism, at Denver Botanic Gardens, on view now through September 7th. Based in Barcelona, Spain, artist Jaume Plensa is best known for Crown Fountain, the immense portrait fountains in Chicago's Millennium Park. And now you can experience Jaume's work right here in the heart of the Mile High City. Over the course of his 40-year career, he has explored the human experience through figurative sculptures using materials such as steel, bronze, resin, graphite, and ink. Jaume Plensa, A New Humanism, is the first retrospective of the internationally acclaimed artist's work in the United States and explores his career-long engagement with themes of personal introspection and collective harmony. Plensa's towering sculptures are on view in the gardens, along with seated figures, portrait busts, and more in the galleries. Exhibit is included with admission to the gardens. For tickets and more information, visit botanicgardens.org. That's botanicgardens.org. This episode is brought to you by the Vail Wine Classic. Featuring international wines and spirits, as well as Colorado's home favorites like Carboy Winery, Outer Range Brewing, and Woody Creek Distillers, the Vail Wine Classic is where it's at. While being wine-centric, there's something for everyone at this amazing weekend in the heart of the Rocky Mountains. At the grand tasting, drink lovers can enjoy unlimited samplings of over 300 wines, spirits, and brews, spanning everything from West Coast vineyards to Argentinian makers and gourmet local food. The Vail Wine Classic, happening August 6th through the 8th, includes programming such as sommelier-led wine hikes, paired lunches and dinners at Vail's top restaurants, and an exclusive sunset showcase called Best of Fests, featuring 90-plus rated wines overlooking the Gore Range. Ticket prices go up as it gets closer to the big event, but you can save money by buying sooner. Just use code CityCast at checkout for $10 off. For tickets and a full schedule, visit VailWineClassic.com. And don't forget to use code CityCast for $10 off.
You guys have a water authority. They're always advertising with CityCast, the water authority. The water authority is clearly like a big government agency in the way it isn't in most cities. What do they do in terms of policy, in terms of messaging, and then in terms of actual billing to discourage water use or control water use?
Yeah, so the big one are those water cops. But one thing I remember, I moved to Las Vegas in 2019, and it was so funny to me, and because I'll never forget this. Sitting at home watching TV, and there's a commercial from the Southern Nevada Water Authority, and Ryan Reeves, who used to be kind of like the enforcer for the Golden Knights, he's in these commercials delivering what they called reality
the enforcer
checks. Yeah, and he's literally, it's like videos of like people at home watering their lawn, or their sprinklers are running when they shouldn't be, and he comes flying in and checks them into the side of the building or through a glass window or whatever, and he screams, "Reality check! Make sure you set your water clocks and stuff." And so that's kind of what he's doing. And what the water clock thing is that like they set limits on when and for how long you can water your lawns here if you do have lawns. And so like in the summer, you're allotted 6 days. You can never water on Sundays. That's a year-round thing. And it can't be between, I think, 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. because that's when, evaporation is going to be at its highest. And then in the spring and fall, it turns down to 3 days a week that you can water. And then in the winter, 1 day per week. So that's kind of like the policies that they put in place on it.
Okay, that makes sense. But do they then charge very high water bills? Because you've said earlier, like actually your indoor water use, they don't care really. They care. I mean, they don't. Presumably they care a little bit, but if that water's getting wasted, do they charge you a lot of money for your indoor water use? Do they meter your outdoor water use? Are your water bills higher than my water bills?
I don't believe so. That's not something I have noticed since I've moved here from anywhere else that I've lived. And that's something that they say they don't necessarily impose like higher, per use things. Like here in Southern Nevada, there's something going on with our electric company, that is, where they're looking at, high usage rates and how that would multiply and things like that. With the water authority, they don't do anything like that. But again, that's where the water fines come into play, and the water cops making sure that you're not using it, in a wasteful way.
Have you ever been water fined?
I haven't. And it's funny because I actually had a really gnarly leak. Like I said, my home was built in 1960. I had a leak in the front yard that I didn't know about for quite a while. And they'll like text you or email you. But I got the text and I was like, I don't see any water. Like there's nothing. So I ignored it. And then I ignored it again for another week. And then all of a sudden water starts bubbling up in the front yard. And it was crazy too, because I just quit my job to go start a media company of my own. And then I get hit with this like couple $1,000 water bill. And I was like, good God. But luckily,
why you took a job with us? You took a job with us.
That's why I joined CityCast.
Oh my God, exactly. I cannot pay my water bill.
Yeah. But the cool thing is they work with you. Like they have programs in place too, because they know like it's expensive for plumbing work. Plumbers are making crazy money, almost like lawyer type money per hour, especially here in Las Vegas. And so they have programs that'll like cut your water bill in half if you fix the leak, in a timely manner. And then also too, they'll cover a part of your bill as well for the plumbers too. So I think that's kind of a cool thing they do to incentivize people to fix it, so that again, that water doesn't get lost to evaporation.
Okay, final area where you guys are doing stuff. Is there clever technology or some innovations that you all have in Las Vegas and in Southern Nevada that allows you to save water better than we do?
I think the big thing, honestly, that I've noticed is that a lot of people just aren't recycling at the rate that we are. Now, we're lucky because we're at a stage where like really our population exploded from the 90s on. So we were able to develop around this whole system. But like in the 50s and 60s, we didn't have this recycling system. And so back then they had the foresight to realize like, hey, we're in the desert, water's a limited resource. So we really need to kick up our conservation efforts. And so they really built things up with, the wash in particular that would allow that to add another filtration process into it. So you need to have space if you're going to be able to do something like that. I think it was like tens of millions of dollars that went into creating this wash that had already dried up. And now it's this really awesome, set of trail systems built around this stream that is part of our whole water system. So that part of it is probably hard for a lot of cities like a Chicago, for instance, to replicate, where like, or in DC as well, where space isn't necessarily your friend, right? But the big thing is having these water treatment facilities that have such a robust system to go and filter out these things. And again, we don't have enough time on this podcast to really dive into what exactly that process is, but it goes through that mechanical, biological, and chemical treatment process. And I think that's the big thing.
So you've laid out a whole bunch of different things that you all are doing, from the cops to this technology to the infrastructure of the wash to sort of rules about when you can wash your car, to encouraging people to not have grass, paying them to not have grass, all these different things. Do you know which ones are thought to be most effective and which ones are sort of most costly? I guess I'm trying to think about for other cities, which are the ones that other cities would go to first because they're going to be most effective and least expensive.
Yeah, the most effective one is the war on grass and eliminating that. I mean, they've been able to save billions upon billions of gallons of water per year by eliminating as much grass as they have here in Las Vegas. And so that's something that I think other people can learn from. And a lot of people are really hesitant to give up their lawns. It's kind of funny. It almost seems like that's part of the American dream, white picket fence and, a lush green lawn. But the funny thing, David, is that lawns aren't even an American concept. We brought it over from Great Britain because it was the sprawling estates where the uber wealthy Brits had, luscious lawns and stuff like that. So we copied it from
grass
them.
over there.
Yeah, it's
beautiful
great.
grass. They have
Much
grass
different
courts at
climate
Wimbledon
though too. Yeah, and that's the thing is like it's a different climate. It's much wetter there versus here in Las Vegas. But I think around the U.S. people can employ more xeriscaping and turf and things like that in the non-essential areas. Again, we're not telling you like get rid of your backyard because like kids play on that. Grass is different than turf. Like I'm not arguing that. The Southern Nevada Water Authority isn't arguing that. Few people are. But in the areas where like the only people that are walking on that grass are the people mowing it, like, is it really useful? Cover it with something else, some other greenery, again, the xeriscaping, or with turf that looks just the same, but doesn't eat up as much water as the other stuff does. Number 2 on the list, and this is kind of irrelevant just with data centers popping up, is evaporative cooling, because that's something a lot of them do. We here in Southern Nevada have banned any new evaporative cooling systems for these data centers as they come along. I know that's a big thing in Virginia. I think it's the hub.
I didn't realize that. So they cool their computers by evaporating water off of them.
Essentially, yeah. So like, making, I would say for citizens, like voting to make sure it gets passed to where they can't use those, because that is such a big waste of water. Again, number 2 on the list, right behind landscaping and things like that. So I would say like use your power as a voter to be like, hey, these data centers need to get rid of evaporative cooling in order to help save more water. And I think if you attack your grass and you do that as well with the evaporative cooling, like that's going to make a massive difference.
Have other desert cities followed Vegas's lead? Or
They have.
Phoenix and are they doing things?
Not to the extent that we have. There's a study from UCLA that analyzed like water recycling and stuff like that. So like here in Las Vegas, according to this study, we're able to recycle a total of 85% of our water, whereas in other places like Arizona, it's 52% of their water that's recycled. So a pretty big gap from us to Arizona. They're number 2 on the list. Then it really starts shrinking a ton. We talked about those other states, that are in the kind of Colorado River Pact there that use it. California only recycles 22% of their water. New Mexico, 18%. Colorado, 3.6%. Wyoming, 3.4%. It's crazy. But it gets worse. Wait till we get to Utah. Utah recycles less than 1% of their water. And I've been through parts of Utah that are just as deserty as we are here in Nevada. So they need to get on board. And because we're part of the lower basin with Arizona and California, we've been working with them a lot more, and they've been willing to adopt more of these things. Down in Southern California, again, they're exploring desalination, which would be another way to kind of reinsert some more water into the system. And on top of that, we're also helping Southern California invest in similar water recycling plants as well. I think the number that I saw thrown out there was that we're helping invest about $750 million into a similar type of thing that will allow them to recycle more water, which again helps everyone involved.
So I was reading somewhere, I think that the Colorado River is having maybe its worst year ever for runoff. You had such a low snowpack, so little snow. Is Vegas in trouble if the Colorado continues to suffer from the drought?
We could be, but the cool thing is like, so I talked about the allocation of like how much water we're allowed. We used to be allowed 300,000 acre feet. Now it's being dropped down because of recent cuts from the federal government to 270,000 acre feet. Last year, for some perspective, we only used 198,000 acre feet. So we're still way under the allotment that's afforded to us. So we're doing really good in that regard. Like we've been able to squeeze more out of less. So it's not this like dire situation, but to your point of the snowpack and everything like that, the worst year on record, I think was 2002, if memory serves me right. And we're getting close to a lot of those. Like this is going to be some of the lowest water levels we've seen in Lake Mead since they built it and filled it up initially. So that alone is kind of jarring. But the good thing is we do have enough resources built up and saved in terms of water that's banked and everything like that, to where I'm told from representatives over at the SNWA that we would be okay for about 10 years without having access to Lake Mead. So we've got like a decade-long buffer to figure it out.
So last question on the main segment here, Jesse. What can your city could be better listeners who don't live in Vegas do to make their city better by learning from Vegas?
Yeah, first and foremost, like we said, get rid of grass. I mean, that is the biggest, water waster there is, and as great as it is to look out front, like, you can make that change. And then too, it just makes it easier. It's less upkeep, at your home and stuff. Outside of that too, again, use your voting power to really push, your local government and even just government statewide, all that different stuff, to go and kind of get ahead of the problem, because we know the climate's changing, and that's not unique to here on the West. Like it's getting hotter everywhere, seemingly. So you need to kind of get ahead of it. Don't wait till it's already an issue. Yes, okay, if you're in an area where you have access to the Great Lakes, or the Mississippi, all those different things, you might be in a good place now, but maybe your kids won't be, whatever it is. So push people to have a better water policy in place. And I think that begins with having more infrastructure to be able to recycle more of your water, because again, that's what's kind of helped us use so much little water. Again, when you note the fact that we have like 2.8 million people here and we only used 198,000 acre feet this year, that's a crazy number to wrap your head around. So by recycling water, you can make a massive difference. So that to me would be the thing, is really push for more recycling of water.
That was a super fun topic, but we're gonna have even another fun topic, our word on the street, our word on the strip segment. So I live in DC, and the tourist business of DC is museums. And as a result, I end up going to a lot of museums because A, whenever anyone comes to visit, you take them to a museum, and B, it's just like an activity that exists in DC that DC does really well. There are lots of amazing free museums I can go to. Everyone goes to museums. In Nashville, if you go to Nashville, people listen to a lot of live music because there's so much live music. In Denver, the people actually go out and hike more because there's all this hiking that is accessible. So in fact, like the cliche of your town is sometimes in fact the thing that people do. So what I wonder is, for you, how much pressure in Vegas is there to go to casinos and gamble? That's the city's business. Like in the way that a museum is DC's business or the theater is New York business. Do you meet people for a drink and let's play some blackjack?
We try, honestly, to avoid the Strip as much as possible. Like, that's one of the main things us as locals do, is complain about the Strip and how it's not affordable anymore and that they forgot about locals. So we don't go down there and gamble. Having said that, Vegas has exploded as a food and drink / obviously entertainment city. So, there's plenty of times, like on a date night, or if somebody cool isn't down, like you go down to the Strip because you want to catch it because that's where they're going to be. So I constantly will be going down there for dinners or just even grab some cocktails at some of the really cool bars because they spend a lot of money, in making it a very attractive option. So we'll do that a lot. But I've lived in Las Vegas since 2019. I can count on one hand the number of times that I've gambled. And guess how many times it was my own money? 0 times. I am not spending my own money at a casino.
But do you think you're unusual in that way? Do you have friends who are like, oh, let's go gamble? Or nobody
Not in my friend group. That's not something I've had very often. And neither other friends of mine. I mean, maybe it's like a once a year thing, maybe you got a bonus, you'll go do it, but it's not like a regular activity for us, because I just think we are more, aware of like the fact that the house always wins, So like, we know when you go down there, you're not gambling, you're losing. And as Las Vegas locals, like we don't want to lose money and continue to do it. Like we'll leave that to the tourists. So our biggest thing is like when we do go down to the Strip, it's very much so enjoying the restaurants or the different experiences that have popped up around there.
Yeah. Jesse Merrick, host of CityCast Las Vegas. Thanks for coming on Your City Could Be Better. You should listen to Jesse every weekday on CityCast Las Vegas.
Yeah, thanks, David. This was a lot of fun.
That's all for today's episode of Your City Could Be Better. I'm your host, David Plotz. Our producers today were Lizzie Goldsmith, Aria Bracci, Priyanka Tilve, Jesse Merrick, and Layla Muhammad. Our music is by Carl Christensen. If you are enjoying this show, please tell your friends, rate the show, leave us a review wherever you get your podcasts. Maybe you get your podcast by a wonderful pool in Vegas. Maybe you get your podcasts surrounded by cactus and at your zero-escaped front yard. We will be back next week with another conversation about how your city could be better.
Shabbat Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, we're going to talk about Cuba. I don't know if you've been following what's going on, but Cuba is completely out of fuel. They literally have no fuel. So the children can't go to school. They cannot even have their hospital open. Forget about shopping and groceries or anything like that. Cuba has not had water in 6 weeks. And on top of that, Donald Trump has been blocking anyone that's been making attempts to go in there with fuel. They have been blocked. Those folks are in dire. When I say dire, I mean they are in dire condition. So right now, cars cannot get any fuel at all. These people can't work. They can't do that. I mean, they are literally collapsed. So if nobody goes up because Donald Trump don't want no one to help them. He said it publicly a couple of times. He does not want anybody going in Cuba to help those people. Those folks are starving. And now, when I was looking at some reports, many of them are saying their food is rotted. They can't keep a refrigerator on. So the food is rotted, and many of them are just throwing the food they have on the streets because it's not edible. So it's bad. It's bad. So let me go ahead and share my screen so you can get up to date on what's going on. But I think what Donald Trump is doing is beyond evil. But then on the other hand, I don't expect anything different from him. Oh, y'all, and we'll talk about this tomorrow. He's back on that black job thing, because they were asking about black unemployment, which is extremely high in this country. I think it's at 7.6%. Well, anyway, Donald Trump said black jobs were doing well, black jobs. Then he brought up manufacturing. So in other words, black jobs are jobs that we labor in. We do labor. that's black jobs to Donald Trump. So essentially, it's a white-owned company with black men and women doing labor in. That's a black job to Donald Trump. So we'll get into that tomorrow. Maybe like around, I got it already set up for 1:45. But yeah, he's back to babbling about black jobs again. Unbelievable. All right, y'all. Thank you for the ones.
Trump has been pressuring Cuba on many different fronts. He's slapped new sanctions on Cuban officials and entities. He's gone after Cuba's fuel supply. He's threatened tariffs on countries that sell oil to the island. And Cuba now says it's run out of diesel and fuel oil. What does it actually mean for people's daily lives?
It's crippled the country. No country in the modern world can function without fuel. Cuba doesn't have or has very, very little fuel of its own. It's begun in the last year and a half to try to produce solar energy, but you can imagine how much that's a very small percentage. It means that there's practically no public transportation. People cannot get to work. They can't get to the hospital if they're sick. The nurses, the doctors can't get to the hospitals. When you get to the hospitals, there's no fuel in their power plants anymore. So you have to operate somebody in the dark, almost blind. Children can't be operated. People who have to have dialysis can't get dialysis because they have the nurses and doctors have to pump the blood manually back into their bodies as they try to clean them. So people's lives are, of course, in danger. There's the distribution of food, which was always, people were barely getting by, and their access to food has now collapsed. You can't get to the vegetables and the few things that are produced in the country to the markets because there's no transportation. They can't cut the sugar cane because there's no fuel for their tractors. You can just imagine a world where you're put on a planet where there's no fuel, and that's more or less what they had.
We're seeing reports of people using charcoal on makeshift kitchens to cook meals in the streets, also sleeping on rooftops in order to deal with the impending summer happening on the Caribbean island. Now, the situation, though, which has been described as being the biggest humanitarian crisis that Cuba has dealt with in decades, set to get worse as two of the world's largest shipping companies, this is CMA, CGM, and Hapag-Lloyd, suspending all bookings to and from Cuba until further notice. They both cited a U.S. executive order that was issued on May 1st. Now, this order, very vague and broad terms here, describing sanctionable activity as any foreign person that operates in energy, defense, metals, mining, financial sector, also that provided financial, material, or tech support, or goods or services. I think it's that part right there, or goods or services in support of the government of Cuba or any of the sanctioned people there. Now, this could affect up to 60% of shipping traffic into and out of Cuba. This is, of course, already a country dealing with empty shelves, including grocery store shelves. Now, in 2024, the top imports into Cuba, well, first it was food, poultry meat, followed by beer, then cars, rice, telephones, and the top importers who may be affected, according to 2024 stats, were Spain at the top, followed by China, the United States, Brazil, and Italy.
So this is very, very, very important. As of yesterday, Cuba is out of oil completely. 10 million people have no fuel for their car. Hospitals are in dire need. They have no power. Supposedly, babies are passing away, newborns. People are sleeping on the roofs of their homes because it's so hot inside. There's no way to get to work. And, diesel fuel, everything is completely gone. People are cooking on charcoal grills in order to eat, but everything is shut down completely. The entire place is shut down. There's no more oil. This is insane. And 10 million people did not want this. This is all due to Trump. I don't know what is going on, man. These are some scary, scary times. People are going to wind up passing away. There's no way that people can get their insulin. There's no way that people can get their crucial medications that they need, down to food. Pray for them, man. This is out of control. I've never, ever in my entire 42 years of living heard of something like this happening. Man, this is getting wild times now.
Cuba has run out of oil and diesel. That's according to the country's energy minister. Cuba is grappling with a worsening US-led energy blockade. Speaking to state-run media, the minister said the Russian crude oil shipment that arrived in April has already been used and that they have no reserves left. Mexico and Venezuela were top oil suppliers to Cuba, but they've cut off the supply because US President Donald Trump threatened to slap tariffs on any country shipping fuel to Cuba. This crisis has led to 20 to 22-hour-long blackouts, delays in healthcare, and escalated an ongoing economic crisis. This triggered protests in the capital, Havana, on May the 13th.
Here in communist Cuba, there's absolutely no gasoline whatsoever. When the United States captured Maduro, that then cut off the supply of oil and gas, as Venezuela was the primary supporter of Cuba. Now the United States has a blockade around Cuba, and there's no gas in all of the gas stations. I mean, look at this. They are completely empty. You can't even make an attempt to get gas here. In fact, if you want to get gas, you have to then sign up and get permission from the government. We talked to a taxi driver today. In his position to get gas, he is 1,200th in line to get gasoline here inside Cuba. If you ask me right now, I think this is all a strategy, Trump administration, to make a push to then seize Cuba. You see, Cuba's already communist. They already have control of things like the market, such as food and the resources that the people in Cuba can get. Right now, they're starving. There's a humanitarian crisis going on. 7 out of 10 people here in Cuba are not eating 3 meals a day. They also control the information that comes in and out of the country, so they therefore control the communications. So right now, yeah, their food that's controlled, their communications, and now the United States is now controlling gas and electricity to come into the country, because without gas, without oil, it's very hard to have electricity. And right now, they have blackouts each and every single day. And right now on Poly Market, there's actually a 45% chance that there is some sort of intervention between the United States and the military of Cuba. Things are getting very interesting here. This is something everyone should keep their eyes on.
Listen up. This is very, very important. Yesterday, Cuba reported it is now completely out of oil. It has no more oil. 10 million people can't go to work, school, pharmacies, hospitals. There's no fuel to cook food. Diabetics cannot get their insulin. Mothers can't reach delivery rooms. Ambulances cannot move. This is the result of a U.S. blockade that cut off every oil shipment to the island. 10 million people are paying for the price of a political standoff that they have no part in. There have been 22-hour blackouts. People are cooking with charcoal, sleeping on the rooftops to escape the heat. Delivery trucks have no diesel to run. Hospitals are being rationed with what little power remains. The babies are dying in Cuba. You have to call your reps. 202-224-3121. Call your representatives. Tell them Trump's blockade on Cuba is an act of war and it must end now. My name is Augusta Renee, and I hope you have the day you voted for. And if you didn't vote, you're going to have the day that somebody else did.
Let's talk about Cuba, because have you seen what's happening there right now? It is collapsing, and that's because of a very deliberate policy by President Trump.
It's got no energy, it's got no oil, it's got no money, it's got nothing.
So what's he up to? And what do Cubans here in America make of a policy that's bringing their homeland to its knees?
Cubans love Donald Trump.
Cuba's not our enemy.
So Tampa, Havana have had a long, long history.
Ybor, a neighborhood of Tampa, but it's not the Florida you might imagine. The culture here is Latin, the industry cigars, and the roots mostly Cuban. Even the famous street birds are, they say, descendants of Cuban chickens.
My name's Patrick Manteiga.
The Manteiga family roots here are deep. Son, father, and grandfather before him.
I'm the third generation publisher of La Gaceta newspaper. It was founded in 1922 by my grandfather, Victoriano, who immigrated to Tampa in 1913 from Cuba. I don't think a lot of people understand that the word Cuban American has a lot of different meanings here in America. If you're a Cuban American whose family came over before 1959, 1960, you love Kennedy, you're a Democrat. Fidel Castro is not your issue every day. If you're a Cuban who came over from 1959 to 1970, you're a Republican, you hate John F. Kennedy, and you're eaten up by revenge and anger on the Castro regime. If you are somebody who came in after that, you probably still have family there, and you're probably very concerned about how that family is doing there.
Here's the divide.
Marco Rubio, stop killing Cubans!
This past week in Washington, Trump's Cuban-American Secretary of State heckled.
Marco Rubio is murdering his own people. He's never been to Cuba.
The administration's blockade policy to squeeze Cuba into submission or collapse, well, Marco Rubio is the architect behind that.
I don't think there's any country in the world that could survive and have any prosperity under what the U.S. is currently doing to Cuba and has done to Cuba since the embargo was placed in the mid-60s.
That decades-long embargo has shaped the history here. The cigar factories are in this town because of its proximity to Cuba. The workers are Cuban-American, but the tobacco no longer, not since the 1960s. There is little evidence that Donald Trump cares particularly about Cuba or Cubans, but to be the president who changed Cuba, well, that he likes the sound of. And the votes of those Cubans who live here, of course. Up the road at the wholesale fruit market, business seems good. And support for President Trump, well, we found that to be strong.
Cubans love Donald Trump.
You know, his policy is punishing everyone in Cuba.
The people I know, people, they don't care if they're gonna break free. They don't care. They don't care for the punishment.
It's a price worth paying.
Of course.
So you'll vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
And again?
Yeah, I will.
A mixture of hope, then, with a sense that anything must be better than a status quo that's endured for so many decades.
I have family in Cuba that have suffered greatly due to this dictatorship. And just like Venezuela and all the people and citizens of Venezuela who have honestly had such a great outlook and positive view on what's happened, I think it's going to be the same thing for Cuba personally.
Tampa's politics is fascinating because it's not quite the same as much of Florida. The vote is tighter here. Trump won in 2024 in Tampa, but in 2020, Biden won here. In 2016, Clinton won, against the grain of this Republican red state. On 7th Street, the Dirty Shame is the local hangout, where I found Victor De Mayo, a local lobbyist, passionate Democrat, proud Cuban American, and no fan of Trump.
I was fortunate to go on a very historic trip when President Obama opened up Cuba for the first time in many, many decades.
2016.
And yes, and I actually sat there in Cuba with President Obama and Raul Castro. It was a wonderful period for Cuba.
It's a reminder for sure of a different time. So what will happen this time?
I really don't think Marco Rubio knows. I don't think Donald Trump knows. I think if they go in there to Cuba to do what exactly? It's not going to be Venezuela.
It'll be more like Iran than Venezuela.
Yes. The United States is very good about dropping bombs, but they're very bad about winning the hearts and minds of the people.
Llevamos 6 meses sin agua. El agua es imprescindible en una casa. Sin agua no eres nadie. No fluye la vida. Ayer cumplimos 48 horas sin luz.
Todo ahora mismo, todo, prácticamente todas estas cositas que tenemos aquí, todo es de la basura. Ahora mismo como está la cosa, la crisis, no va a parar el tránsito aquí, la gente viene mucho a comprar las cositas, incluso hasta el solvente. Desde ese toque así dice, la gente va a querer un solvente que uno se encontró, porque todos saben y están conscientes que es de la basura. No es que están ajenos o no saben nada, ellos están conscientes que nosotros lo encontramos y los ponemos ahí para por lo menos pelear un poco y tratar de sacar algo.
Nosotros los cubanos somos luchadores. Nosotros mismos transformamos las cosas. Con lo poco que tenemos, nosotros sobrevivimos. Y adelante.
Es evidente que hay una política expresa de atemorización, de intimidación hacia la población cubana, de incertidumbre, de desasosiego, donde nos bloquean energéticamente, pero nos amenazan con que están pactando por un lado con los dirigentes cubanos, pero por el otro lado que van a agredir militarmente el país. Entonces no se sabe qué va a pasar, se dan señales ambiguas, pero no cabe duda de que el impacto es muy fuerte, sobre todo si se prolonga en el tiempo, porque un país sin combustible es muy difícil que pueda sobrevivir.
Okay, that older melanated woman with the gray hair, she was saying she hasn't had flowing water from her faucet in 6 weeks. So you got to look at no electricity, no water, no fuel. And yeah, these people are not going to make it. Many of them are probably already fled the island, because I heard that months ago that people were leaving in droves, and I don't blame them. And how do you survive under those conditions? And yeah, I mean, that's terrible. And Donald Trump, he don't care. He don't care. And I just look at this because, you know, America, a lot of the gas stations are out of fuel. And I'm thinking to myself, if you don't care about all the suffering these people are doing, how is he going to care about the people here? And he's already showed us he don't care. He said he don't care about Americans' financial situation. He cares only about Iran being able to obtain nuclear weapons. So as Americans have a hard time with gas prices and diesel running out on the West Coast, we got somebody that's just not going to care. He's not going to care. It's not quite as bad here as it is in Cuba, but it will get there. It will get there. And I think this place will explode. And Donald Trump, he's not going to be able to handle the people coming down on him, because, you know, it's coming. It's coming. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Please let me know what you think, of course, in the comment section, and stay prayed up. This is all the more reason why we must stay prayed up and lean on our Heavenly Father, because tougher times are ahead for America. It's no doubt about it. It's unavoidable. So have a wonderful, wonderful evening, and Be on the lookout for my upcoming videos. Shabbat Shalom, family.
Morning, Mr. Scott.
Morning, Lena. What's the latest?
Another change on the platform. Their new ranking formula cut our reach by 18% overnight.
Another algorithm shift. We can't let them control the conversation.
That's why we steer people to the app. When they're with us, the numbers stay ours.
Well, you remember the situation with the Ricc Chow guy that took the young brother's life, and a lot of black people at that time were saying that they're going to boycott a lot of those Asian businesses, especially in that area. And I don't, some people are concerned it's going to be nationwide. I mean, we are still looking at those developments. Well, there's somebody that wanted to put themselves in the mix, okay? And the person that's going to put themselves in the mix, it has nothing to do with them. This is between black folks and Asian people. It has nothing to do with the lady that you're going to see in this video. Go ahead and check this out.
On today's episode of Chimps Be Chippin', apparently there's a boycott that's in place where basically a bunch of people of a certain demographic have decided that they're not going to do business at businesses anymore, like nail care supply stores, hair care supply stores, beauty supply. They're not going to go to any type of salons. They're not going to go to any gas stations or liquor stores. Pretty much anywhere where the owner or employees even remotely look Oriental, which I find to be so weird because this is the same demographic of people that come on social media and complain about oppression, complain about racism, complain about stereotyping is wrong, and all this stuff is wrong and people shouldn't be profiled, blah, 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 blah. But now all of a sudden, because they're mad that somebody got found not guilty, suddenly they're going to boycott every single business in this country that is run by people who happen to look a certain way, even though they're completely innocent and had nothing to do with the situation. Well, they come on social media and jump up and down, hoot and holler like animals, wondering why nobody gives a shit about the problems in their community anymore. Yeah, what? You're going to boycott a nail salon? First of all, as if you ever paid the bill in the first place. Y'all go in there, get your nails did, and then you walk out the door without paying. Or the beauty care supply store, you're not going to walk in there? Wow, suddenly they're probably not going to deal with theft problems anymore. You're going to come on social media and advocate for boycotting innocent people's businesses, taking away business from them because you're mad about something that someone else did when you don't even know what the nationality or ethnicity of that man actually was.
Okay. Listen, Mr. Ma'am. First of all, before I really get into the merit of what you're saying, pick a struggle. You can't be a stud and an anti-black racist. Pick one. You can't be the aggressor and the victim at the same time. And I'm gonna give you a little secret, Mr. Ma'am. The white supremacists, they don't like people like you because they feel that you're not producing for the white community due to your lifestyle. So yeah, you need to pick a struggle. Either you're gonna be an anti-black racist or you're gonna be a stud. Pick one. You can't be both. I'm just telling you, it contradicts itself. Okay. But you want to lean into your anti-black racism. That's fine. Now, the first part I want to address, what the hell is it to you? Are you Asian? Do you have a business that's Asians running or something like that? Has nothing to do with you. I would understand if you was an Asian person having this conversation. That's fine. Has nothing to do with you. That's been y'all problem like forever. You always sticking your nose in everybody else's business that didn't invite you, didn't speak to you, had nothing to do with you. What is it to you what black folks do with Asians? What is it to you? Why are you so worried and pocket watching black people? Because that's what you're doing. You're pocket watching black people because you're worried about what we do with our money, where we spend our money. Why are you worried about where we spend our money, Mr. Ma'am? Why are you worried? It's not your business. Don't you got a community you need to go fight for? Isn't this Pride Month? Shouldn't you be doing that? Why are you in our business? Stay out of black people's business. We do whatever the hell we want to do with our money. That's what y'all understand. Listen, I know it's in your blood. I know you think you could tell black people what to do. I know it's in you. But I'm telling you, you better root it out you because you can't tell us what to do with our money. We do whatever we want to do with our money. If we want to spend it, we want to save it. If we want to spend our money over here, there, everywhere. It's our business. You have no bearing on what we do, say, where we go, what we enjoy or don't enjoy. You have no say-so in this. And you're just quite offended. Like how dare black people say they want to boycott Asian businesses? And even when black folks talk about boycotting businesses in your community, you would even get offended about that, like you own anything. You don't own nothing. You ain't got nothing going on. The average one of you don't have nothing going on. You working paycheck to paycheck. You don't have no business. Now, the 1% of you will be concerned, but what are you worried about? That's my whole thing with this. It's like, I don't know why they think they can just walk around telling us what to do. I just don't understand that. You don't run around here telling Hispanics what to do. If Hispanics wanted to boycott, you wouldn't say nothing. If Asians wanted to boycott, you wouldn't say nothing. Everybody can do whatever they want to do. I want y'all to pay attention to that. Asians, Hispanics, and everybody else can vote the way they want to vote, spend their money the way they want to spend their money. They can do whatever they want to do. Nobody says a word. But let black folks say how they want to vote or don't vote. Let black folks say if we don't want to spend our money with people, or we may want to spend our money with people. It's every little thing they think they can micromanage black people. And I'm one of them brothers. And I'm going to tell you about yourself. You can't micromanage black people. You ain't gonna micromanage me, because the more and more you say what I can't do, it's the more and more what I'm gonna do. Give you an example. I'm that kind of brother that if you even hating on me, I'm gonna do more of it. Give y'all just real things about to happen. So y'all get here first. I was told, you know, I have my Soraya the songstress, do all the music with Soraya. Somebody said I shouldn't be having Soraya and doing all the great music I'm doing with her. I should have what the person said, Maria. I guess saying like a Latina. I said, oh, okay. So now you want me to get into Latin music is what you're telling me. Okay. Say less. I got a Latina artist coming too. Just because you opened your mouth. Got one good song already. Got her and Soraya done a duet already. That ain't put it out yet. See, when you talk crap, see, that's me. I don't care where the hate comes from. It can come from within my own community. Just because you tell me what I can't do, now I'm going to do it. That's me. I built my whole thing off of that. Like people, so when it comes to y'all, Mr. Ma'am, and telling black folks what we can't do, that's when we do more of it. That's when we say, okay, we see, now we're going to do it just because you open your mouth. The thing is, these people so worried about what we're doing. They're so worried about when we get together. They're so worried about when we unify. And trust me, right now what's messing them up is black folks centering ourselves right now. Oh, that's messing them up too, y'all. Y'all don't think that's messing with them. You think it's a messing with other groups. Oh, no. It's messing with them. Because now you got to think about it. They can't use other groups to put them in our mix no more. They can't cause confusion. They can't throw crime stats on the black community no more because we like, oh, no. Where is he from? Where's she from? No. They going to take their own garbage and trash. We're not taking their garbage and trash. And notice when we did that, notice how crime rates is just plummeting. Notice how we start centering ourselves and loving ourselves more and working out our issues and problems. Do we got a lot of more issues and problems to work out? Yes, we do. We sure do. But now we're in a position to work them out. In a healthy black community, we're talking about healthy all the way around. Healthy physically, emotionally, mentally, healthy financially. Just healthy all over is a prosperous and better community. And that strikes fear in people like Mr. Ma'am over there on that video. They don't want black people healthy and whole because a lot of people benefit off of our dysfunction and fragmentation. And what we're saying now is the fragmentation days and the dysfunction days are over. And all we got to do is center ourselves. We don't have to worry about nobody else. Whatever we choose to do with our money is our business. We spend it, don't spend it, whatever. Preferably, we have a good amount of money to ourselves, have a good amount of money for our future, apply that money to things in the community, build businesses and hire each other. There'll be definitely a good position to be in. Create our own schools. That way our kids don't have to go to school with Mr. Ma'am's people. Because we know how that turns out with the education level. But one thing about us as black people, anything we say, they worried about. Other groups talk all the time what they gonna do. They don't care. They always worry about what black people doing. What black people say. Are they gonna do this? Are they gonna do that? Why are they doing this? Why are they doing that? Why are they wearing that? Why are they eating that? Why are they going over there? Why they put their hair that way? Why they fix their face that way? What is all the little hand gestures they're doing? Why are they doing it? Who came up with it? Like, y'all are obsessed with us. We don't care what y'all do, say. We don't care where you go. We ain't even thinking about you. The only reason we talk about you because you don't leave us the hell alone. I promise you, if y'all just left us alone and don't mess with us, don't talk about us, don't do nothing, I promise you, you would never hear us talk about you. But I think part of it, you want us to talk about you because you don't want to be looked at as irrelevant. Because you know good and well, Mr. Ma'am, nobody care about y'all like that. You ain't got nothing going on, nothing exciting about you. So you got to keep messing with black people just so black people can even acknowledge you. Cause we all know, that, like that not seasoning thing, that's all the way through your culture. There's no seasoning to it. There's no seasoning. And the only time seasoning you get unless you hang around us and learn it from us, that's the only time you get some seasoning. But anyway, they always in our business. Like I said, if you're not an Asian person, I don't want to really hear no conversation from you. I just really don't. They can have these conversations with black people. That's who the conversation was about. Always putting their nose in our business. Boy, I tell you, these people wouldn't know what to do if they didn't have access to us. Every time we went places in this country, say, okay, cool, we're going to go over here. We can't be near you. Cool. They still came over there. And that's how they are to this day. You would have a whole platform that say African diaspora. It's centered on the black community. It's centered on Africans, Caribbeans, whatever you want to say of any flavor of black, they still going to be right there in the midst. They cannot stay out of our business no matter what it is. That is so amazing to me. It's like, what contest in hell did we win to get this level of stalking My Lord. Man, it's annoying.
Right. It is annoying. All right, y'all. I think I'm done. I'm done. So appreciate y'all tapping in. Ooh, I should do this one. I said I put some wrong for part 3. All right, appreciate everybody that tapped in. I'm going to sleep now. Appreciate all y'all. Shout out to Val. Shout out to Crew. And anybody else speaking, not speaking. I'm sorry, I'm like super out of it right now. We got Fresh in the building. Sorry, Fresh, I missed you. We got the Troll God in the building. We got, who else is in there? Young Riaz, appreciate you coming through, Young Riaz. Leonard, Judah. Cuz, thank you for coming through. Black Joe, thank you for coming through. Who else was in here? Antithesis, thank you for coming through. Shout out to all of y'all. Anybody I didn't mention, all light, Layla, Go Harder, appreciate you coming through. And a whole bunch of other people that came through. We're gonna end the show now. I'll see y'all after City Council tomorrow for part 3, or today after City Council for part 3. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and delineation. This is gonna complete season 6, episode 29, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later on after City Council for part 3. So I'll see y'all then. Peace.
I was having exhausting